Good morning and welcome to The Isle of Faces. Welcome to Scraps and Scrolls, part 18 of 19. We are here, we have reached the end of the dance, just about. Hello, I am Sir Buckley, your resident green person, here to guide you through our 4 chapters today, and what a collection of chapters they are. I'm speaking to you from an actually quite sunny England. The weather knows what we're about to go for. It knows we need those sun rays, definitely. It's actually been rainy as all hell here the last few days, and me and the puppy have been getting very, very muddy. So I appreciate the timing of the sun coming out, because like I say, it's going to be needed. In fact, I can tell you that this intro is going to have to be pretty fast. I know you'll be glad to hear, because since we are dealing with chapters of this magnitude, being at the end of the story as we are, really at the end, forget what happened last week with all the feast characters saying goodbye. Now we've got the real big dance characters saying goodbye, and I'll detail those for you in a minute. Well, there's just so much to discuss, so much to talk about, and I'll say right here, no way we're getting to all of it. But even with having said that, if this isn't the longest episode of The Isle of Faces by some decent margin, and consider how long our episodes have been lately, well again, I'm going to have to eat my hat, because I just don't understand how that can't be true. It's going to be huge, based on the document, based on my notes. So I recommend you really make yourselves comfortable and strap in here, because we're going to be on the Isle for quite a while. And that is not going to be the last rhyme I do today, I promise. Now, unfortunately, the sheer size of the episode, the amount of work that has to go into it, means it's probably coming to you a little bit later than usual, a bit later in the week. But I'm hoping you'll forgive me that, seeing as, I promise you, it's not just me being lazy or not getting to it, it's just there's not enough hours in the day to get this amount done. There's just way too much to talk about. Now, yes, we are going to get to things a bit quicker today, but there's still some things that need to be said, such as a massive congratulations to Aziz and Ashea, who, as I'm speaking here to you now, have just had their live stream with the very last part of A Dance with Dragons. So that's a gigantic milestone. I'm sure you were all there anyway, listening along. But it just kind of breaks your mind, doesn't it? How far we've come in this project. And, well, I'm going to have to do my own talking about that next week as well. But still, well done to them. A thank you, as always, for letting us be involved. And yeah, just amazing stuff. I have further thanks to give, as always. Last time out, I bombarded you with numbers about how well the Isle of Faces is doing and how much you're all interacting and stuff like that. Happy to say that is still true. You've even sent some lovely messages of congratulations on Twitter, on email, on the Patreon, or however else, so that's very nice as well. You're just adding onto the pile there. And the numbers are still very much going up. Again, in no small part, well, firstly to History of Westeros, but also to the part of the series that we're at, because it's just so exciting. And again, there's so much to cover, so of course you're going to interact more and listen more. But still, I appreciate it. I appreciate the listens and the downloads and the sharing and everything else. And I encourage you, keep getting in contact. Send your emails, send your Patreon messages, send your tweets, whatever. Love talking to you. It's always brilliant. And we do have a lot to discuss, don't we? Now, very last thing before we get going here, of course, we simply cannot start without talking about our favourite green folk, our favourite patrons, who are so very much appreciated. And I want to mention specifically Glenn T, Aegon the Sixth, Lord Commander Namian Darklin, KM, and Archmaester June, healer of the Lesser Poxes, of course. Thank you to you guys, to all patrons out there for your generosity and support. It's so very much. And it keeps this Isle going, which is good because, as you can see, the episodes are way longer than anything we've ever done before. This is the big time here on the Isle. So let's talk about why. Why are these episodes so long? Why is this one specifically so important? Well, I'll tell you. Let's talk about our 4 chapters today before we get going. As I mentioned to you already, we've already had about 2 weeks of saying goodbye to lots of people, especially last week with all those feast characters going, but nothing like what we've got today. And we're going to hit that vibe right from the beginning, because we're going to start off with the last chapter of Tyrion Lannister, Tyrion XII. So right there, that's all I need to say, isn't it? That we're saying goodbye to one of our central, main, most important characters in the entire series, let alone in this book. So there's just bunches and bunches to talk about. Not only what happens in the chapter, but we've got to look back at what he's meant to the book, to Dance, and we've got to look forward to what's going to happen in Winds. So for someone of Tyrion's magnitude, well, there you go. You can see what I'm talking about here. From there, we'll go to our one and only non-last chapter, although that doesn't make it any less important in my mind. It's Barristan III, the Kingbreaker. Oh, I love that chapter title. That is a thrilling chapter. It's one I love from start to finish, as Barristan finally stops worrying about his oaths and makes some concrete action. Now from there, we get probably our 2 closest linked chapters of the entire book, because we actually just move a matter of meters from Barristan down to Quentyn IV, the Dragon Tamer. Quentyn's last chapter, obviously, given what happens. Another hell of a title, another hell of a story to be told in that chapter. More thrills, more spills, and a lot of burns, unfortunately. And then, as if that's not enough, I think if we did those 3, we'd be in contention for a very, very long episode. But on top of that, to finish today, somehow we have to cover the monstrosity, the huge, gargantuan thing that is Jon 13. Jon's last chapter and holder of an indescribably important event. I think you probably understand what I'm talking about. A lot of hours have to go into this. A lot of hours are going to reach your ears. But luckily, a lot of you have been saying how much you enjoy the longer episodes. So it's all good. It's all working, isn't it? Right, okay. We've got no more time to spare for prep or anything like that. I thank you all, of course, as always. You all know that. You all know how much we're really enjoying just this whole part of the book. So let's dive straight into it, shall we? Let's begin this most important collection of chapters with Tyrion XII. So you might remember it was all feast endings last week, even if Asher and Victarion a little bit crossed over into dance territory. But now we really know we are here. We're in dance. We're at the end. Because not just one but 2 members of the Triforce, the big trio of this book, are leaving us today, which would be huge on its own, obviously, if that was the only issue. But not only that, one of them goes down for the count, apparently. Yes, today we will reach what you could honestly point to as the most important moment in A Song of Ice and Fire yet, if you really want to frame it that way. But we'll save that for later, because before that huge, unimaginable moment that we're going to have to tackle, we have 3 other major chapters, 2 of them being finals, with several key moments, one of them being incredibly famous and consequential, and we're generally just at a much bigger ending point than last week. Ending arcs 2 chapters long is one thing, but now we're ending 2 double-digit chapter arcs, 2 of the biggest in the book. And we're going to start with one of the biggest guns you can find in Tyrion Lannister. There are plenty of people out there who will tell you that Dance is Tyrion's book. Of course, the magic of the Triforce is that you'd probably find the same number of people to say the same thing about Jon or Daenerys. And none of those groups would be wrong, including Tyrion's bunch. I doubt I need to remind you that Tyrion is a major character in this book, that his arc, the famous Dark Tyrion that we've been referencing since the beginning of the series and that we explicitly built towards through Storm, is more than worthy of the fanfare, the attention and the heaps and heaps of analysis that it's got, and I'm sure it will get in the future. I always encourage you to go and find them because, well, they're everywhere. You don't need me to remind you, but there's tons of good content out there. The character analysis alone that's available from this book, where we can watch one of the main series characters and a former fan favourite go down such a dark road, wrestle with his old crimes, commit new ones, completely switch major series storylines in a way that no one else has ever come close to. Tyrion is the most far-reaching POV we have by far, all while addressing major issues with his father, with Tysha, his loss of name and status, the complete change of circumstances, his first bump to a fugitive at the beginning, then a prisoner, then a slave. We saw how low he became, how he somehow got dragged back up, or at least started going in the right direction, how much of that was due to Penny, and lately we've seen the return of the Tyrion we know in this planning, cunning, his resourcefulness, and ultimately his being victorious with it. And that's all just thematically. Let's not forget his actual influence on the plot. He was back with Illyrio first. I know it does seem like a long time ago that they were drawn across the countryside. And then we had him on the Shy Maid. We had all that confusing stuff with the Shrouded Lord. We had Tyrion the detective, Tyrion the influencer, as he really pushed Aegon over to Westeros with the Golden Company. We know how big a moment that might turn out to be. He gave us our best ever view of Volantis. He became the first POV to really show us what it's like to be a slave, after that being such a heavy theme throughout the entire series. And even after all that Dance Tyrion encompasses, which is just so much, he then came to Marine to tell us the other side of that story, to see us on the other side of the wall and what was going on outside with the sellswords and the Yunkish and everything like that. So the amount that we've just got just from this one arc is indescribable, to be honest. It is one of the most important single book arcs in the series, there's no doubt, and somehow we're wrapping it up today. And yet, oddly, this chapter doesn't quite feel like a last chapter. It's actually the least dramatic of the 3 final chapters we have today, and by quite some margin. In fact, you can even throw Barristan in there, who isn't even on his last chapter today. If Tyrion XI had been his last, then we probably wouldn't have blinked an eye. That was the one of the big gamble, Tyrion having to be at his best with his secret plan, and his ultimate break from slavery saved himself and Penny and Jorah, at least from that fate, and put them in the hands of the Second Sons. That had the drama, that had the change in circumstances that would promise it a future arc. I really think people probably thought, yeah, okay, that makes sense in the last chapter. But here we are with another one with a bit less drama, a bit less intrigue, but there is more insight instead, as we'll focus on Tyrion's future in Westeros, or the hope of it. We get the real payment of him joining the company and what his plan was last time, how he talked his way into it. We're going to talk Jorah, but more importantly, we'll also talk of the reality of battle, the realistic promise of it coming, and Tyrion's awareness and preparation for that, as well as how how he's going to transfer it to Penny. Because George has included this chapter to remind us that they are far from the clear yet, as much as Tyrion had success last time out. There's plenty of danger still remaining, and it's Tyrion who's going to deal with the majority of the weight of it. But it's also to re-examine the relationship with Penny, assess her terrible situation going forward, how she's going to cope, how Tyrion's going to interact with her, and how that relationship is going to change in the most dire of circumstances, and how Tyrion's intentions with that relationship might not produce the best results, unfortunately. With all that, we're going to build up the coming battle, the battle for Marine, that's actually going to seem a lot more real sometime after this chapter finishes. We'll talk about that a bit later. But speaking of the finish of the chapter, well, that's where you get your drama, your possibility, your cliffhanger. So that's why George really does it, to lodge that possibility in our mind, build the next ideas for us for this battle and how it might turn out, and it lets us realise how big of an influence Tyrion Lannister can still have on the future of this city that's about to go to battle. Where have we seen that before? And just before we kick off, I'll remind you that we've had 9 chapters away from Tyrion, which is not a small gap really, is it? So he's joining the rest of the Triforce in that end book decision that George has apparently made for all of them to give them the bigger gaps to let everyone else fill in. And another change, that this is actually the shortest Tyrion chapter we've had for ages. It's not the shortest in the book, he had a couple of short ones early on, but for a long time this is the shortest one we've had. So it's a very different final chapter, but it's got a lot of worth, and whatever it is, it's a goodbye to Tyrion, isn't it? So we'll appreciate it for what it is, and we'll dive straight in. It's easy to kind of forget where Tyrion got to in his last chapter. It was a major moment, sure, we remember the headline, but it was by no means complete, and we've had so much going on elsewhere with other characters, it was easy for Tyrion and his storyline to just kind of fade into the chaos, which obviously doesn't sit well. Tyrion's too big to allow that to happen. So maybe that's another reason that George just wanted to punch him back in here at the end. Let's consider that lately we've had an abundance of Barristan, Quentyn, and even Victarion all swirling around just Tyrion's plot, and that's not even mentioning all the other POVs we have in general, all the other endings, so sometimes it's just too much to keep in our head. And because Tyrion's last was left kind of precariously, again we remember that main headline that he got Jorah and Penny out, they got to the Second Sons, but then we just kind of left it of him having a plan, he was going to talk his way into it, but we didn't know what. We just knew he still had a lot of problems and he still wasn't out of the woods yet. We likely have to jog our memories a bit here at the beginning. We do remember that we did wonder about him in last week's Barry chapter, when Barristan saw Bloodbeard in the courtroom of the Youngish, and then again in Quentyn when we had the Tattered Prince appear. The question at those times was obviously, what about Brown Ben and the Second Sons? What are they up to? Why are they not here? Are they sticking with Yunkai? Are they switching back to Dany? Are they even planning to jet back to Westeros with Tyrion? We had an inkling of what Tyrion was trying to do when he got himself, Penny and Jorah to the Second Sons camp, but the chapter closed before we could get any actual details. We know he was trying to entice Brown Ben and present himself as a good choice, something to back. We definitely know he had the swagger working, but we didn't know specifically what was being led on the table. Well, here at the beginning, we have the answer. It's gold. Of course it is. We should not be surprised, we are dealing with sellswords after all. And Brown Ben at that, we know how greedy he is. So after all this time, all the heights that he rose to and the depths that he dwelled in, after all the miles that he's covered, Tyrion is really just having a repeat of the conversation that he once had with a man named Bronn in the Mountains of the Moon. He is still a name with money attached to it, which is kind of fitting thematically when you think about it, given that this whole book and arc has been about how Tyrion has lost that name and that money, and how he had to learn to live without it. So there's a deep sense of irony there. There's a sense of going back and tying a bow on things, which makes sense given that we're in a final chapter. We're going to see that through everyone's final chapter, I think, in this part of the book. And actually what we're not going to get in this chapter is we're not really going to get to directly explore how Tyrion feels about this, about his only value or worth apparently being how much money he can provide. But then that's not exactly new to him, is it? We've been talking about that lots throughout his entire series-wide arc, so we've talked about that before. But right here and now, there's still no one mentioning his brain or his skills. There's no one loyal to him personally. There's no actual love, which is what he's been truly seeking his whole life, at least not from anyone who could actually help him. Like I say though, that's not a surprise, he's always known that, and for right now, who cares if it just gets him out of a jam? He's had to use such means before, he will do so again if it needs be, but I think deep down it does still chafe him somewhere on his soul. Or maybe that'll just come out later, he's got too much to think about right now, let's just get out of bondage first, that's priority number 1, we can debate about how we did it later on. Still, he does play on that at the beginning here, as he sarcastically asks the surrounding Second Sons about them being true brothers now, and how it should be friendship and trust that lets him in, not the promise of coin. Which is another factor not to be ignored in all this. This is the first time it's purely a promise of coin, as in something needs to happen first before he can access any of it. That was true on a much smaller level back with Bronn. Tyrion just needed to survive and get back to civilization, and then he could get his money. Now, there's way more barriers to break if he ever wants to make good on this promise, one that he knows is pretty unstable at the moment for that very reason. Still, he's obviously done enough to persuade Ben Plum that it could happen, and if it does, then they'll all benefit. What he's likely hoping is that no one is thinking too hard on Tyrion's actual access to such funds, and that he can just blind them with the mere promise for now, because let's not forget what it would actually take for him to get his hands on Lannister gold again. Unless he's hoping to return and legally prove he had nothing to do with Joffrey's death and is therefore entitled to whatever gold he's entitled to, and I really don't think the Westerosi legal system is set up for such a claim, even if it were to happen, he would need to return home and essentially win a war of conquest to get what he wants. Either that or kill very large amounts of his own family. Whether he's thinking about Dany or is hoping that Aegon has already destabilised things enough for him to just walk in and take advantage is kind of a moot point right now. All that matters is that he gets out of here, away from the battle, away from slavery, and he can deal with the rest later. It's the Tyrion Lannister way. Speaking of, after a book of identity issues and lies and discussions on where he comes from and who he is, we now make it official with our first quote of the day. The dwarf laughed and signed the parchment. Tyrion of House Lannister. So there we go, no more YOLOs, no more Hugo Hills, Tyrion is officially returned. He's written it right there, black and white. So on Tyrion goes with his stack of parchments about 60 sheets high, all of them requiring this declaration of who he is and what he might be able to provide later on. For the cost of taking he and his two companions out of slavery, this is what he must do. Although shrewd Tyrion notes early on that only certain members of the company will benefit, not everybody. And surprise, surprise, it's Brown Ben who doesn't believe in equal shares. Not as long as he's in the getting paid group, of course. So that's pretty in keeping with the guy that we know. I'm sure this is the basic structure of all sellsword companies, but it definitely fits with Brown Ben Plum. And I wonder if Tyrion is confirming this so he might make use of it come later, maybe during wins. Perhaps he will inspire a mutiny against Ben. Could he even end up leading the Second Sons? It could happen, we've seen weirder, haven't we? And it would be a cool legend to spread. We know he likes leading, we know he likes that sense of power, and I think we're actually going to see evidence as we go through this chapter that Tyrion actually would really quite like that, whether he's actually thinking of it at this point or not. Of course, first, he still needs the sons to survive the battle, so he's probably not going to create any major upheaval just yet. Let's wait and see, and then he'll start burrowing away and making his little plots. Our next quote is this. One day, he might rue these signatures, but not this day. We don't even know that there are different levels of the amounts he's giving away just yet. We'll find that out in a moment. But he's already giving away 100 gold dragons per parchment. And I'm not going to dip into the wider economic theories of Westeros, but we know that 100 gold dragons is a pretty big deal. It's a decent little payday, all things considered, and Tyrion is giving out one bunch after another. For some of these men, this already can be a life-changing amount of money. And certainly, when you add it all up, it is a lot, especially when considering that each payment is about to go up in a moment. And maybe we do start wondering if there actually is a limit to the Lannister wealth, and whether Tyrion might be approaching it. Their lowered wealth was show only, so we don't need to worry about that. And I don't believe we've ever been told how much a great house might actually have in numeric value, the Lannisters being the richest of all of them anyway, but I'm sure someone out there has made a decent guess of some calculations. It just makes you think how big of a chunk he's signing away for his life. But then again, it's the old question of whether it'll ever matter. Certainly it will be Tyrion himself who would have to honour these contracts if anyone does. Brown Ben can't lose Tyrion and then just go to Cersei or Jaime and provide this parchment, not if he wants to live anyway. They wouldn't pay him even if he could prove it as real. Which calls into question how valuable such parchments and promises are in this world when they can be so easily faked or ignored. Plus, we've already seen exactly what a paper shield, or in this case a paper expectant hand, can be worth in front of the Lannisters or the Iron Throne. Tyrion hits on that note now as he is again sarcastic with his fake hurt over being trusted only on paper instead of by words, for over in Westeros the debts of the Lannisters are always paid. The reply to which is that they aren't in Westeros yet, and that Tyrion is still much closer to sellsword than Lannister. When Tyrion jumps on that and says, "Oh yes, and I need to sign your books, don't I, to make everything official," Brown Ben insists that it's payment first, before then revealing to us that there's far more than meets the eye here, as if we expected anything less. Tyrion thinks this. He wanted to laugh, but that would have ruined the game. Plum was enjoying this, and Tyrion had no intention of spoiling his fun. Let him go on thinking that he's bent me over and fucked me up the arse, and I'll go on buying steel swords with parchment dragons. So after a chapter of doing so last time, it turns out that Tyrion is still acting. We knew he had a plan then, and he has one now. One that he still intends to keep secret overall. One that will still give him more advantage than anyone would have guessed. For instance, he focuses on the fact that he's buying swords without any actual money. He calls them parchment dragons. A bit like Mumba's dragons, isn't it? This isn't actual money he's handing over, it's just a promise. Maybe it's a promise he never has to actually pay back. And as we mentioned a second ago, clearly he intends to wield the second swords even if he has to do it unofficially. Maybe just does it through manipulation and leave someone else as the figurehead, Brown Ben or elsewise. That's okay, it's fine. He doesn't need credit, he just wants survival. He is obviously thinking about how he can use them, and that sneaky, smart, underhanded Tyrion that we all know, he's definitely back in the swing of things. He confirms something else that we've already mentioned. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't matter. He won't have to pay, and his family definitely aren't going to in his place. But if he does live and goes home, he apparently feels that the Lannisters have more than enough to pay, which, let's face it, they probably do. I don't know if George intends to include a broke Lannisters storyline in Winds or Dream. It's perfectly possible, I suppose. We could learn from here that the Lannisters are more broke than we thought, and they always have been. We know that the Crown is, in general. And the Westlands are going to be getting more of a focus at some point, so yeah, that could come up. Maybe that's the fallout of Kevin dying in the epilogue, who's really running House Lannister after this. Can they keep it all together? Do they fall apart? Yeah, maybe that's something we see. So he's got confidence, he's got something up his sleeves, and he's probably got a sore arm as he moves on to a new section of the pile. The amount is now 1,000 dragons per head, wowzers. Perhaps to distract himself from such mental sums, Tyrion now inquires after what he's going to get up to as a member of the Second Sons, even though you get the sense he's either already fully aware, or he's fully planning to dictate that himself. But he likes to get others talking to see what they intend and how they can be manipulated. Again, it's back to the old playbook. And we learn some key info in the response. The fact he'll be working with inkpots, doing the office work and the accounts and such, isn't that surprising. You know that's the hole that people will stuff him into at first chance, given his physique and his obvious intellect. And in fairness, it does seem like Tyrion would excel at such a position. Casporio confirms what we said about people pigeonholing him. No one expects him to be able to fight because of his stature, and instead of talking about his deeds on the Blackwater or the Green Fork, Tyrion instead brings up his management of the Casterly Rock drainage systems. Again, even though there's no real reason to be talking about it. And let's note he's bringing it up when we've been talking about returns to Westeros, both in this chapter and the recent Jon Connington POV. So it seems like George really wants us to think about that for some reason to do with the future. Yeah, I think this is going to be referenced back to in future books, personally. In the moment though, Tyrion turns it into a joke about being in charge of the camp followers. Whether that's because he's once again interested in that side of things, or because he wants to find out Ben's answer about how far he can go, we're not told, but I'd bet on the latter. Either way, it results in our first piece of major info. Ben does not want anyone knowing that Tyrion is with them. He's going to be hidden as much as possible. This is likely for several reasons, ranging from not wanting to lose the guy you might get a load of money from in the future to some random scrap out in the camp, not wanting someone else to recognise Tyrion and then steal him away for Cersei, not wanting one of the other companies to do exactly what they're doing, and not wanting the Yunkish to know that he's got 3 of their slaves. The second, perhaps more important nugget, is the immediate intentions of the company. Once Meereen is taken and we're away to Westeros, you can prance about all you like in gold and crimson. Till then though, so from that we can tell they intend to stay on side with the Yunkish, answering our earlier questions from Barry's chapter. They aren't turning tail, not yet anyway. They'll see it through and then turn to Westeros, which inspires yet more questions and expectations from us on how they'll clash against Meereen, maybe against Volantis as well if there's more betrayal in the future, if Tyrion and the others are still in danger, and how this goes up against the hopes and intentions of both Barristan and Victarion, let alone if Daenerys does return. Of course, this line of thinking is going to change somewhat given this chapter's ending, so we needn't go too far down that rabbit hole. But quick side note here, Ben also notes that the camp followers are ridden with poxy, which, okay, is always true, but let's consider there's a pandemic going around right now in the Pale Mare. I'm going to bet the exploits of the camp followers aren't going to help with stemming that tide, so we might see that rushing through these ranks as well soon enough. Overall though, this little passage seems to go against the earlier theme we had of Tyrion finally being Tyrion again. Apparently that's just reserved for this 10 alone. Otherwise, he must go on pretending that he is something other than he is, no matter what Tyrion's thoughts or wants about that particular portrait of him that's going to be given out to everyone might be. But back to the parchment signing. He's got through the 1,000 dragon ones now, and he's just got 3 left. The big 3. There's 10,000 apiece for Casporio and Inkpots/Tibero. And well, what can you say about that? 10,000. They've made up pretty well for having someone just walk themselves into your tent one day. That's what you call good luck. And just to remind you, this is what Anguy won back in the Hands Tourney, all the way back in the Game of Thrones. So we know it is definitely supposed to be a real life-changing amount of money, even if Anguy didn't really make the best use of it. So these two have come out of this situation very well indeed. And another quick side note for you here, Tyrion makes the joke that Inkpots, his real name being Tibero, might actually be a secret Lannister, which is a question we've just had so many times throughout Essos, both in this book and in Feast. So you're really thinking, there probably is one somewhere, a real actual missing Lannister, but it's probably not this one. Tyrion's just making a joke, the surname doesn't sound Westerosi at all. I wonder if Tyrion will one day meet Tycho Nestoris and ask the same question. As for Tibero, the actual word and name, that sounds like a Shakespeare connection to me, but it isn't to the best of my knowledge. Do correct me if there is a Tibero somewhere in the works of Shakespeare. So that's 2 of the 3, but what about this last, final parchment? Well, unsurprisingly, that belongs to Brown Ben Plum. 100,000 golden dragons, 50 hides of fertile land, a castle and a lordship. Well and well, this plum does not come cheaply. No, Tyrion, he certainly does not. 100,000 dragons is a higher amount than anything we've heard of for quite some time. Plus, this obviously vaults Ben up into the Westerosi nobility, more than his surname is already deserving of. He's becoming a lord, he'll have an actual castle. You can't really aim much higher for a man in his position. So this is pretty major, although it also does make sense. Tyrion's got to make it worth even more than Cersei's offer, or why would Ben bother, aside from the reasons that Tyrion provided last time. And again, Tyrion continues with the mummery angle. This is all a show of some sort, and I'd go out on a limb and say he never expects this particular singular parchment to be honoured. Well, that's probably what he's hoping anyway. But either way, this time he decides not to go for the flourish of acting and opts for the understated instead. With that, it is done, and Ben must be very pleased indeed to take the signed parchment back from Tyrion. That decision to leave Daenerys looks pretty good right now. So now that's done, Tyrion can actually get to the bit that he wants, which is officially joining the company. And as a treat to us, that involves another gigantic novelty book. As soon as that's mentioned, it gets me thinking of the White Book all the way back in White Sword Tower. They're pretty fun to compare as opposite ends of society, at least as far as fighting men are concerned. One is full of noble deeds of the upper class, with noble names and grand gestures. The other is a list of the supposedly nameless, the ones who don't matter and who sell their sword without honour. One lives in a tower. One lives in a tent. They both have the deeds, but the actual circumstances of them could hardly be more different. One is the noble story of protecting royalty. The other is the record of how some men just try to get paid. And that fits in with the family dynamics, doesn't it? Because each of these books has the name of a Lannister brother within. The golden boy, the hero who fits all the traditional requirements of being the main man, the prototype for what you would find in these stories, he gets to be in the White Book. Tyrion, on the other end of the scale in terms of beautiful golden boys, has to be in the other book. And that's how it's always seemed to Tyrion, that Jaime gets the glory and the attention, and he's left with what he believes to be beneath him. Tyrion would never get in the White Book, and Jaime would never lower himself to this one. So it's quite good for bringing back all those feelings of the Lannister hierarchy for Tyrion and his difference to the rest of the family. Also, it's just interesting for those of us who really like to nerd out over history, which let's face it, is probably most of us. And we get some little tidbits very quickly here, although you get the sense that George could have made this paragraph an entire page long with old references and stories if he had the time. He loves that kind of stuff. For now, we just get some names that we briefly recognise just from reading the books, and some we really recognise from further readings. For instance, the first up is Bittersteel, who was actually introduced to us in Feast and has been discussed a fair bit in Dance thanks to Jon Snow meeting the Golden Company. It was actually mentioned way back then that he and some of his supporters went to the Second Sons first, which does a great job of dating the company in our mind, before he went off to form the Golden Company. The next name is Aerion Targaryen, the not-so-bright prince, who's actually been mentioned in the main books more than we might remember straight off. And from a large cross-section of characters too, from Aemon, originally, that's when we first heard of him, to Olenna Tyrell, to Alester Florent. So his is a well-known tale, although for the wrong reasons. I've never heard him called the Bright Prince though, which is what he's referred to as here. Normally it's just Aerion Brightflame. For what it's worth, Jon Snow thinks of Aegon as their Bright Prince in his second chapter of Dance. Make of that what you will. But we've never been told within the series that Aerion Brightflame had come over to sell his sword at any point. Obviously, this links much better to the novellas, where we grew to hate the guy pretty quickly, and where he gets sent off at the end of those, so this would be after all those events. There's even a Stark in here, a sellsword Stark, yes it's true, Roderick, the Wandering Wolf, who we actually have heard of before, way back in Game of Thrones, when Bran was doing his tour of the crypts and rattling off his trivia knowledge, although the wandering part was never actually mentioned. Just him apparently winning Bear Island in a wrestling match before handing it over to House Mormont, so I wonder if Jorah recognises that story here. The Wandering Wolf name, and this story of how he came here, is outside of the main series reading. Keeping in the history lane, we learn of the old tradition of new signees signing in blood. Everyone who wants to make an impression, and possibly because he doesn't want there to be any loopholes that can trip him up later, Tyrion insists on doing it the old way as well. Besides, it's a handy way to also do his latest disease test, which is always good to remind us of, even if Jon Snow has just brought it up recently as well. And when Tyrion does actually sign, we discover that Jorah has also already signed up, so that's good to know. Welcome to the Second Sons, Lord Tyrion. Lord Tyrion, the dwarf liked the sound of that. This is a big moment for Tyrion, to get back to a position of note, of influence. Even if he's not really there just yet, titles do have power. And the best part of this is how comparable it is to Cersei being called Your Grace again. Just last week, I probably should have made a bigger deal of the chapter sequencing there that we go from Cersei to Tyrion. I didn't think of that at the time. With that done, and considering himself an equal among brothers now, Tyrion doesn't waste time establishing his new position. He wants arms and armour, as is due to him as a paid up member. So maybe that was the whole point, just getting himself whatever protection he could before the battle starts. It seems like a tiny deal in the grand scale of things, but it might end up mattering a whole bunch if it does come to a fight. Tyrion knows the truth of that, he's been in battle before. You take whatever you can get. Still, it's probably not the whole aim, just a happy byproduct. And another thing that's clear from the beginning is he's also tired of being ordered around, and he won't accept such anymore. He's had enough of being on the receiving end throughout this whole book, obviously as a slave and before as well. So when Inkpots tells him to fetch Penny, when Ben decides that she should also have steel to keep her hidden, Tyrion initially rebukes that, while also giving a glimpse of a new direction that he's going with Penny. When Inkpots doesn't care either way, Tyrion does relent and goes to meet her. So in that conversation with Inkpots, he gave an impression of being annoyed with Penny, and our obvious concern is that this new position he's reached now, this freedom, is going to go to his head, and he's going to leave Penny behind emotionally, and forget all that they became together in chapters gone past, which we'd hate to see obviously. The fact that he waits her up for his boot is perhaps not the best sign to comfort us with. We find that Penny has sunk deep into melancholy, further than we've ever seen from her before, which seems like it should be the opposite reaction to being freed from slavery, but does a sellsword company full of men really represent that much liberation to someone like Penny? Besides, we're reminded that she's specifically upset because she left behind Pretty Pig and Crunch the dog. Tyrion simply can't understand this, but it stabs me right in the heart, and if you've ever had a pet, then you probably feel the same. Besides, as we've said plenty of times, they are far more than just pets to her. They are representatives of everything she once had, that old lifestyle with her brother. They're part of the only job and purpose she ever had. They're how she earns her living and buys her food and derives any self-value or direction, and they are her family. It's all she's got left of that former life, of her brother, of everything she's ever known, and she loves them in general. She loves them outright. But none of that is occurring to Tyrion right now. Not only because he can't empathise with what the Owls meant to her, but also because his mind has been a bit busy plotting to bother looking through her lens anymore. Besides, he believes that maybe she should be thankful for what he's done for her, or at least cheer up a bit. Okay, well, in a certain light, I suppose we can see what he means in terms of him taking a huge risk and coming up with everything on his own, but it's also a bit besides the point. If we want to look at everything in terms of overall score, then what about all she has done for him? Or how about her forgetting what he's already done to her in the past? Let's not forget that rather big issue. I think more likely it's the fact that Tyrion is a little bit pleased with himself in this plan coming off, and he's constantly having to act like he doesn't like the result, as we just saw in the opening. So if he had his choice, he'd like to be able to come back to Penny and revel in their success a bit. He wants to have impressed someone, he wants to hear some compliments, and if that comes in the form of gratitude, then great. Again, we can understand some of that need, but the return of Tyrion's pride, as well as his skill, is something we'd probably prefer to not see, especially in relation to Penny. We know how important that relationship has been for the both of them, and Tyrion was definitely the bigger beneficiary, so we'd much rather prefer that to still be honoured. I've no doubt that some of it is Tyrion also not liking that his greatest victory in recent times, and his effort to save Penny, hasn't resulted in her happiness. It frustrates him, even if he can't quite distill it into such a thought. He wants the women in his life to be happy with him, to appreciate his efforts, and that hasn't happened. We can look back at his previous relationships and see why he has this need to please, why he has this need for evidence that he's pleasing. We can talk a lot about what happened with Shay, we can talk a lot about what happened with Tysha. And even here, when there's no romantic entanglement, that can still be true, even if really he should just actually stop and think about it for a moment, think about what he's doing and what effect it's had on Penny. Luckily, we discover that he does still care, as if that was really in doubt. We know Tyrion putting up a front and clinging to his rediscovered ego when we see it. When he becomes concerned that Penny might actually be suffering from the pale mare, and that obviously gets us very worried straight away. And it does make sense, doesn't it? She was near Yezan, and she could have picked it up anywhere in the camp, and we've had so much focus on the pale mare in our marine chapters that we're convinced it's got to take down someone major at some point, whether it be in dance or winds. And wouldn't it be ironic if we spent half a book worrying about Tyrion falling to a great disease, only for the person next to him to go down instead? It would certainly cap a tragic arc of Penny's, and the pain Tyrion would inevitably go through at such an ending is interesting to think of, but we'd never trade Penny's life to get it. We don't want her coming to harm at all, but definitely not like this. So the danger of the pale mare stays within every marine chapter. Whether you're in a camp or atop a pyramid, it's only going to increase in tension as we go, all the way up to the Battle of Fire itself, where sure it's going to come for someone that we know and care about. Plus, there's the danger of others in the company suspecting the same as Tyrion has. If they think she's ill, they'll drive her off. And then if they do that, will Tyrion then be faced with a choice of risking slavery again to go out with her? Or are we even sure that he would act how we would hope he would? It's very dodgy ground indeed. Would he just abandon her and stay in his new situation? And actually, this question isn't going to be solved here in this chapter. Penny could still be ill, or she could contract it later, so just keep that in mind. 4 wins, we don't know what's coming. In keeping with the usual Penny technique, Tyrion decides not to trouble her with such an idea that she might be ill, although, like I say, it's definitely going to stick with us. Instead, he tells her that he's officially signed with the Second Sons, and her immediate response is to ask if she can join too. Now, we readers understand why that is. We know she's still flailing. She doesn't know her place in the world anymore. She doesn't know her place in the world any more than she did when she met Tyrion in Volantis, except she's actually lost far more since then now. So as we've seen before from her, she's trying to latch on to any sense of security. Signing with the Sons might offer some form of stability or give her some place in the world. It might keep her close to Tyrion and Jorah and not just left behind. It might even allow her a new crowd to joust in front of. And it might keep her from slavery as well. Yet we can guess that this isn't the response that Tyrion wanted. He says something that he did, she talks about herself instead. How dare she? Tyrion, foolishly, would rather talk about himself a bit instead of thinking on why she's asking about this specifically and straight away. After he confirms that she probably can't join, not officially anyway like he and Jorah did, she immediately moves to her next greatest need after security, crunch and pretty. And the hope in her voice, the delusion that's not so dissimilar from what we saw in Sweets when Yazan died, it's rough. I think Penny knows what has likely happened to her two greatest remaining loves, but she can't even face the idea. And I don't blame her. It really is a bit of an icicle to the heart. So Tyrion again takes the approach that it's kinder to lie, or just outright ignore the question in this case, rather than put Penny through such pain when she's already suffering. And we can argue the morality of that and whether that approach is really right in the long run or doing more harm than good, but we can certainly see why he would take that approach and why many of us would really. It's difficult to hurt anyone like that, especially Penny. But then there's also the add-on that Tyrion knows telling her anything like that will also make their own existence harder. Penny will retreat further, will kick up more of a fuss, and won't work with him, so he's going to give himself the smoother route, maybe because he still has plans to put into action. Unfortunately, when Tyrion tells her about them getting armour and weapons, and she doesn't move, he runs out of patience in terms of needing that cooperation, or just that activity from her. Soon moves it to a physical level now. He seizes her wrist, pulls her up, roughly throws the clothes in her face. Penny doesn't react to that in the moment, it's not really focused on in the text either, but it's a worrying hint. It's a trend we really don't want to see start. We well know now that Tyrion has the capacity to be abusive, and we absolutely do not want Penny to suffer such on top of everything else, especially when we've seen what their relationship can be. They were closer, they were nice to each other. For now, if we want to be kind, we can take the view that Tyrion is doing it to save her. He's trying to be cruel to be kind because he needs her to wake up a bit, realise the situation, and help him help her. At least in terms of disguising themselves with this armour. That wasn't Tyrion's idea, but he can see its worth, and we're hoping that protecting Penny is still pretty high on his priority list. We definitely suspect that, so he wants to get it done. Or what might not be as obvious is to remember the intense stress that Tyrion is under right now. We got a hint of it in his last chapter, when we got a bit of internal monologue from him. For the most part, he's keeping it super smooth on the surface, but underneath he's really cracking in desperation and under the weight of responsibility. Now some of that has been shed now that with the second sons, but a lot remains in terms of the danger via battle or disease or whatever else. And it's the fact that he's not just looking after himself, that's what's getting to him. He's got Penny and he's kind of got Jorah too, and that's the part that stresses him out. We've seen that before back in King's Landing, whenever he had to worry about Shay's safety from Cersei or anyone else, and that makes complete sense as well, because considering his history with Tysha, the protection of women that he's close to or is in a relationship with is always going to be a super big need for him to achieve, because he's seen how bad it can go if he fails. That's obviously a trauma that's just never going to leave him. So, because he's so desperate to protect her, he's taking the rougher road of Penny, as long as it keeps her safe. Off Tyrion and Penny go now, and George treats us to some deeper looks into how a sellsword company is set up. We learn some more names, which you would think might be of importance later on in Winds, whether due to them all going into battle together, or Tyrion maybe influencing the company somehow. We meet Snatch, and Tyrion's now given a chance to think back on his past of killing, especially giving attention to the crossbow, and Tywin of course. So we might be expecting a bad mood coming in, as it normally does when we think of Tywin, but we managed to avoid it this time, even while Snatch clearly disbelieves Tyrion's claim of killing 9 men. From there, we meet Kem, a flea-bottom lad by Tyrion's guest and keen brain, which seems so strange to meet this far across the world, but it just goes to show it takes all sorts. We then get a surprising backstory from Kem, that he was there on the Blackwater when the battle came, that he tried to run when Tywin arrived but got left by Stannis' fleeing ships. It's all very dramatic, which very easily could have been the end of him, but apparently he survived. Then he heard of how survivors of Stannis' army were being sent up to the wall, so he got himself across the narrow sea and joined the Second Sons. Quite the tale. One that we weren't expecting to hear, but the first thing to say is that Kem is obviously a very resourceful young man to survive all that and take it upon himself to save his life and get out of there. Plenty, much older than him, have tried similar and failed. So what we really have is Tyrion talking to a broken man, even if it's a different form to those we normally meet. A broken man who's doing much better than most, but a man who still had his life changed by a battle, one that Tyrion was also affected by. Still, we have some questions here. Why is George including this, for example? Well, it's in keeping with Tyrion's thoughts. He's already thinking back to Tywin and to home with all those parchments he signed. He's got to be thinking about the Blackwater a lot on some level, given that he's on the eve of battle now, and how often does he actually meet someone face to face that fought in the battle that he was such a large part of? Someone who he indirectly affected, he really did change Kem's life. How odd that they should meet again now. It gives that vibe of looking back again, the tying the bow together. But I also ask, why was Kem fighting for Stannis if he's from King's Landing? Should he not have been on the other side protecting the city? Don't know, maybe there's circumstances in that, maybe it doesn't matter at all. But on top of that, we have the age-old question we have with everything that comes up out of the blue. Is this supposed to be a hint of some fashion? Has Tyrion interacted with this person before? Will he be of importance again? To my knowledge, I don't have any theories on that, on who Kem really is, or who his friend was, or what importance he might be. So if you've got an idea, do feel free to let me know, but maybe it's just another reminder of the past instead. But for now, these two men, thrown far away from the world they once knew, continue to connect over what was and what they've lost. It's a scene we definitely weren't expecting to see, and it's quite a pace change from what we've had from other chapters in this part of the book. It's definitely a real lean into the ideas of the past, just to help out that bow tying, like I say, even more. For Kem, he misses a friend, perhaps someone he loved, plus his brother Kennit who died on the Bridge of Ships, so that's really honing in on what was created by Tyrion, however unintentionally. That's the reason his scar is itching, I would bet. The other half will be the memory of what he lost on that bridge. That would be enough of a trip to satisfy the thematic need to look back at the end of the arc and tot up what has happened, but George pushes it even further, as he's reminded of the singer's stew that he once created with a deadly order to Bronn. And then that gets beaten out when Tyrion is asked what he misses about that life. Jaime, thought Tyrion. Shae, Tysha, my wife. I miss my wife, the wife I hardly knew. There you go, so that's the stuff we like, some actual honesty given both to us and himself. He's admitting what he misses, what's important to him, and that idea mainly relates to Jaime. He's finally admitting that he does miss Jaime, that he still loves him, and that's important to point out because that was absolutely not the case earlier on in the book. Sometimes he slipped up in admitting his feelings for his brother, but he'd always hastily correct himself, but not this time. So maybe it's actual slavery realigning his priorities. Maybe it's the prospect of battle and death making him appreciate what he had. Maybe it's just being around warriors and battle that makes him think of Jaime, given what he normally associates with him. Or perhaps it's the penny effect of bringing him back to the lighter way of thinking. Either way, it's something we love to see, because we all really want to see those two have a reunion, given what they mean to each other deep down. We want to see the lies and bullshit get removed, the things they both have wrong about each other, and this is still a very long way away from that, but it's the tiniest of steps in that direction, so that's cool and it gives us hope for the future. And let's also give a nod to the fact that he did think of Shae. That's nice that she gets a mention because he so often overlooks her. Even if he still misses the point that he doesn't actually miss Shae herself, he misses the idea of Shae, the one she presented to him as part of their arrangement. He's still lacking some proper analysis of all that. And let's not forget Tysha, of course, the one he misses most. We didn't need to be told that, we well know it, but it has been a while since he mentioned it. He's been a bit distracted of late, of course, and hasn't been thinking about where she might have gone, but it's always a major part of him, and George has to include it in this long passage of really just taking stock of Tyrion as a character. This is a really key sentence. All those thoughts are too private though, and it works against the image that Tyrion is trying to present, so he puts on his acting and tells Kem that he just misses wine, women, and his wealth. But then again, privately he thinks, wealth will buy you wine and whores. It will also buy you swords, and the Kems to wield them. So it's another hint of Tyrion having something up his sleeve, of having a goal he's ultimately moving towards. He thinks he's buying this company as an employer just as much as a member. He intends to use them at some point. That might be for the immediate in the Battle of Meereen, or he might still be planning his revenge tour of Westeros. He definitely likes the idea of being in command again, of replacing his mountain men after so long without them. Oh Shagga, we do miss you. That's why he's having this long conversation with Kem, to integrate himself, to learn, to get on side. That conversation ends with a reminder of the difference between them rather than the similarity, the class gap that still exists. Both of them are Westerosi, but Tyrion is still a Lannister, and a proud one of sorts, as he insists that the family are lions, not snakes. So again, we have that revisiting idea, as if Tyrion is checking all of his pockets to make sure he's got all of his core themes before he moves over to Winds. And he's really setting a precedent here. We're going to see that in a lot of final chapters. We learn more names now as they reach the makeshift armory, ran by the master and apprentice known as Hammer and Nail, just to show that George can still get the chuckles in, even in an ending act. And then Tyrion has yet more memory of his home, as he mentally compares the armor before him in its big piles to what he would find back at Casterly Rock. And yes, they do mention that they need an armourer. Well, you've got to wonder, every time that's brought up, they need a smith. Is that a hint for a future for Gendry? Maybe he'll wind up here? Every time I hear smith, I think Gendry. Now it is time for Jorah Mormont to enter the chapter, even if Tyrion doesn't even recognise him at first. Half of it is because he's dressed in a real hodgepodge of mismatched armour, just again to show what it's like to work in a sellsword company, but also because the man seems to have undergone a complete transformation since Tyrion saved him from slavery. He looks every inch a sellsword, and not at all the half-broken thing we took from Yazan's cage, Tyrion reflected. So, we have the reignition of Jorah Mormont, all thanks to Tyrion's efforts. Now that he's been shoved back into the world and the identity that he's always known, that of the warrior and the fighter, he seems to have found himself again. Sure, he'd prefer for himself not to be a sellsword, but he has done it before and it sure beats the hell out of slavery, which clearly affected him very badly, even if the Daenerys factor was still large in the equation. He's motivated, he's talking clearly for the first time in ages, he seems driven and back to himself once more. We won't get to see the result of that and what it means in this chapter, but it's very interesting to consider, and probably a welcome sight by Tyrion in terms of preparing for the battle ahead, and maybe even solidifying the relationship between them. At least someone should be happy that he got them here. I wonder if Jorah does actually appreciate that effort. Will that come through in their relationship during wins? Even his bruises have begun to fade, although Tyrion notes that his branding is still there. They will never go away, that's just a part of him now. And we should mention the irony in Jorah having become a slave. We probably should have mentioned it a lot earlier actually, but consider the importance of one of Dany's closest people, her closest advisors, at least at one point, becoming a slave. How was she going to react to that? And to go with it, Jorah was always dismissing Dany's efforts. He was more than callous about slaves on multiple occasions, so there's the irony that he ended up in this position as well, to say nothing of his actual origins back in Westeros and what he got up to there. Now we have a difficult bit here. I'll be glad to see Jorah back in this mood. We don't like him still. No, of course not. He's weird and creepy and horrible. But we probably didn't want him to remain as he was in recent chapters. What does it all mean? It seems like George is getting him back in a position to affect the plot in some way, as we'd all expect he is a big character. Does it mean he'll have a big role in the battle? Or what about after? Is he going to get back to Dany? Is he going to be accepted back into her inner circle? Will he have to do something to earn that honour? She's going to have thoughts about Jorah in her final chapter next week, so the door is at least left open for some kind of reunion. And we're not too over the moon about that possibility, because again, Jorah, creep. But we have to figure that he does have a large role to play still. George has got plans. Maybe he can even be the bridge between her and Tyrion. And let's not forget, his great desire is also to be able to return home. So he might get involved with the western trip that we're all hoping for from Daenerys' camp. Maybe it even depends on timing, and if Barry is going to go over to Aegon, he could perhaps move into that spot. He probably is going to be of considerable use in the upcoming battle, in all fairness. He always seems hungry for it, to do the work of Daenerys, to defend her legend and her name, especially with what's promised at the end of this chapter. We'll come back to that obviously at a later time. But yeah, I think Jorah, there's something there. Kind of keep your eye on this spot. He is going to be big news again. But instead of going further with that, we now have a scene of Penny and Tyrion digging through the piles of armour, trying to find something to wear, and Penny's attitude couldn't be more different to earlier on. She's even giggling as they sift through and she tries on different armour sets. And then Tyrion is playing along and pinching her nose, and this is just, again, the complete opposite of what we had. Is Penny just in a good mood because she's got something to distract her, because Jorah is looking better and therefore she feels safer? Or is it just a symbol of her grief that her mood is so up and down? Or then again, you can say the same for Tyrion. He was grumpy earlier, now he's stealing noses. And there we have another part that is equal parts heartbreaking, heartwarming, and awkward. Her eyes got big. You like my nose? Oh, 7 save me, thought Tyrion. And that continues with Penny summoning the bravery to ask if Tyrion might like other parts of her. So we have those old points that we've made before of Penny searching for affection, validation, something to actually feel nice about for a change, another distraction perhaps, as well as maybe some genuine affection for Tyrion. Luckily, or unluckily, depending on what way you want to look at it, Tyrion does not reciprocate, and he does not intend to string her along or use her, so that's good at least, even if we do feel bad for Penny that she's not going to get back what she wants or needs. We understand why, with the oncoming battle, that she feels like this, as well as the loss of place in the world and the loss of all her loved ones. She needs this, and we have to hope that she will find that reciprocation somewhere at some point, whether from Tyrion or someone else. And someone else probably would be the kinder option overall. Luckily, he manages to change the subject to the task at hand, and we get yet more walks down memory lane, even further now, as Tyrion goes all the way back to the Battle of the Green Fork and the armour he wore there. Ah yes, his famous spiked helm that we all recall from what seems like centuries ago. Penny suggests that he takes a crossbow. We know that would have plenty of thematic resonance to have one of those back in his hands after what happened the last time he held one, although surprisingly Tyrion doesn't even reference that. He purely thinks about the logistics of what's to come in this battle and why a crossbow isn't a good choice. I think that almost takes us by surprise a little bit. Tyrion's had so many schemes lately, we know he's planning more than we might have assumed. We might have assumed that he was going to try and do something to avoid battle. And we're really guessing by now that we're not going to see that actual battle in this book, although I suppose this is our last chance to think that we might. And we know that Barry is making efforts to avoid one altogether. So it catches us off guard that Tyrion has resolved that this is going to happen, that he and Penny will be in an actual real life battle, and he's going to take any tiny chance he can to help himself survive, which he does here by turning down the crossbow, and then a morning star, and then a warhammer, and then a mace, all of them too ill-fitting for his skills. He lands on a dirk instead, and we're left wondering exactly what use he will make of it later on. Now it's Penny's turn, and while we can see she's taking this all quite lightly and having some fun, rooting through armour and weapons, almost like it's a big mum's chest or something, Tyrion is the one talking direct, giving accurate advice on how people their size can still kill on a battlefield. He knows, he's done it. Aim for their feet, get them on the ground, kill them. And it's him saying this that seems to get across some of the reality to Penny. the reality of what they're actually facing. And because it's so intimidating and awful and everything else, she retreats back into her thoughts of comfort, which is when it unfortunately happens. Penny looked as though she was about to cry. Last night I dreamed my brother was alive again. We were jousting before some great lord, riding Crunch and Pretty Pig, and men were throwing roses at us. We were so happy. Tyrion slapped her. It was a soft blow, all in all, a little flick of the wrist with hardly any force behind it. It did not even leave a mark upon her cheek, but her eyes filled with tears all the same. So it built up, we saw it earlier, and now it's finally overspilled. And that's horrible. We hate to see it, of course. It's physical violence against an innocent girl, a character we love who is stuck in one of the most awful scenarios possible through no fault of her own whatsoever. She's a victim of an incredibly cruel world, and we hate that it's come to this. We hate that Tyrion is physically assaulting her because obviously that's bad, it shouldn't be done. He should not do it, there's nothing right about it, and it's in such a keen difference to what we saw in their early relationship and what we might have hoped for it. Now it's come down to this, and well, I'll say it again, we hate it. And yet, I guess we have to say it, it's also understandable. We've just been talking about how we feel on the edge of battle here, more than ever just yet, and Tyrion feels that Penny needs to recognise the reality. Maybe in previous situations, she might have been able to get by with her head stuck in the sand and Tyrion just holding her hand, but not this time. This time it is a real battle. Tyrion knows the reality of that, and knows she needs to be aware if there is any hope for survival, the odds of which are already astronomically low. So if this is what it takes to get her to realise, he's going to do it, even if it's wrong, even if it makes her hate him, even if it makes him a bad person. So he tells her everything straight up, even the heart-piercing truth about her beloved friends, unfortunately. He tells her what is coming, and he tells her to get some steel on because she will need it. And while we can never say that hitting Penny is the right thing, we can say maybe Tyrion does have the best intentions. I'll admit straight up that I remembered this to be a more toxic, problematic moment born out of Tyrion being too much of Dark Tyrion again, but it's really not. He's doing this to save her, he's doing this because he cares. Now that might not make it the correct avenue to do that, especially with him thinking that he didn't slap her that hard, as though that makes any difference in the act at all. But we can see why, and we can agree that Penny probably does need to wake up and see what's what to try and lessen her suffering. We don't want that to be a requirement. We'd rather that she can live in her happy memories and keep her naivety. We'd all take that as first choice for her if we could, but the situation simply does not allow for it. So Tyrion takes the responsibility on his shoulders again, whatever that makes him, and we have to respect the intent at least. The other trouble, of course, is it might be a slippery slope indeed. The continued pressure and danger might still get to Tyrion, Penny might freak out even more, he might not know what to do, we can see this getting worse before it gets better. Unfortunately, that does link into the preview chapters a bit, but we won't visit that just yet. Either way, the effect is not immediate right here. Penny still wishes to go back to some form of safety or comfort, or basically anything that isn't this, so she picks on the latest change in her life, yet another one that wasn't her choice, leaving Yezan's tent. There was no impending battle there, so far as she knew, so why couldn't they just stay there when they were treated nicely and everything was okay? And even with Tyrion pointing out that she's talking about slavery, she doesn't balk. She tries to rationalise it, to say, hey, whatever name you put on it, we were okay and in a better situation than now. We were Yezan's treasures. His pets, thought Tyrion, and he loved us so much that he sent us to the pit to be devoured by lions. See, Tyrion, he can see the truth. They were basically seen as less than human. It was no life at all. Penny's argument is that that's a better alternative to death, even if Tyrion knows that that's a lie as well. He still can't bring himself to tell her about the lions, that's just a step too far even for him. But he does tell her all who were left there died. There was never an option to stay, and there's a great chance that was true. But beyond that, we get a really brilliant, touching paragraph about the nature of slavery. It's a follow-on from what we've had before from some Dany chapters and definitely previous Tyrion chapters about the nature of slavery and people finding comfort in it, even safety, even happiness. Or the illusion of that, at least in some people. Proud men might shout that they would sooner die free than live as slaves, but pride was cheap. When the steel struck the flint, such men were rare as dragon's teeth. Elsewise, the world would not have been so full of slaves. There has never been a slave who did not choose to be a slave, the dwarf reflected. Their choice may be between bondage and death, but the choice is always there. And he includes himself in that, in all fairness. He made concessions, he played the part and took the path of least resistance and forgot the pride that he's known his whole life as a free human. But he's still bought in, physically at least, if not mentally. He even thinks that Jorah, who went to such extreme levels of resistance, would have bent eventually, because there's literally no other choice. So that's a wonderful choice again by George to include that as a different way of looking at slavery and the actual mental effects of such and how people cope with it and all these other things that you might miss looking in from the outside or not considering all levels. It's just a brilliant inclusion for our continued talks on the nature of slavery and what we're up against and what Dany is trying to end. It's been such a major theme of this book and others, and even though this is Tyrion's last and he's no longer a slave technically, we're all imagining that this theme in general won't be going anywhere in Winds anytime soon. Here's the next quote from him. And Penny, well, Penny had been searching for a new master since the day her brother Groat had lost his head. She wants someone to take care of her, someone to tell her what to do. Well, that one hits a bit harder. Tyrion's harsh but likely true analysis of Penny and what she's been missing since the event that tore her life apart, the one indirectly linked to Tyrion, don't forget, he's equating that to slavery, a lifelong type of slavery that's been forced upon her by the circumstances of the world and of her birth. Now that's a bit of a general overview and it's missing a lot of nuance, but we can see how Tyrion arrives at such a conclusion, and he's pretty right about most of it. Penny does want someone to look after her, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Tyrion's comment is that right here and now, she has to do some looking after herself because the battle is coming. Besides, if he and Jorah fall in this battle, which is again incredibly likely, she'll have no one, and she needs to be aware of that. He makes that clear by putting the responsibility on her. If she wants to be a slave again, then fine. That bit she can have a choice about, but what is coming brings no choice. She must survive and she must play a part in that, so it's another cruel to be kind situation. As if that isn't enough for the sense of a coming battle, the sense of drama that's really going to carry us through the first 3 chapters today, being so closely tied as they are, to say nothing of our last chapter. Now Jorah chimes in with his expectations of what's coming. You could have almost forgotten he was there actually, couldn't you? In his opinion, they are doomed. The Yunkish have almost definitely lost this battle even if they won't admit it. And that pricks our ears up because everything else we've been hearing would paint it as the opposite. It's Barry who's been really worried. He's convinced that they might lose. And in fairness, Jorah seems to be forgetting that Volantis is on their way. And even exempting that, he's being a bit picky with his information, or is simply lacking it, maybe just doesn't know all. He says there is simply no beating the Unsullied, and he would know he's marched with them. And that might be true, but last we heard they were shut up in their barracks not taking part. But again, of course Jorah is not to know that. Then he references the dragons, which is much more tenuous. Sure, even just the 2 dragons could completely change the battle. Brown Ben knew that back in his Marine days, but the question is, would they? Can they be controlled and used in a battle yet? Jorah says yes because he's managed to convince himself that Dany is coming back with Drogon. Because of course he has. The mind of a bear simply wouldn't be able to deal with the possibility that she's truly gone. He would never accept that. So none of it is really set in stone, although it does link into conversations we'll be having later on, but it could all come against them, it's true. What's far more set in stone, and immediately obvious, is how rubbish their own side is. The Yunkish lordlings, lacking any sense of even the most basic cohesion, all with their weird and flawed companies. And you can never count on the sellswords, etc, etc, it's all there, so he says they will lose, which gives us the ending of Tyrion Dance arc. Oh, I know, said Tyrion. The second sons are on the losing side. They need to turn their cloaks again, and do it now, he grinned. Leave that to me. So there you go, that's what we expected, isn't it? We thought he had a plan, whether it be for the immediate or for the much longer term. Well, he's definitely got at least one of them. He's going to try and have a major influence on this battle and for what's going to happen to everyone by turning the second sons back to where they already came from, back to the side of Meereen and Daenerys. So good for us, our hunch was right, but it's just very, very exciting, isn't it? Because we know what a big deal that would be. And it brings with it loads of questions, like how will Tyrion actually accomplish this? What specific plan or persuasion will he use to get Brown Ben over to the other side? Or maybe does it even not include Brown Ben at all? And then we can ask about the actual logistics of what effect that will have on the battle. We can't really guess yet, but when we link it forward to Barristan's last chapter next week, then we can really see how valuable that turning can be. But then again, it's not going to be known by the other side. We would assume anyway. So is there going to be confusion? Are mistakes going to be made? Are they going to end up fighting against potential allies? Could possibly be worse things have happened. So yes, that drives up our excitement for a battle that we're really very keen to see. And again, we're going to be getting more build-up from here about that. So this isn't even at our most excited point. But we keep talking about the build of the battle. It's going to keep coming. We're going to keep getting that sense. And maybe it's starting to really stand out to us as the major want. Because we did say last time that with the Battle of Ice, there's going to be a bit more of a wait. Even when we get into Winds, they've still got some things to do before that battle can start. Not really the same situation over here. This battle could really kick off almost immediately in the Winds of Winter. So we've really got that sense of anticipation there. Even if we move past the battle itself, this promise from Tyrion here leaves us a lot more questions about getting people onto particular sides of this war. For instance, Brown Ben. How is he going to persuade Ben to go back to Daenerys given what he actually did? And we talked a lot before when he did his betraying and leaving originally, what Dany's reaction would be. Is she going to come back and have to put up with him because his turning of the cloak won them the battle? Or is she going to see that and just be a lot more ruthless after her experiences on the Dothraki Sea and kill him anyway? And then what reactions will that have? It's all just ripples and ripples and ripples. And that's just for Brown Ben. That's important, but it's actually the least of these characters that can get back over to her. Imagine how important this is to Jorah. that re-meeting, what that means to Dany. How does she react to that one and those betrayals? Again, that'll be spoken of a bit in her last chapter. And on top of that, it gets Tyrion on the right side, the side that we've been expecting since he first met Illyrio so long ago. His final goal will actually be completed, maybe. We will actually get to see Daenerys and Tyrion together, that whole melding of the Triforce, two of the major characters in this series. Well, this looks like it's going to be the avenue to do that, should it all work. Yes, that grin of his, it really gets us, doesn't it? The real Tyrion has returned already after his incredibly hard path throughout this book. We've seen it in the recent chapters, but it looks like he's going to do it again. As I said, we knew he was planning something. It turns out we were right, and we're hungry to see that plan be enacted. Overall, it's a kind of an odd ending chapter, considering what we said at the beginning. Let's just think back to Tyrion's other final chapters of books for a moment, because there's only Game of Thrones that's really comparable. That chapter, Tyrion 9 of Game of Thrones, that was after the Battle of the Green Fork. That was all about hearing what's been going on at Riverrun. So that was like the calmest one, in a similar way to how this one is kind of a calmer one, but it was still after the battle. This one is before. Then again, I guess that's just in keeping with how this book is ending, with everything still to come instead of just happened. Still, we had Tyrion being sent off to King's Landing, we had that whole promise, so again, a little bit different. We can say the same thing about A Clash of Kings, Tyrion 15, after the Battle of the Blackwater, him trying to tot up what had happened, him trying to deal with that. Again, that's reaction, this is still kind of pre-action, if you want to call it that. And then the real starkest difference is obviously his last chapter in A Storm of Swords. That incredibly exciting, incredibly important moment of killing Shae and killing Tywin and escaping. It's not comparable to this one at all. But you can see the kind of importance that's been placed on these final Tyrion chapters, and this one maybe doesn't feel quite the same, but then maybe just that ending sentence is enough to replace all of that. Maybe it is enough to get our motors going. And again, actually, if I refer back to last week, you might remember that I said Ash's chapter leads into her previews, or Theon's preview at least, better than any of the other preview chapters, but now I might reverse that because I actually think it might be Tyrion and Barristan that have the strongest connection to the previews that we've been given so far. And again, I'll remind you that this is actually going to all become much more valuable after this chapter passes somehow. When Barry builds up to the war next week in his last chapter, we'll realise how valuable Tyrion's unique view of this battle is going to be once it all kicks off, far more than just a mere camera, as well as how much he might be able to swing the outcome depending on whether this sellsword gambit works. And we're probably guessing that it will, that's something we want to see. There might still be fallout from that, it might not all go smoothly, but that's what we're hoping. We're obviously hoping for a Marine victory in this battle, and it seems like this is Tyrion's way into that side of things, like we said. And there it is. That is Dance Tyrion, everybody. A person we've spent hours and hours and hours talking about, some of the more difficult conversations we've had in this entire book. Let us never forget the Sunset Girl, please. Some of the more difficult themes we've had to deal with, and just a real deep look into someone's soul. Again, let's remember how much we built up this Dance character through Storm, and especially the events at the end of Storm, and all of those type of things. Now we've been through that, we've been real low, we've kind of come up at least a little bit, then we've got all this other difficulty, so much themes and questions, and just the most far-reaching journey of anyone. I think we can say that for this series, all the way from Pentos down here to Marine, everything he's seen, everything he's influenced. Let's not forget, I mean it seems ages ago, let's not forget that he turned Aegon to Westeros without Daenerys. He said go with the Golden Company. If he had just one chapter in this book, and it was that one, that alone could change the entire future of the whole book series. So we really can't give this one enough credit. We really can't say how important Tyrion is as a member of the Triforce and as part of this book. We're incredibly excited to see him continue that trend in wins and what's happening for Marine, what's going to happen with him and Daenerys, what's going to happen with him getting back to Westeros, which we all expect, whether he will be leading sellswords or whether it will go back to the Mountains of the Moon. I mean, the possibilities are endless. What happens when he finally meets a dragon? I could go on and on and on about the possibilities of Tyrion, clearly, but for now we just have to say goodbye to one of the biggest members of this book. It really gives you a sense of where we are in this project and in this series. It really just makes you take stock. So thank you, George. Thank you, Tyrion, for everything we've had to discuss about you. Don't worry, your name will be coming up again, especially since we have 2 more Marine chapters to get through today. Salute and goodbye. Let's move on to the next. Don't worry, it's not far, it's only over the road really, as we head to the other side of the walls of Marine and go for Barristan III, the Kingbreaker. Yes, so odd, isn't it? We're not even on Barry's last, yet we've already said goodbye to Tyrion. You would not have bet on that earlier on, would you? I suppose we could get into a conversation about whether George had originally planted more Tyrion chapters, or if he kept back some for wins, and how he actually formatted this great big ending part that we're in here, but that'd take quite a lot of time. I think we might have to leave that one for today. And in the same vein, I'm not going to give too much intro or preamble to this chapter, seeing as it is our lone character today who doesn't have an arc ender, and we probably need to save some space for the others, but we can still chat about it a little bit, as all the worry and thought and mental back and forth from the first 2 Barristan chapters is now replaced with decisive, exciting action. This is a good chat, so I'm very excited to get into it. And it's influential action as well. Barristan is going to roll the dice on the fate of a city here, as well as the likelihood of war. This is no small challenge that he undertakes, as he really gets to dust off his sword and show us what skills he still has remaining to him. Yes please, let's get to it. Even the title, the Kingbreaker. Yeah, that's an exciting chapter title if I ever saw one. So far from Barristan, we've had the Queensguard and the Discarded Knight. And the first one was cool, the second one less so. They're quite passive in general. This one is telling us straight up, something is going to go down in this chapter. You don't get a title like that by doing nothing. And we've probably got a fairly good idea what that is, based on the title. And we're all hungry for it. We know how it will be a massive conflict for Barry, as a man who's dedicated his life to protecting kings. Now he's going to break one, so we're going to see how that manifests. How he finally overcomes the oaths that have been holding him back, and how he might struggle with the decisions that he's probably going to have to make, even if all goes well, let alone if it goes wrong. And even ignoring the exciting physical components, we have the return of deep plots and politics with Skahaz. We have truly difficult questions over what would Dany want, and the chances of her return and it mattering anyway. We have secret operations, basically raids again, happening in the gloom of the pyramid. We get so many of those at the end of this book, don't we? It's all very exciting, thrilling stuff. There's high danger at every turn in this one, it feels like. And it really does get us going for this 3-chapter run after Tyrion's quieter chapter. And in fact, it ties in perfectly with the chapter following this, Quentyn. Almost as perfectly as any 2 chapters in this book, the sequencing is going to be off the charts, as we'll hear of another nighttime secret operation going on in the very same pyramid. Now all of that is fairly expected, based on that chapter title, based on what we've seen before from Skahaz and Barristan. But there's also complete surprises in this book, as we take huge steps back into history, both to the year of the False Spring and the tournament by Harrenhal, and to Shara Dane as well. We probably were not expecting those to come up at this point of the book, if we're honest. So that's a step back, but we have a step forward as well, into the plot, because this is going to change the entire fortune of Meereen and all that's come together in this book. This is the bubbling over of the city of Meereen, as Barristan finally takes the challenge to a man who we've wanted challenged for the longest time. So we've got a real inside-outside duality going on here. We've just been talking about battle lines in Tyrion's chapter, and that seeming immediate, that seeming like it's going to come really quick. We could expect to see more of that line of thinking as we're only crossing the siege line for this POV, and we're not going to be disappointed, as we'll actually be discussing literal battle plans within a page here, so it all really seems like this is happening. Like we're at the important moment, and it's all going to, again, bubble over. So what do we have? We have Barry in action for his final 2 chapters, actually. After those first 2 of being restricted by oaths and indecision, in this one, he gets to play the knight, and the next one he'll get to be the commander. So we're going to see both of his best aspects to finish this, again, wonderful arc that I really enjoy. But let's leave it there, let's get into the chapter. So Barry 2, which you'll remember as the courtroom scene, or the hall room scene rather, that figures to be a little bit of a time out, a break from the secret plots of Barristan and Skahaz that we had at the end of Barry 1, as this is what we return to here right at the beginning, as the 2 of them meet in shadows again, in the armoury, which might be telling by itself just of where they are. And Barry even mentally calls themselves conspirators, so we know where his line of thinking is, we know something's up, something we probably really want to know about. "Tonight," said Skahaz Mokandak. The brass face of a bloodbat peered out from beneath the hood of his patchwork cloak. "All my men will be in place. The word is Grolio." Yeah, George is coming out all guns blazing here with his tension cards. They're flying everywhere. Even just the word "tonight" alone would probably do it for us. Something is going to happen. We know right away we're getting some real drama that Barry will be involved in, and we know it's obviously of the highest importance. We've had that build up from Barristan's 2 chapters anyway, to say nothing of all that we had from Daenerys, obviously. We also find out that Skahaz actually was present in the last Barristan chapters. Hidden behind another mask stood in that hall. Yeah, this guy is pretty good. He knows what he's doing. I suppose he could just be saying that if he really wanted to, just to give Barristan the impression that no one ever knows who the Brazen Beasts are, but either way, he quickly hits on ideas that we had back in that meeting with the Yunkish. Firstly, that no one would have ever dared to throw a head at Daenerys because they know what would happen in retaliation. They know she wouldn't be disrespected like that, and they are taking advantage of her absence. Both we and Barristan had the same thought of how Dany would react, so okay, fair enough. And that even means that his Dar simply commands no respect whatsoever, or that he's in on it with the Yunkish. Skahaz also confirms our theory that the whole thing was a sham, or alternatively I guess, he persuades us that this was the case, and as I mentioned before, maybe this is just me falling into the trap that Skahaz is laying, which is very possible with this being written by George after all, he's a pretty smart guy. But if so, then fine, they've hooked me. I'll admit it. Skahaz claims that this was all an act with Hizdar as the main component, everything we saw in that last chapter. And he played his part. He got his family back, which we said was very suspect, and the whole thing was designed to allow Hizdar to kill the dragons. And don't forget, at the time, we did say a lot of that felt very scripted, so we're feeling pretty validated right now. Barristan has missed that point and is still not convinced that Hizdar would actually kill the dragons, because he can't imagine anyone doing something so anti-Daenerys. But this extra information from Skahaz makes complete sense, because we saw in that hall that half the city is still very pro-Dany / pro-dragon. So if Hizdar just came out so soon after Dany left and announced he was going to kill the dragons, then he'd have major issues to deal with from his people and keeping his brand new throne. But it's going to be presented as, hey, it's this or I plunge you all into war. And then it's a much more reasonable excuse that less people will have an issue with. Indeed, even more will be actively encouraging to get on with it, to avoid that war. Of course they will. Plus it works into his hands for his future rule as well. As soon as the dragons go, well, that's the biggest evidence of Dany's rule scrubbed away, isn't it? If she never returns, then the lasting symbol of her reign is now also gone. If she does, then at least she's had her potential power and hold over him massively divided. Hence, Hizdar keeps a larger share, she has even more independence on him before, and just to connect it all together, the Yunkai will also not have to worry about Daenerys as much, and specifically don't have to worry about the dragons burning half of their soldiers to death. So it's a win-win for both sides, in Hizdar's eyes. It goes even further actually, and we see the deviousness that Hizdar and the Yunkai share, which we already could have guessed at to be fair. If Hizdar differs a little bit, it gives the Yunkai an excuse to kill more hostages. Daario and Jogo can be killed, for example. Two more symbols of Dany. Someone that Hizdar has a personal issue with in Daario, and that would at least halter the Stormcrows, if not remove them completely. So we can definitely believe Skahaz that this is the situation, and we were in that chapter, so we already knew that we could see the evidence of that. And Barristan himself admits here, it does all fit. Now, okay, fitting doesn't necessarily mean truth. Just because Skahaz spins a good yarn and knows how to make things make sense doesn't mean this is how things actually are, and maybe we'll find we've all been duped further down the road, but for now, I buy in, and so does Barry. I sure do hope Skahaz is actually on the level. Maybe he's not. We'll find some time to talk about that either at the end of this chapter or Barry's last. Now, in response to the idea of the dragons being killed, Barristan says this: that will not happen. His queen was the mother of dragons. He would not allow her children to come to harm. Yes, that gets our blood going. We love it, Barry. We'd love to see you protecting them for Daenerys, of course. We'd love to see you defending them for Daenerys, that'd be great. But of course, we're not reading this in isolation. We already know Quentyn's plans are in motion as well, the possible spark among the fire. So how does that plot interact with this one? Is it going to lead to Barry versus Quentyn if they mistake Quentyn stealing for a murder attempt? Could the Tattered Prince already be in league with Hizdar / Yunkai and is actually going to use Quentyn for access to then kill the dragons? That question specifically will actually come back in that next chapter in Quentyn's final go-around. Does Quentyn trying to free the dragons accidentally get them killed? Does it end up with saving them? We've got no idea for first-time readers at this point how these many plot threads are going to interact, but we know they will. They're right up against each other. And like I said, it's some of the strongest chapter sequencing we'll ever get really, as George pushes the drama through these 3 marine arcs. Like Tyrion, it's memory lane time for Barristan, who, on the cusp of stepping into the unknown, thinks back to a brave deed of old in Duskendale. Yeah, even more history talk. I didn't mention that one in the intro. So that gives us further chapter sequencing on 2 counts. Tyrion thought of Tywin obviously, as Barristan is here, but Jon Con also spoke about how he'd have burnt Stony Step down if needs be. Tywin we're talking about obviously. And Barry confirms here that yes, he absolutely would have, because that's what he was going to do to Duskendale, unless Barry came through, which he did in the nick of time of course. But if Barry is thinking back on this to give himself some confidence of him having a win there, well, it actually swings both ways. It'll probably give him some caution as well. Duskendale seemed like a win at the time, and then he later came to think of it as an ultimate loss, which, as we've discussed, is a silly shame really, but is he worried that something similar will happen now with whatever they're plotting? Again, I think Barristan's probably missing the point that it was a win, not just because he did his job in saving the king, but he also stopped an entire town being burned for said king. Unfortunately, he's not focusing on that bit. So you can even make the connection that he's a Kingbreaker now, he was an effective Kingmaker back at Duskendale, just to give that tie back to the past there. Now we get into the actual planning of what to do as the 2 philosophically different conspirators argue over which road to take. Skahaz wants to attack, as we could have guessed. He's always been proactive and bloodthirsty, and he wants to strike before Yunkai knows what's happening. Based on what we've seen of the Yunkish camp lately, that sounds like it'd be a super effective idea against them. But Barry is staying steadfast. He says they will not attack first. They will lock the door and settle in for them to make the first move. And maybe we would get on board with this a bit more if there was a real tactical decision here, but it doesn't seem there is. Instead, he's arguing from a place of honour and rule keeping. It's the oaths again, which makes us groan a little bit. He wants to maintain the peace in Dany's name, which again is honourable but dangerous. Instead, he intends to make the Yunkai break it first and then he can attack. Okay, seems noble, but is it really noble to put people on your side at risk? Well, that's the ever-present question of leadership, isn't it? Barry lets slip what the plan actually is, finally. They intend to take Hisdar. Yes, please, we rub our hands together. Then they'll form a council, then make their demands and goad Yunkai into moving. Okay, that's fine, but it seems like it'll just take way too long and get bogged down in decision-making, and time is of the essence in this situation, so we can't wait for such. Barristan says this: should they refuse, then and only then will we inform them that the peace is broken, and go forth to give them battle. Your way is dishonourable. Your way is stupid, the Shafebate said. The hour is ripe. Our freedmen are ready. So, I've got to love Skahaz a little bit there for just saying it straight out. It is stupid. Honour is well and good, but we're talking about victory. Sure, true, but also about saving lives. This needs to be done, as Barristan thinks of all the freedmen ready to fight right here and now, reminding us of the companies and their captains prior to the beginning of the battle. So it's another mark in the column of Skahaz's argument, but Barry sticks hard again. We discussed this. You agreed it would be my way. I agreed, the Shafebate grumbled, but that was before Grolio. The head, the slavers, have no honour. We do, said Sir Barristan. So, okay, we can rail on him, because yes, it does seem foolish, but it's also hard not to admire Barry at the moment in his own way. It just sounds cool. I actually find it interesting that the death of Grolio has affected Skahaz so much, or apparently has affected him so much. Does he just dislike honour, which would be ironic given what he's been up to in the past, or is suggesting a surprise attack now? Was he just generally fond of Grolio? Or does he consider it too much of an insult to Dany, or is it just a convenient excuse to wrap Barristan around his little finger? Very, very possible. As it happens, Grolio is also the password they've chosen, so good chapter sequencing again, as we'll see plenty of password talk later in Quentyn's chapter. So Barry wins the argument here, but I don't think any of us would be surprised to find Skahaz just going and doing it his way regardless. If he really thinks that's what must be done, that's going to remain a whole tension throughout this chapter. We don't know what Skahaz is up to, and that's probably going to be repeated in early wins as well. You just cannot trust this guy. As much as he might seem to align with us for now, I can't trust him. Instead of battle, they now talk about the key to it all, taking Hisdar, with identifying Kraz and Steelskin as the two guards that Barry must pass to get to his goal. So the hint of that is exciting for first-timers, the memory of that gets all the rereaders leaning forward. Skahaz recognises Kraz as a potential danger, but Barry, naively it seems to us, thinks he can actually talk to Hisdar and convince him that being arrested without a fuss is a good thing. Yeah, I think most of us probably have a loving eye roll for Barristan right here. So Skahaz doubles down. Hisdar is central to all this. He must be acquired, or there'll be all sorts of problems about which route to battle they can take. We can see that, but let's not act like his personal hatred isn't a big part of the equation as well. We're just wondering how big a part. Barristan reassures him and shows off his confidence about the potential of having to fight against pit fighters. Confidence is quite the word. We had hints of this in his last chapter, but he builds on it further now, outlining the difference between a pit fighter and a real warrior, a Kingsguard no less. And he's not wrong. It's well true that they normally have their opponent identified, that they get milk of the poppy, etc, etc. But when George is typing things like, they were only pit fighters, we actually find he's laying a bit of a red herring for us, because our first thought is, uh-oh, that's way too confident, Barry is going to get proven wrong here, because that's how we'd expect George to try and surprise us. Whereas he's actually going to do the complete opposite. So it's a clever move from him to get us worrying there. That works in conjunction with Barry having another bit of a pride parade for the institution of the Kingsguard and what they have to do. That makes sense, he's dedicated his life to it, so of course he's going to talk them up a bit. And he's not wrong either. For every hour of fighting, a Kingsguard knight spent 10,000 hours watching, waiting, standing silent in the shadows. King Hisdar's pit fighters were already growing bored and restive of their new duties, and bored men were lax, slow to react. So we can see where his confidence comes from, and to be fair, we've had lots of talk lately about bored men, whether it be Jaime or back at Griffin's Roost with Jon Collington. So Barry is confident, and we have to wait to see if it's too confident. But I think even a first-time reader can guess that we're all but certain to get a duel here in this chapter, which we would like to see. More parts of the plan are revealed now. This is actually a multi-prong attack. They are taking down a regime here. So Skahaz will also take his replacement, Margaz, into custody as well, to make sure that no brazen beasts are ordered to get in their way. He's still confident that all of the beasts remain in his control anyway, and that does seem true so far, but there could easily be some who have gone over to Margaz. And it would be harsh to fight against them, they're just following orders, but this needs to be done. Then Barry brings up another facet, one that really exemplifies how much of a Myronese knot this is. How many plots and whispers there really are going on at any one time, as we establish that both Skahaz and Reznak have multiple spies amongst the Yunkai. Perhaps we've even met a few, how will we know? Barry brings it up because he's determined to bring back the hostages for which these spies could be used. Again, it's a philosophical difference. Skahaz doesn't think they should take the risk or use their limited resources to do such a thing when they have such a small window. He opts that they should risk the captives as collateral damage. So that really reminds us of Skahaz and how ruthless he actually is. Death means nothing to him in pursuit of his ultimate and assumed goal. But because we're so entangled in this knot, we also have to wonder if this will play into Skahaz's hand in some way, if this is playing at politics as well. We just never know anymore, it's impossible to tell. When Skahaz opines that they aren't worth anything, these hostages, Barristan retaliates. Firstly, all three of them are fighters. Daario, Drogo and Hero, and they need every fighter they can get for this upcoming battle. But beyond that, they are also important as individuals. Drogo is a blood rider, he's been with Dany from the very beginning, so they need to try and get him back obviously. Barristan knows what she would want, and he's going to stick for his story that she is alive and coming back. Hero would be needed to assist with the Unsullied, and Daario, well, Barry might not like him, but none of this is about him, it's about what Dany would want, no matter if he thinks that's a good idea or not. Besides, the Stormcrows need to be thought about. Without Daario, they could go either direction, and they can't afford to lose them to the Youngish. Much better to get him back, so maybe Daario can try and get revenge on his captors. Maybe he'll be extra motivated. Even if he does bring a whole bunch of problems back with him, it's about serving Dany. On top of that, Barry even offers to save the hostages himself, explaining why he was thinking about Duskendale earlier, because he gives the same comparison now, which gets us worrying about his prospects again. As well as possible overconfidence. After all, Duskendale was half a lifetime ago, and Barry is not the same man despite all best intentions. In fact, he says exactly that, loath as he might be to admit it, but he still wants it done. Skahaz makes the case that Daario would never return the favour if fortunes are reversed, and if Dany doesn't come back then they'll just be left to deal with him. Or they could leave him where he is and not have to deal with him at all. Obviously, Barristan doesn't like talk of his queen not returning, so he's careful to say when she returns and Daario is left there, then what are we going to say? Skahaz shows off more of his nature by just shrugging that off. They won't be blamed, so what does it matter? And that's great for showing off the difference in beliefs between these two in terms of their honour. It's opposites working together. Now it's time for more Barristan analysis of Daenerys and her love life, which she's pretty unqualified to talk about if we're honest. But when Skahaz says it's better for Daenerys, Barry finds it hard to disagree, especially not when you add in what is better for Westeros. Daenerys Targaryen loved her captain, but that was the girl in her, not the queen. Oh dear, okay. One of the more frustrating things about Barristan is that in these instances we generally agree with him, but something seems so uncomfortable and unworthy of how he arrives at the conclusion. He was right about Quentyn. Daenerys didn't want to marry him, and part of that was a lack of being attracted to him. But it also missed out a huge forest of context. It's a similar thing we have here, as Barristan tries to juggle what's best for the realm and what his queen might want. And again, we kind of agree with what he's saying, but it feels like, what right does he have to say that about Daenerys? How he properly analyses the girlier side of her character, by which I think he's referring to age more than gender, but I'm not sure that doesn't play a big part in it as well. It just seems like he's belittling her again, or just not giving her the proper respect. And in thinking about what would be best for Westeros, you could also glean the impression that he's subconsciously viewing Daenerys as a tool and nothing more to work Westeros with, which in fairness is what most monarchs are in many ways and situations. That's just one side of the argument, and we'll be fair and say Barry thinks that he's just trying to look out for both queen and country, but I still don't like how he goes about it. But he isn't wrong about the base point that Daario is bad news in general, even if we probably have more faith than him in Daenerys to already know that, we've actually seen it in fact, and he gives some historical examples that are both similar and yet wildly different. He actually gives 4 in total, let's go through them here. Firstly, Rhaegar and Lyanna. Well, okay, we don't need to explain that one too much. I think we're all pretty certain on what happened there. And I've written in the notes that this has come up recently, but now I can't actually remember when. Someone will have to remind me. The next example is Daemon Blackfyre and Daenerys Targaryen, the previous Daenerys Targaryen, the one we mentioned earlier in the Dawn chapters as she married into the Martells and played a huge role in those two families mixing. This relationship, or the denial of it, was the setting up of the Blackfyre Rebellion basically. Daemon finally deciding to rebel because this Daenerys was taken away from him. And sure, they were half siblings. This is all in the era of the children of Aegon IV. You know what we're talking about. Obviously, that's not such a big deal for Targaryens. His next example is Bittersteel and Bloodraven. And I point that one out, not just because, hey, Bloodraven, we always need to pay attention for Bloodraven, but also because this is the one and only Shearer Seastar mention in the main series, which could turn out to be pretty important. And I'd love to dive in deeper with you if you're not aware of that name, but we simply don't have the time. Don't worry, plenty of other people have. The last one is the Prince of Dragonflies and Jenny of Oldstones. That's the example that Barry knows best, of course. He's brought up Prince Duncan and Jenny before. You might remember that his ex-first son, he turned down the crown so he could marry Jenny of Oldstones. Lots of bad things happened afterwards. So that's what Barristan is focusing on. Don't really know if it's fair to put our Daenerys in that same group, but okay, we can kind of see where he's coming from anyway. And we'll include a quote from this little passage as well. He says, "Treason and turmoil followed, as night follows day, ending at Summerhall in sorcery, fire and grief." George, he just can't resist getting in his novella-teasers, can he? We know he loves such opportunities, and to be fair, this is a pretty good one, because I think we all want to know what happened at Summerhall, and we all want to read more Duncan Egg. After all that, and coming to the same conclusion he had at the beginning, Barristan realises that it's a moot point. Maybe he doesn't want Daario back, but he absolutely does need the other two anyway, and definitely wants them back, so Skahaz points out another way to play it. The game of hostages. The game of hostages. And bless Barry's soul, it takes him a few minutes to click what Skahaz is on about, because such a horrific thought would never cross his mind. That's just how good he is in general. Unfortunately, Skahaz, who we generally agree with in terms of his goals, reveals a new, well actually not quite, level of ruthlessness when he suggests that they threaten the hostages given over by the Yunkish, the children that have become Dany's cupbearers. We mentioned in previous chapters how both Barry and Daenerys only thought of them as cupbearers and never the other thing, their actual title, and he humanises them further now as he goes through their individualities. Children, Barristan said. Children of the Harpy. Only blood can pay for blood. So said the Yunkish man who brought us Grolio's head. Well, he was not wrong, said Skahaz. So we're not only hitting on one of the core themes of the series here, the protection of innocent children, but we're really seeing the repetitiveness and the futility of the whole situation here in Meereen. How similar Skahaz actually is to the other side in the thirst for blood debate, in the willingness to pay a debt with a killed hostage, and how terrible these people just are overall. They're all the same, as bad as one another. One is in charge and then another. So much as we might align with Skahaz's goals for now, we can never forget that he is an evil man. He's willing to kill children in the name of his political and personal goals, and we, and Barristan, should be very, very wary of him going forward, especially into Winds. And Barry, being the gem that he is, puts his foot down. That is never going to happen, ever. He's not going to let it, and we love him for that. Skahaz insists that this is duty. They might not like it, but it needs to be done. But Barry resists with yet another memory lane trip. It's just so many in this part of the book, and in this chapter specifically. This time he thinks of the sack of King's Landing and the killing of Rhaenys and Aegon, maybe hinting that that memory might be coming up again in the storyline of Barristan Selmy. Barry wasn't even present actually for that, but the ripples were still felt. Here we have this quote. If I had seen him smile over the red ruins of Rhaegar's children, no army on this earth could have stopped me from killing him. I will not suffer the murder of children, he said. Accept that, or I'll have no part in this. Oh, Barristan, you're getting our blood up again. We can point out perhaps you shouldn't have served a man who you thought might be capable of such a thing, but Barry obviously convinced himself that Robert was not that man, for all of his faults, at least not back then. And you can also say, hey, maybe you should have directed that hate towards Tywin, that could have been fun, and maybe you would have saved everyone some trouble. But the line itself is still stirring, that Barry recognised that evil. They eventually did do something about it by coming to Dany, who protects the lives of children. Now he's being given the same opportunity. He will not allow this. And yes, it does remain to be seen if he'll decide to go and protect that supposedly dead Aegon instead in the future. Skahaz, rather stupidly, makes the point that he might only have to kill them later when they grow up to still be an enemy. Barristan, nobly, says, fine, I'll deal with it then, because there's a world of difference between killing an adult and a child. A really, really important difference. Not that he intends to wait that long for these kids, but we get the point. Skahaz finally accepts, but we've got to be awfully suspicious about whether he's going to keep to that, or whether Barristan will get double-crossed and find that he did help or enable children meeting their end. He might even be blamed for it for all we know. We're just thinking that something's got to go wrong for Barristan at some point, doesn't it? It surely can't go as well as it apparently is. Feeling strong, Barristan also pushes through his plan of waiting for Yunkai to attack, and Skahaz accepts that as well. But now he's grinning. He's mentioning how this is a personal rivalry between houses, and Barry is again wondering how much of this is true and how much is manipulation. Both can be correct after all. Skahaz's motivations might align with ours for now, but for how long? So he reminds himself of all the Hizdahr evidence, but it still tastes wrong and sour. It tastes dishonourable, which is the worst for him. He might arrive at the right conclusion in ultimate victory, that's what we'd expect overall, but he's likely going to find out that he's right about the dishonour at some point. Something isn't going to go quite right. So that's all set up. We've got our drama, we know something's happening, but we're not there just yet. Now George puts us in the waiting game. And not just us, but Barristan as well. He's got this big weight upon him, he knows what he's going to have to do later, and he can't do it quite yet. Luckily, he makes himself feel better by joining in his favourite pastime, the training of his knights, as we've discussed before. Even singling a few out for us now, ones who might have roles to play, come Winds. Let's have a look at them. There's 3 to take note of apparently. Firstly, Tumco Low, from the Basilisk Isles and out of the fighting pits. Barristan says he's the best natural swordsman he's seen since Jaime Lannister. Well, that is high praise indeed, and we look forward to seeing whether there's any truth in that. Just to give you a little forward look, he's going to be carrying the Targaryen banner in the Winds preview chapters. I know I said I wouldn't jump forward too much for those, but just to let you know for these guys. Next is Larak Lalash, so named for his unique choice of weapon and style. He gets them off their feet, he delivers the pain. He is Giscari by birth, and he's going to carry the symbol of the Kingsguard in Winds. Now those two are the best apparently, but there's also the Red Lamb, this guy who's all rage and no technique but has potential. And he's Lazarine, just to show off how diverse and wide-ranging this academy is. This is the world that Dany has built, mixing everybody together. And actually we're going to see this kind of repeated in Barristan's next chapter when he forms his council, which is pretty much just as diverse to be honest. Now obviously the Lazarine, we know the Lamb men, they have a reputation as non-factors in terms of fighting. So George is going to show off the foolishness of prejudging people here. A fighter can come from Lazarine just like they can come from anywhere else. All three of them are showing signs of progress according to Barry, and like we say, we might get to see them fight and wins, but then again it's also incredibly unlikely that they'll all survive. So that's going to weigh heavy on Barristan as well. But for now, he loves being the father again, he loves being the teacher, so let's just let him enjoy it. It's also fun to see that even with his age and experience, he's learning new ways of fighting as we talk about Larak Lalash. New things from around the world that he's never seen before, so that's cool. And I also just appreciate that he basically wants to set up this academy because it's designed to give his queen more and more knights to protect her. There's just something heartwarming about that purpose to me. And he gives consideration to those who might well never be knights, those who will find other callings. He still wants to nurture them as well, still wants to make them better people, instill them with basic fighting skills and a sense of chivalry. And now I find myself daydreaming about Barry surviving until Westeros and living long enough to set up such a place. Imagine the good that could be done with such, the societal progress that you'd get. Now it's a dream, yeah, sure, I don't think many of us think he's actually going to get there, but I like it anyway. Thoughts for the future make Barristan wonder about the likelihood that he'll ever see such. He's walking into danger, he might not survive, and then what would become of these students that he has before him? It's wonderful to see how much care he's giving them. He even considers knighting Tumco and Larak right there and then, because otherwise, if he dies, there'll be no knightly legacy to leave them, given the rules of who can make a knight. We don't like thinking that Barry might die. We don't like him thinking that he might die, but that makes us worry that it is a genuine possibility, even if we figure that we must need his POV for much more yet, unless a Dany return is closer than we think. And it's worse still to see him think that any such act would taint them by association, that he thinks he could harm them in that way. No, Barry, you've given them so much, you care for them so much, don't dare think that. They deserve better, Sir Barristan decided. Better a long life as a squire than a short one as a soiled knight. Well, we've seen literal soiled knights before, Sir Barry, and you are no soiled knight. But we just love him doing what's best for them, of course he has. Their best interests at heart, that's just who Barry is. At the end of the day, he summons his Padawans around him to give them what we really hope isn't a goodbye and is more of a pep talk. He chooses to talk about one of the most important messages he can, what it's really all about. He spoke to them about what it meant to be a knight. It is chivalry that makes a true knight, not a sword, he said. Without honour, a knight is no more than a common killer. It is better to die with honour than to live without it. The boys looked at him strangely, he thought, but one day they would understand. See, that's what we want to see. That's what we've spoken about in the knighthood debate that has waged throughout this series. What it is really all about, what you are supposed to focus on. We love that message being given here. Although we can assume that their blank looks are because they've been raised in an environment completely different to anything that Barry's imagination can conjure up. An environment where dilly-dallying around with honour means you don't survive the day. But still, it's an important message and one we hope eventually does seep through. Maybe Barry will even be around to guide it. The similarities to Barry's first chapter continues as he now heads up to the top of the pyramid and is once again with Missandei, another child he intends to protect. And this is likely why I don't get people who don't like Barry. He's flawed, yes, of course, they all are, and sometimes he's clueless, but this whole chapter so far is about him going around hoping to protect different groups of children. We can't really have a higher purpose, can we? So give him a break, I say. As Barristan gives away how truly worried he actually is, how all these plots and secrets are just not his style, and how uncomfortable it makes him, which is not an inherently bad thing by the way, he tells Missandei to stay in the Queen's chambers, interrupting a question from the scribe as he does. I really want to know what that question is going to be, because Missandei is always so intelligent and perceptive, she's probably got something interesting to say. It is then time for more memory lane, more Rhaegar as well, giving him more focus in these close chapters than we've had for quite a while. Even Jon Collington too wasn't that long ago. This time it is through the lens of more secrets and lies and all those things, and the fact that Barry should be used to it by now, which is semi-true, especially when people as highly regarded as Rhaegar get involved. So we're interested as soon as the name comes up. We always know that Rhaegar was up to something big. That's been an integral thread throughout the entire series. And though we doubt Barristan is going to knowingly give us anything about Rhaegar's potential plots to save humanity or save the Targaryens or whatever he was up to, he can still give us new information on his political tactics, of which we also don't really know all that much about, and who knows what we could value as a major clue while Barristan thinks of it as a minor detail. So that is interesting enough to get us leaning forward on its own. But when we're told he's thinking about Harrenhal, back in the year of the false spring, we near the tipping point, because we still recognise that as the big moment that really formed the Westeros we know and just changed everything. So George is keeping up that bow-tying theme of bringing up the past storylines and themes and taking stock by making us revisit one of the earliest core pieces of the story we were ever introduced to in Lyanna's supposed abduction. It really does make you look at the series as a whole, which is fitting obviously for where we are in this book. Now Lyanna, that's been a burning question ever since the beginning, with thousands of knock-on effects and consequences of course, and at times we've been able to build on it, such as when we heard Mira's wonderful Night of the Laughing Tree story, but now we get a completely different perspective on what occurred on that day from someone massively involved. We already know the general setup of course, we know the events really, we know the run of the day, but getting it specifically from this POV is George really enjoying that he made this decision to include Barry. They can have that kind of access, but it also allows us angles we never dreamed of how people see themselves and their actions in world-changing events years and years later. Unfortunately for Barristan, his take is another one of guilt and shame. If I had been a better knight, if I had unhorsed the prince in that last tilt as I unhorsed so many others, it would have been for me to choose the Queen of Love and Beauty. Yeah, that actually takes us almost by surprise a little bit. Of course, we've never really considered it. What if Rhaegar hadn't won in the first place? Then he couldn't have done the naming for Lyanna. Then he couldn't have gone off and thrown the world into chaos. Supposedly at least. And even if we had ever thought of the what if, we surely never considered the guilt of a man who couldn't have possibly known the consequences of his actions that weren't wrong in the slightest. He didn't do anything wrong at all. Let's call it the curse of hindsight. Barry has both lived long enough and had the relevant information to determine that his actions, unintentionally, had massively bad consequences for Westeros as a whole and for the people he's trying to protect. Let's ignore for a moment the fact that Rhaegar not naming Lyanna Queen of Love and Beauty may well not have stopped him from still absconding with her, or whatever you want to call it, if that's what he did. The moment was critical, no doubt, but if he really was determined for whatever reason to go with Lyanna, then maybe it still happens anyway. But that's unimportant for our point. Barristan does blame it on that moment, and it's Barry we're dealing with. So he's doubling up on the unfair guilt. He already thinks that he hurt the world by saving Aerys. He thinks he hurt the world now by losing to Rhaegar in the tilts. And both of them are obviously untrue and unfair to blame himself for. Both were instances where he wasn't doing anything wrong. The first, with Duskendale, he was literally doing exactly what his job description is in saving the king. The next, in this tourney, he was just involved in jousting and lost. He didn't intend to, he was trying his best. That's just how it happened. So like when he talked about Duskendale previously, we see Barristan sees himself as the enabler. He enabled Aerys to become mad and abuse the country, or more to the point his wife, we'll come back to that in a minute. And he enabled Rhaegar to make a huge mistake that plunged the realm into war. And I think that might relate to a big problem of Barristan's future. Many people hypothesize that Barristan will either betray or leave Dany, and if that comes about, maybe it'll be because he thinks he's on the brink of enabling another disaster, whatever the circumstances might be to give him that idea. Maybe he'll be worrying about a specific choice. Maybe he'll be worrying about Dany herself when she comes back and is possibly changed from her experiences out there in the wild. But in retaliation to that possibility of enabling, he might go over to Aegon instead, and then we'd all expect him to eventually find out that he's made a mistake and that is the enabling factor. But going back to the Rhaella point for a moment, we could make the argument that this is merely misplaced guilt. He knows he should be guilty for something, not acting against Aerys when he started abusing his wife, but he's either failing to recognise that or he just doesn't want to face up to it. So he's feeling guilty about these things instead, despite it being really obvious that he did nothing wrong and he was just essentially unlucky. If we were to take this view to the whole plot, then almost everyone is guilty of everything. Yet it is true that Barry should blame himself for something, but it's not saving Aerys, it's not losing to Rhaegar, it is his failure to save Rhaella. That's what he needs to feel guilty about. But part of it is also just not knowing how to deal with such. Very few people in this world reach Barristan's age and have the information available to actually link their acts to larger consequences, or have seen such played out on a stage this wide, and few have the sensitivity of Barristan to put all the world's woes on their shoulders. It's a stupid approach really, but it's also kind of lovely that he wanted to make the world a better place and expected it of himself to do just that. Then again, it's equally crushing to believe that he failed on such a level as this, when again, he really absolutely did not. And this take is simply unfair on him. It ignores way too much, including simple logic. So I hope Barristan is corrected or corrects himself on these at some point, because he really shouldn't be carrying these specific weights around with him, not at this stage definitely. Anyway, let's get back to his actual thought. That was a bit of a tangent. If he thought that discussions on this tourney were a long journey back into our reading, then what about Barristan Selmy bringing up the name Ashara Dane? Yeah, you want to talk about blast from the past? Well, here's a doozy. Ashara Dane, another of the original talking points of the past, when Catelyn first brought her up as a candidate to be Jon Snow's mother, all the long way back in Catelyn 2 of her Game of Thrones. You can't really get much further back than that. Since then, she's only popped up a handful of times, including in Ire 8 of Storm, when Arya talks to Ned/Edric Dayne and hears a similar tale of Ashara and Ned falling in love at the tourney that we're talking about now. So George has brought her up pretty regularly, it seems, 3 times of note and of equal distance through the published series. Game, Storm, now Dance. Ever since the introduction of the idea way back when, we've been no closer really to discovering what's up with this particular character, how she figures into the plot, or what we need to know about her. We've had more than enough evidence to remove her as a Jon Snow mother candidate, but nothing actually about her. And the last place we expected her to pop up is in a Myronese Barristan chapter. Indeed, the last thing we ever expected to get from Barry was a tale of love in years gone by. But it makes sense. George draws full characters, and romances of youth are a common building block for full characters. We just never would have expected to see it from Barristan specifically. It just never seemed like he had that side to him, both because of his job title and his personality. But then that's the brilliance of George and his 3D characters, isn't it? I figure this must have been a real lightbulb moment for him when forming the deeper Barristan required to make him a POV. Let's have the quote. Even after all these years, Sir Barristan could still recall Ashara's smile, the sound of her laughter. He had only to close his eyes to see her, with her long dark hair tumbling about her shoulders and those haunting purple eyes. Well, anytime you mention purple eyes, of course we start thinking, is this related to the Targaryens? Is this related to the Valyrians? How do the Danes fit in there? That's a very much discussed topic in the fandom, not just for the Danes, but certainly for them, their heritage or the possibility of that specific heritage. And to be honest, I really don't know what to say about Ashara Dayne and about the Danes in general. It's not something I've ever been able to figure out why we need to look at or what we need to look for specifically, especially for Ashara. And to be honest, I would recommend that at this point you go over to Radio Westeros and watch or listen to their recent live stream on House Dayne, because they're probably going to have a lot more answers for you than I do right here. Some stuff we're just going to have to pin and come back to another day, because I haven't got answers for you on why Ashara is being brought up again. We can be sure it's of some importance somewhere down the line, but what is it about her specifically? One day we'll get to chat about that, but for now we're going to have to move on. The point is, anyway, it's another form of guilt, this time for the grief that he gave himself. He has his relevant excuses. He was a Knight of the Kingsguard already, he had oaths barring him from such feelings, and even if we can argue with the stupidity of said oaths, we've seen what happens when a member of the Kingsguard forsakes them to get involved with a Dornish girl. Barry even called himself a soiled knight earlier, so we've really got that link with ASOIAF, haven't we? At the very least, it does provide fantastic evidence for just how dedicated to his position he really was. No good could have come from telling her his feelings. No good came from silence either. If I had unhorsed Rhaegar and crowned Ashara Queen of Love and Beauty, might she have looked to me instead of Stark? He would never know. But of all his failures, none haunted Barristan Selmy so much as that. So it just results in another weight that he's dragging alone, another blame that he assigns to himself, which I just hate to see in general. Regret might also come with the territory of his age, but I just wish that he was a bit kinder to himself, especially when he has so few opportunities to make himself feel better about certain parts. There's not really much he can do to move past this now, is there? So we get another hint there, again, of Ashara's involvement with a Stark. It's supposed to be Ned, obviously. Was it Ned? We don't know. So many questions. He also compares Dany to being Ashara's daughter in some ways. That makes people have certain theories. I think it's probably just supposed to indicate that he has fatherly feelings for Daenerys. But like I said, I'm going to kind of leave it there. I'd be wading into unknown waters for me. There's plenty of places you can go to find about Ashara, and I'll make sure that I get to it one day as well. Really, the reference comes in the blink of an eye, but it does feel weighty. What it is Barristan specifically can provide to us, I don't know, but I am sure, I'm confident in saying that the Danes, they're going to be pretty damn important in wins. And I find myself very interested in the rest of the family. I just haven't had time to think about Ashara, or I just can't work out where she fits in. We'll come back to it at some point. For now, George returns to creating tension. The phrase, "there is a storm coming," is pretty universally known for doing just that, but we also have Barristan still thinking that this might be the end for him, so our personal tension is really ticking up, especially when George puts Barry through the ritual that really does make it seem like he's walking towards his final moment, as we see him bathe, we see him put on his special Daenerys gifted armour, we see him appreciate the weapons that he wears, and most importantly for all our former themes, he takes his white cloak and puts it on. He bathed because he felt soiled still, both physically and with this underhandedness, but now he goes in all his finery, as his best self, as a representative and protector of his queen's best interests, whatever doing that might look like in this current climate. He meant to die as he had lived, with his longsword in hand. Yet this isn't all just for show, okay? Yeah, it is part of a ritual. He is putting on that cloak to do official business, but he's also thinking logistics. He's thinking he wants to succeed. So he leaves his helm behind. It's all the better to deal with enemies coming at him from out of the shadows that this pyramid holds. So our stage is set. Here comes the drama. We know something is going to happen, we know it's probably going to be cool, and we're ready for it. Yet George still gives us one more paragraph of waiting, even when we've got all the armour on. One more reflection on all the times he's failed. Again, it's not the king you failed, Barry, it was Rhaella. One more remembering those he served with in the past, wondering what was the right option, wondering what they would do. One more for us to wish that Barry could realise he's honestly one of the best of them. Outside the pyramid, it began to rain. So Barristan sat alone in the dark, listening. It sounds like tears, he thought. It sounds like dead kings weeping. So George is really busting out the atmospheric poetry stuff. I suppose it even makes it more impressive that all this doubt and rain and everything else doesn't stop Barry from getting up and going to do something that the majority of us are really sure is a step in the right direction, no matter what the oaths say. Down he goes now, into the depths of the pyramid, to find Skahaz and 6 of his men, who just happen to be wearing masks of locusts. We can say many things about Skahaz, but he knows about his poetic justice as well. Everything is greed. Both Barry and Skahaz seem to be on the level. We have one more moment of doubt that this could all be about betrayal, when Skahaz promises both that the door guards are his, and that he won't shed blood unless absolutely necessary, when Barry, lovingly, makes that an emphasis. For him, this is about what's best for the city, not personal score settling. We know it'll never be 100% of that for Skahaz, but it might still get the job done for now at least. So onward, deeper now we move, down into the heart of the pyramid, where Hizdar has placed himself for ultimate protection, as we've mentioned previously. Our sense of expectation is building. We very rarely have a major event so signposted as this, especially not in this book. But when it comes to the first barrier of the door guards, it turns out Skahaz told it true. The password works, the doors are opened, and in steps Barristan Selmy and his comrades, as if they are on their way to arrest Chancellor Palpatine or something. Hopefully they do a much better job than Mace Windu did. The first barrier is cleared then, but it's hardly even a barrier really. A much more real one now comes in Steelskin, guarding the door to the king's actual chambers. He's a relatively inexperienced pit fighter, but he's gifted with youth and he has a long axe, so our tension starts to peak. But Barry won't deliver on that unless he must. Words can be used until they no longer do the job. It's much easier to have the door open for you than it is to just kick it in. So he acts as if he's delivering a message and just needs to talk. That's enough to have a slide hole opened and the message passed back to the king. Yeah, a slide hole. That's the first time we've ever heard of one of those, either here or in Westeros, I think. Imagine how many there truly are throughout this pyramid and probably the Red Keep as well. So that part of the plan works, but only Barry is allowed through, not his locusts. So the first problem is met, and likely expected. I think we all guess what the nod between Barry and the locusts mean, so off our knight goes, alone, further in and closer to the big boss fight. These chambers are essentially a bunker, and a well decorated bunker as well. And just to put us off the tension set for a second, there's a funny reminder of Barry and his ways and how uncomfortable he is with the pair of sandalwood lovers at the entrance to the bedchamber. Classic Barry. Instead, he waits in this antechamber with 2 of the cupbearers, and their presence alone is enough for more tension. We're worried that they could be harmed and then Barry will add that to his blame, or perhaps they'll be used as leverage against him as hostages. Barry stays standing. He keeps listening for Hizdar's voice, so we stay on the edge of our seats because we know he's about to spring his big moment. Then, here he is. Hizdar comes out, and Barry is already doing his Kingsguard thing, and he notes that Hizdar is unarmed and unarmoured in the slightest. That's going to help with the physical actions that Barry will have to undertake. The fact that Hizdar has a woman in his bed, while unsurprising, likely helps with Barry's motivation that this is the right thing to do. He can mentally paint it as dishonourable to his queen, and every little bit of motivation can help when this much is on the line. To tie us back to the opening of Barry's first chapter again, Barristan uses the wrong star for Hizdar and is corrected once more, so that's just another cool little note included from George here. Hizdar clearly suspects that nothing is up, again showing how unfitting he is to be a king, or perhaps how little he respects Barristan. Then luck intervenes as Hizdar sends the 2 children off for further wine, so they are out of the way and Barry can now take his time a little bit more. And again, he doesn't rush. He lets Hizdar chatter for a moment, but he's direct once his moment comes. Hizdar looks confused. Why have you come? To ask a question. Magnificence, are you the harpy? Finally, the question we've all been asking ourselves for so very long, with 1,000 different possible answers, and someone's actually asking it straight up. We've got to thank Barristan for that, just for giving us that relief. Maybe we get an answer here, maybe we don't. Even if we do, we don't know if we can trust it, but we're just glad it's actually happening. And it turns out the reaction tells quite a lot. Maybe that's just us twisting it to fit in the narrative. Maybe it's me falling into George's trick. But if so, well done to him. Remember back when I said I wouldn't bother guessing about the harpy? Yeah, that worked out well, didn't it? Because Hizdar drops his cup. He's suddenly lost for words. Now, it's equally possible that this is a telltale sign of guilt, or him just being genuinely surprised, but I know where my money goes. Then there's the backing away with the further accusation of the poison locusts. There's hesitation when he needs someone to blame, and he names the Dornish 3, which we and Barry know to be false. Maybe that's just Hizdar being fed bad information though. Maybe it's really Reznak pulling the strings, and that little sweating guy is actually the venomous harpy. That could easily be true, it would really fit, but it hardly makes Hizdar any more innocent in my books though. Although I will admit that Reznak is probably just as dangerous anyway at this point. Barry, true to his word about wanting evidence, asks for proof, but surprise surprise, Hizdar/Reznak has none. They're all poisoners, these Dornish. Reznak says they worship snakes. "I eat snakes," said Sir Barristan. "It was your pit, your box, your seats, sweet wine and soft cushions, figs and melons and honeyed locusts. You provided all. You urged her grace to try the locust, but never tasted one yourself." It's just like Barristan to take some national pride in the home he misses so much. Worship snakes? Who's Resnack been talking to? Someone who really liked Oberyn? Is that it? But much better is Barristan finally laying all the charges against this supposed king. The ones we've wanted him to face ever since we were in Daznack's pit, if not before. Someone might actually have to face consequences in Meereen. We can't wait. And Hizdar has no real answer. He hesitates again. He tries to make Barry be the one to answer questions instead, but he's making mistakes. First, he talks about Daenerys in the past tense. He's already moved on from her, we can see. Barristan has spent a life noticing the details. Then when he notes the woman in his bed, Hizdar makes a bigger mistake that anyone would be able to notice. Her? She's nothing. A bed slave. He raised his hands. "I misspoke. Not a slave, a free woman, trained in pleasure. Even a king has needs. She's none of your concern, sir. I would never harm Daenerys. Never." Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Now we're making the big slip-ups, aren't we? The ones that show you never bought into what Dany represented, that you did just want to use her for your own betterment, that you are most definitely not honouring everything that she cared about, that you are most definitely one of the bad guys. And with that, both we and Barry feel the timing of the moment. He's pressing, he's accusing, he's bearing down on Hizdar with these accusations, from the Locust to wanting to kill Drogon to the men on the sands obeying him, and it's too much for Hizdar, he cannot answer. Perhaps one day we'll find out that Barry has been manipulated, but I'd challenge anyone to be given the info he has and not come to the same conclusion that he does here. We can sense the anger and yet the control in Barry's voice. Yeah, it's Hizdar who rages, and we get a few more confirmations because of it. He was jealous of Daario. He is willing to switch between him and Quentyn as a scapegoat. Barry has the same answer for that as he did before. It ain't Daario's style, so he asks the big question again and promises justice depending on the answer. And this is where we all get real big-eyed. This is what we've been waiting for. This is the big moment. Somewhat surprisingly, Hizdar does find a spine from somewhere, trying to dismiss or threaten Barry, trying to throw him off perhaps, anything to get away from this question. But when Barristan draws his sword, this line of orange fire, just to sound extra cool, that spine breaks. Out Kraz comes, and we get our duel. He comes with an Arak, just to send us back to Game of Thrones again, with Jorah versus Quoth. But I think it's also used to be more representative of Barristan versus Meereen and Essos in general. No, okay, the Arak isn't a Meereenese weapon, it's a Dothraki, but to Barristan it's all the same. And to be fair, there isn't really a Meereen specific weapon that George could use here. So to him, it's a fight against everything he dislikes in this place and in this city. Upon seeing the weapon, Barry has some confidence. It's not suited to this setting or against Barristan's armour. Again, we remember the words of Jorah Mormont. But such confidence either makes us buy in, or makes us worry that Barristan will turn out to be wrong. Either way, he gives Kraz a chance to avoid blood. That's always his number one mission. But the younger, stronger man declines. So away we go. "Then come," said Barristan the Bold. Kraz came. For the first time all day, Selmy felt certain. This is what I was made for, he thought. The dance, the sweet steel song, a sword in my hand, and a foe before me. Now, I'm not sure if it's Jon, I think it might actually be Jaime, but I'm pretty sure someone says something very, very similar to that this is what they were made for. Either way, now we're all bought in. There's no time for second guessing. We get a truly cool moment, and we get Barristan at his best. After all this doubt, he's found his natural place, he's found what he's good at, the athlete is returning to the field. We love it, it's just what we've been waiting for. So the fight begins, and Barry is nearly overwhelmed from the beginning. Kraz is too fast. Apparently, it's the fastest man that Barry's ever faced. Maybe that's true, or maybe they just seem faster now because Barry has actually become slower. And if we'd hoped for Kraz to be a dumb brute, then we're left wanting. He knows that Barristan is weak at the head, and he's coming at that specific weakness. So however Barristan feels, there is real danger here. But he's in his element, as he said. He responds naturally, calmly, turning the attacks away, even while noticing that the children have returned just to give us something to worry about. Then the difference in cultures and customs comes to his advantage. His armour deflects the Arak, whereas Kraz has nothing to stop the bite of Barry's steel. Barristan's faith in what he knows, in his life of old, in knighthood and chivalry, has paid off. So this is where the fight swings. As Barry has noted before, these men are used to the pits and the pits only. They are completely unprepared for a real fight, and we see that in Kraz not knowing what to do against real armour. He's never had to face it before. Barry recognises that. He recognises the desperation in his opponent, the Hail Mary onslaught, and he resists it all, again via faith in the armour of a Kingsguard. When Kraz screams that he's a coward, Barristan replies with this: "This coward is about to kill you, sir." The man was no knight, but his courage had earned him that much courtesy. The whole thing just seems unfair to Kraz as he suffers cut after cut, but this is reality. It's not the perverse entertainment of the weird city. In the pit that would have taken your arm off, old man. We are not in the pit. Yeah, see? Because Barry is the coolest, he gives Kraz one last chance to yield and avoid death, but is again declined. So when the Arrak betrays him and gets stuck in a hanging, Barristan doesn't mess around and he finishes him. That's a good duel. We like that. That gets the heart rate going. But afterwards, it's back to business. Although not before comforting the children, because of course he does. So in the bedchamber, we find Hizdahr cowering behind her tapestry, begging for mercy, another non-surprise. Instead, Barristan pulls him to his feet and informs him that he's to be imprisoned, not killed. How differently this might have gone if another person was stood in Barristan's place. Barry gives the man his word and arrests him. I was a Kingsguard, he thought. What am I now? Well, I'll tell you, Barry. You're awesome, that's what you are, and you are a Kingbreaker to boot, and you're all the better for it. On the way out, things take a turn. Miklas, one of the children, doesn't know what to make of the scene in front of him, so he just delivers a message straight to his arrested king. There's been a summons from Reznak, and that's way too important to ignore if you're a Barristan, so he asks for an explanation. Where does the Seneschal want his grace to go? Outside. Miklas seems to see him for the first time. Outside, sir? To the terrace. To see. To see what? Dragons. The dragons have been loose, sir. 7 save us all, the old knight thought. Wow, okay, we thought we already had an exciting ending. What about this? The dragons are loose? That's an ending out of nowhere that we clearly didn't think we'd be getting now, and it easily leaps to the top of our priority list. The thing we want to know more about. The thing eclipsing this really major event of Hizdahr being arrested. He's been dethroned, he's been removed from power. Meereen is now moving into yet another era of rule at this critical time, and that's all gone in the blink of an eye. We want to know about the dragons. What's happened there? Okay, let's try and put things in order. Let's deal with Hizdahr first. He's out. He's been arrested. So what will be the fallout of this? Well, we would think it's going to guarantee battle. Okay, well, that's good for our reading experience, but is it good or bad for this actual city? For these actual characters? We would think that Barristan will be the one to lead such an attack. We're very keen to see that. Then we've got questions of whether Tyrion could get the second son to switch in time, just to have that chapter sequencing again. Will that even be accepted or believed? Barristan knows what Brown Ben did before. That's a very big question. This battle is going to be so very, very complex, even more complex than the Winterfell one, I would say. We've also got the fact that Skahaz has got his wish, Hizdahr is down, so will he turn out to be on the level now, or has Barry been tricked? Will Skahaz use this to his advantage, or will he move into the open space of rule? Will there be retaliation from Hizdahr supporters, or the Yunkish? Will the Sons of the Harpy come back? Much of this we will discover to be true come Barristan's last chapter. So yes, we know this is going to throw Meereen back into chaos, even if we still think this probably is for the best, and at the very least it's definitely what we want. This is what Hizdahr deserves, probably better than he deserves. So there's lots and lots of questions about the politics and the war planning, but really, does any of it matter now when the dragons are out? Loosed, specifically, he says. Not stolen, but loosed. They're wild, they're untamed, they're doing what they want, and I think we can guess they're probably very dangerous. This is something unseen in the world for so long, unseen in our book. We've never seen them completely off on their own, we've only got glimpses of Drogon, and Barristan knows just what they might be up against. But then again, the other big question is, wait, hang on, they're out already? So what happened to Quentyn's plan? Did it go wrong? Have Quentyn and the others survived? Was this something the Tattered Prince did on purpose, or something of that nature? And why haven't we been shown it, George? Surely we would have been shown how these dragons got loose. And in one page's time, we'll find out that yes, we actually are going to see it. So George is really playing around with his timeline in a much sharper way than usual, and at such a critical moment as well. It really makes you pay attention and wonder why he made that specific choice. As far as I remember, before we dive into this Quentyn chapter, there's no reason that this one couldn't have been put after Quentyn, so we don't know the ending. But then again, I suppose the only thing spoiled about that chapter is that the dragons get loose, not that Quentyn dies, although many people would assume that to be a natural byproduct. Still, it seems an odd choice. At least it does massively get the drama raised throughout Quentyn's chapter, though I doubt we really needed that when we know what the end point was in trying to steal the dragons. All we really know for now is that these two are the ultimate sparks on the fire, literally. The Meereenese knot was already massively complicated, with so many different factions and different angles to consider, with new players still to come as well, and was rushing headlong into conflict anyway. That was before Barristan upended the command structure, and two dragons got involved right at the same time. So we can imagine this is going to be a pretty big deal that we're hungry to see. In many ways, like I've said before, this is going to be our closest chapter sequencing example ever. But what about the chapter? Well, as you might have guessed, this is the longest Barristan chapter we have, although only just. The next one, Barristan IV, is actually only 20 words shorter. It's a chapter with many trips back into memory. That bow-tying experience again that we keep referencing. It's a reminder of past themes. Barristan again placing the blame on himself for things long gone by that he shouldn't feel guilty about in the first place. But it's also a chapter about knighthood, the protection of children, the training of newbies to take your place, and finally, the fighting skill, which Barry proves he is still awesome at. So we love that we really got to see him show it off, but I think George was giving us this chapter of all aspects of knighthood, or many important aspects at least. So that's really cool that we got all those in one specific chapter, a Barristan chapter at that. But ultimately, most importantly, this chapter is about Barristan going through with something that technically does break his oaths. I still say it's not going that far past them, given that he's not really in a Kingsguard yet or anything official. But either way, after continuing to wrestle with what's right or wrong, he did go through with what was right overall. He broke the king. He delivered something we've been begging for the entire book in the taking down of Hisdar, and he was awesome across the board, across the chapter. So we love to see it. Many would think this would be the last chapter for Barristan because it certainly seems like it. Like we just said, it hits on all these big points. It had the drama, it had the cool part. The big objective of his arc has been achieved. We got our big moment of major action, and we went real deep on his themes. The things that make him him, his past, his secret love, the academy idea. We had it all, and so it sure seems like this could have been the last one, especially with the specific ending as a cliffhanger that could have bridged over into wins quite easily in the style of the other cliffhangers that we've had. As it turns out, his actual last chapter ending will be written in a very similar style, a very similar cliffhanger. So we can legitimately ask if George once planned for this to be Barry's last. In actual fact, this is our last chapter that isn't the last, if you get me. So from here on out, it's cliffhangers only. This is it now. As for why he chose to add another Barry chapter on after this, well, I think it'll turn out that George wanted to get the reaction to Quentyn's death in with this book. Perhaps he didn't want to deal with years of people wondering if he was alive or not. Unfortunately, he kind of missed on that. People did it anyway, but you get my point. Plus, what we'll have in Barristan IV, the preparation and the setup of that battle, will just get us a little bit closer, will move us a little bit closer to the big battle having to start very quickly and wins. Like I said, for the North, we've still got some things to accomplish. For here, Marine, we can pretty much just drop on the ground and get going. So I think that's why we're going to have Quentyn after this, and then one more further Barristan next week. So if we thought we weren't moving far last time, across the Marine walls from Tyrion to Barristan, where we have even less distance to cover this time, now we're just moving a few levels through the pyramid as we go to Quentyn IV, the Dragon Tamer. So here we are then, at the end of Quentyn's arc, a very unique, special arc, and I know the temptation is there just to rush headlong into the chapter, because we're so connected to that Barristan chapter we've just had. There's some very urgent questions that we want to answer, but let's take it slow for a moment here. Let's just appreciate what we've got, because this Quentyn arc and this ending, it is very important to think about. It's very unique. It's a dance-only arc. It's a character we've never had before, a member of a highborn family, don't forget, a very important member. It looks like it's an arc that's going to have a real effect on things, given that hint we've just heard about. And as all rereaders know, it's a major moment in the book and in the series, one that everyone likes to talk about a lot in terms of dramatic, thematic, big endings. Let's look at the overall arc first, shall we? The end of that stinky adventure. The one first introduced to us, remember, right back at the beginning of the book. That was very, very early on. Even if it did then take on a fairly strange structure in having Quentyn 1 very early, a little bit of a gap till Quentyn 2, then a huge gap between 2 and 3, and then 3 and 4 a lot more close, obviously. Now, Quentyn's cheated a bit. It feels like he's had more than 4 chapters because he turns up in Daenerys and he turns up in Barristan. But either way, it's an expertly woven tale over 4 chapters that really does take the form of a story. It looks like a story, as the theme is supposed to be. Quentyn thinks he's in one of those. He has this grand quest that started somewhere, has now ended where he's supposed to be. Okay, it didn't go right, but now, okay, I've got a different option. I'll go with that. And as we spoke about a lot in Quentyn 3, he still fully buys into that. He buys into the fact that he can't lose. It just isn't going to happen because he's the main character. He's the guy. Because he has all these duties to Duran and Sunspear and everything else. And here comes George to tell us the reality that no, not everyone's the main character. Not everyone will survive. And this is actually how reality works. So it's a sobering message. It's a sad message in a lot of ways, but it is beautifully told by George. So again, let's just take one look back at everything that Quentyn's given us from that original meeting in Volantis, from learning all he had already suffered before we even met him on this mission, over to Quentyn 2 with the horribleness of battle and then having to become a turncloak in order to get what he wants after already having sold his sword. Then we have the big gap where actually probably the biggest moment of the book for him so far doesn't even come in his POV when he actually meets Daenerys and he fails the big quest. He has this big roadblock. Then we have the desperation of Quentyn 3, him really having to make up for the big ego blow and his friends trying to persuade him not to, and going on this essentially mad plan. They've been really good chapters. We've really liked them. It really has hit on not just themes of trying to do the right thing and trying to do honour by your friends, trying to do your duty, or the foolishness of youth at some points, but also my favourite part, as you know from Quentyn 3, is just the sheer friendship between these 3 people from Dawn, with Jairus and Archibald, and we're going to get a lot more of that today as well. But also remember, we did ask the question of, okay, why is Quentyn actually included? We couldn't quite tell at the beginning of what he brought to the story, and maybe simply it is just this ending, because again, that seems like it's going to be pretty damn influential on the further plot, but I think it's also just George wanting to tell his tale, wanting to toy with the idea of the story and the hero and all these other things. So now today we're going to move from wondering why he's included to really this major moment of loss. This is a huge moment in the fandom, and we'll obviously cover that as we go through the chapter and we get this build up and we get this excitement, because what we're dealing with here in a kind of back-to-back situation is another heist, another plan. Yeah, we just had one in the very same pyramid, but George is doubling up now, just to really give us the sense of all these different moving parts happening in Meereen inside this knot all at the same time. Now, it's not just the last one, we've had several heist-type chapters in this book, but really, there's nothing quite comparable to this one in the series. This is actually one of the most daring things done in the known history of Westeros, when you think about it. Trying to steal a dragon. Let's not forget what this chapter is all about. That's either fantastically brave or fantastically stupid. Most of us are guessing which, even before the evidence is going to be supplied later. And then we've got the knock-on. Again, I'm going to say this is a unique chapter, because how often do we know the ending of the chapter before we start? Barristan has already told us the dragons get out. Okay, we don't know the details, we don't know what happens to Quentyn, but we know what's going to happen at the end. So we're going to have that weighing over us, bearing down on us the entire way through the chapter, always having us thinking, always having us second guessing. Although I would say the tension and drama that George creates actually does make you forget that you already know the end point in some ways. We'll get to that. But we have the really big question, don't we? What the hell happened? How did it end up that the dragons got loose? What were the circumstances? How has Quentyn failed? And what is the fallout? So there's many questions to answer there. We'll talk more about the goodbye to Quentyn at the end. I think what we really want to do, because of that drama instilled by Barry, is get on with it. So okay, we head into Quentyn 4, and at the beginning, well, we're thinking, are we going to see after the fact now? Because Barry's just heard the dragons have been loosed, so are we going to be at a point in time after that? Maybe that's what we're hoping for, that George would suddenly turn strict in terms of timeline and throw us straight down into the action of what happened with the dragons. But no, as we discover on this first page, we've actually gone back prior to their freeing. We've moved back in time a bit. Although actually I suppose a first time reader doesn't even know that here at the beginning. Technically, the dragons could have been freed without Quentyn's intervention. Maybe the tattered prince or someone else actually beat them to the punch or accidentally let them out. Or maybe someone found out and even wanted to save the dragons from Quentyn, or from the proposed killing that's officially still being considered by his dad. There's lots and lots of different possibilities here. But either way, we accept pretty quickly that George is going to slow us down before hitting us with the high drama. He's going to make us wait. He knows what he's doing there. So as we sail into the chapter and discover, yes, we are back in time, we find a young man actually pretty similar to the elder gentleman that we just left. Both of them are far across the world, far from their home. Both of them are trying to fulfill a mission that is near sacred to them, and both of them are far out of their depth in the politics and the planning. And the result of that is now an extra secret mission to complete in their respective chapters. We've just had one, now we have the other. Specifically, we've just seen Barristan sitting and waiting in the darkness, debating the action he was tasked to go through with, and all his worries about such. Quentyn is now doing the exact same thing, just with a bit more foreshadowing as he dreams of fire and blood. You probably should have listened to those dreams, Quentyn. Sleep, of course, is a non-starter, because it turns out Quentyn has finally decided to turn his brain on. He seems so passive as a narrator in his third chapter, we barely got any access to the person himself. We've actually already gotten more here in the first page of this chapter than we did in the whole of Quentyn 3, because it turns out he switched his brain on long enough to realise what it is he's actually doing and what it could mean, which he first represents by holding his hand over a candle flame and feeling the pain of it against him, and immediately following that with the thought, I do not want to burn. So unlike last time, he's finally admitting the danger. He's giving it its due respect. Maybe he is even beginning to wish he hadn't signed up for the situation he placed himself in. Now, unfortunately, it's not enough for him to be swallowing his pride and going back on the plan, but at least he is giving it fair recognition. This is the ultimate danger you've placed yourself in. It doesn't get any bigger than this. You're trying to steal a dragon, the biggest weapon, the most fearsome beasts in all the world, and the likelihood of you getting through it is very low, Quentyn. So yeah, you do need to pay attention. Jaehaerys appears immediately, come to check on Quentyn because he is still the world's best friend, even when he is also being forced into one of the most dangerous positions you can think of. And he might be perceptive enough to know what Quentyn is thinking, so he suggests some activities that might take his mind off it with the Red Graces. At least that's part of it anyway. It may also be that he wants Quentyn to definitely experience a major moment in a young person's life before he walks into a situation that he probably won't be walking out of. Or maybe it's Jaehaerys who actually wants the distraction and a final chance to enjoy something before his own potential death. Maybe he even holds such extreme hopes that Quentyn will become fond of women very quickly and forget the plan entirely. One can hope, can't they? Jaehaerys straight up admits that he's trying to get Quentyn laid just once before his death, when Quentyn unsurprisingly rebukes the idea. He focuses on Daenerys and his potential of gaining her still, even when it's been made explicitly clear that isn't going to happen under any circumstances. He still won't accept it, and that's a huge part of how we arrived at this destination, that sticking his head in the sand, that refusal to actually look at reality. But we also get this from him. Quentyn did not want to die at all. I want to go back to Ironwood and kiss both of your sisters. Marry Gwyneth Ironwood. Watch her flower into beauty. Have a child by her. I want to ride in tourneys, hawk and hunt. Visit with my mother in Norvus. Read some of those books my father sent me. I want Cletus and Will and Maester Kedry to be alive again. So that's a real roundup of everything that makes Quentyn Quentyn. Another similarity to what we just have with Barristan. But it also kind of shows off his youth and just the fact he's still basically a kid. He just wants to go and enjoy his life. He's not ready for these big weights of duty and the mission and everything else. He's not what he's into. That's not his motivation. There's still so much of his life left to live, which again plays into the rather tragic element of this overall chapter. We'll get into that at the end, of course. But what it says to us is, well, let's face it, normally when a character is obviously thinking about getting home from the front line type of thing, it normally means he isn't going to get to. We've seen that trope played out plenty. The one that always sticks out in my mind is Captain Darling in Blackadder Goes Forth, that final famous episode where Darling gets put on the front line. He thinks of going home, marrying Doris and everything else like that, and he tells us that he writes a note in his journal about this day. Reads simply, bugger. Yeah, that's one of the best. I have to include it there. But back to this book, back to what we're talking about. The last line of that quote, about wanting Cletus and Will and Maester Kedry to be alive again, that's the one that sticks out because it's still the part they just can't get over. He's still suffering from. He carries guilt just like Barry does. Those three are still his motivation that he can't let go of. Even if he does want all those other things he just listed, he still feels the need to honour them, or what he thinks is honouring them, by risking his own neck. So unfortunately, Jaehaerys' much wiser words that we heard last time out, the ones that we really love, haven't sunk in. Though I will say that I think that sentence, that quote, does humanise Quentyn a lot. Yes, he's being stupid. Yes, he's got these weird aims that he's never going to achieve. But he's also just a guy that wants these things that he can't have, that wants his friends to be alive. How can we knock him for that? We can't, can we? That's a painful line of thinking though, so he tries to change the subject back to Daenerys anyway, and then gets his buttons pushed when Jaehaerys suggests that Quentyn could have never satisfied the Queen in bed, especially not after Daario. Of course that's going to hurt Quentyn. He's a young guy, his ego is still tied in with such things, and in terms of Dany, he admits now what he didn't really get into in his last, more thin chapter, how damn intimidated he was when that big moment came in meeting Dany, which is more than understandable. We suspected as much anyway, we were just surprised they didn't focus on it in Quentyn III. And he also let slip that the sex thing was a big part of his many concerns about his ability to win her. So he deflects for now. Instead of admitting that worry, he says it doesn't matter anyway because, okay, she has Daario. That's not Quentyn's role. His role is to earn her as a Martell and get her back to Dawn. Though we know he's sticking his head in the sand again about the reality how he would have really needed to win Dany. But that is still besides the point. Jaehaerys says it in a conversation it sounds like he's had 100 times, and we've seen a fair bit ourselves. She's married, Quentyn. You cannot have her. How many times do we need to tell you? Apparently, not enough. And actually, quick side note here, I wonder if the timings of these events are a bit different, and let's say his dart was arrested by Barristan yesterday, does that change their plans? Does that make Quentyn think, oh actually, maybe I am in with a shot here, or one of my biggest dangers has been removed, maybe I don't have to rush into something? It's worth thinking about. We get another side note now, this one from the text. We get a note on Doran and Malaria's marriage, apparently the only rash thing that Doran has ever done. Maybe that's part of the reason why Doran is so careful now, although I think that's probably a simplified view. Really, it's more a case of his wanting to protect lives when he's already lost so many of his own family, and so not wanting to risk anything, so I'm not sure Quentyn's quite on the mark here. But either way, he resists the comparison to his father. He insists this time will be different, and he even mentally chastises his friend, Jaehaerys, who is apparently being a bad friend by not supporting him, when really, we can clearly see that Jaehaerys is being the very best of friends by trying to get Quentyn off this path still, even with all his failed attempts. This will be my grand adventure, Quentyn said. Men die on grand adventures, said Jaehaerys. So that's a near repeat of what Jaehaerys tried to tell him last time, and it's pretty much word for word George's actual message for this entire arc. Quentyn is still believing he's on the adventure. George told us at the beginning, adventure stinks, Quentyn, it's not what you believe it is. And then to double down on that, he has this thought in his own mind. The hero sets out with his friends and companions, faces dangers, comes home triumphant. Only some of his companions don't return at all. The hero never dies though. I must be the hero. All I need is courage, he said. So we're being really upfront now, aren't we? The hero never dies, idea. Another aspect that we've been talking about through all of his chapters, this genuine belief that's really a foghorn of his naivety, and yet it's also the way that so many real people do just think by default. So George is really hitting on something interesting here. And of course Quentyn figures that he's done this little checklist here. The hero sets out with his friends and companions. Okay, did that. Faces dangers. Yes, he's done plenty of that as well. Some companions don't get to return. Yeah, unfortunately, experienced that. But then he says the hero never dies. So he figures that he's already home free, he's already done it really, ignoring that the last point is the only one that matters really. If you still die at the end, then what is it all worth? That was Jairus' point before. The two continue the argument in this fashion, with Jairus taking a more of a melancholy/realistic tone. He's aware of what this all probably means for him and Archibald too, yet they're still here because they're awesome. Quentyn maintains that Dany is alive. He maintains he'll find her, that there's no difference between horses and dragons. He sticks his head further than possible into those Dornish sands because he just can't bear to address any of the reality right now. The many potential dangers and realities again bother him so much that he even lashes out at Jairus, telling him to go and then implying that he'd be a coward if he did. So that only annoys us more because we know not only is Jairus the opposite of a coward, he's the most loyal anti-coward you could ever hope to meet. Quentyn needs to realise what he actually has. If he's so intent on leading them to their doom, he can at least give them their due beforehand. But Jairus is so nice he doesn't even bite back. And a part of us wish that he and Archibald would just take the advice and go, but unfortunately not. Even immediately after doing this lashing out, Quentyn mentally admits that he's got all these same worries that Jairus is talking about as he considers all the things that he should have done, all these life moments he wishes he could have had. So why is he thinking like that? Well, it's because secretly, he doesn't think he's ever going to get the chance to do them, even if he won't publicly admit as much. It's regret over opportunities missed again, very much still following the Barristan script. And after Jairus goes, for waiting company, all Quentyn has is the rain. Again, just like Barry did. When the three rise and eat what might be their last breakfast, the mood is palpable. Quentyn is trying to control things such as drinking, because it must feel good to control something right now. Jairus is making sarcastic jibes about their chances, and even the big man is gloomy about anything and everything. But Quentyn just stresses and worries because, well, you would, wouldn't you, know what's about to come. At least he's smart enough to have the misgivings, he's just too dim and hopeful to listen to them. They do not understand. They may be Dornish, but I am Dorn. Years from now, when I am dead, this will be the song they sing of me. So that's half right, half wrong. In fairness to Quentyn, as much as we might be ribbing him for this choice and decision and for not appreciating his friends, he is different. He does have a different pressure and responsibility than the other two. He does, or at least believes he does, have the weight of a nation and a family that extends far back into history. Those two could return and it wouldn't really make that much difference for them. But for Quentyn, it could be the defining moment of his life if he let it. We discussed some of that last time with the fallout with Arianne and the Sand Snakes, but at least he would have a life still. The half wrong comes in this hope to turn everything into a song. It sounds like that's the best he can hope for now. That the opportunity of life and kissing the twins and going to visit his mother and everything else is gone, so now he's just aiming to be a memory. For there to be some meaning in the life that he's about to lose. There's a reason that we see similar in the armies of young men, the Knights of Summer as Catelyn once told them, walking towards similar ends and hoping that they will also end up as songs because what else is there left for them to hope for? They have to have some meaning, they have to leave some mark, don't they? That's what Quentyn's hoping for. Of course the difference is he doesn't have to do this. Don't sell your life for a song, Quentyn. That whole quote really kind of makes him sound out of touch of reality and kind of up himself in a way. Even if it is slightly true, he's just a bit deluded. But then this is the story he's been told his entire life, that comes with that privilege, so we can see why it's sunk in. Either way, rightly or wrongly, that's his motivation and he's sticking to it because now it's time to begin. And it's probably only at this point that we remember there's a plan here that we don't know the details of yet. It even required a second meeting with the Tattered Prince to sort out, and we're going to discover the first part of it right here. Everything Barristan was worried about with the masks is completely true, because that's how these three are going to get to the dragons, by becoming brazen beasts. So the chapter sequencing somehow continues getting stronger, as these guys also have to remember a password. This time it's not going to be as meaningful as Grolier was, but it brings the same worry that we had before. Is this a fake word? Have they got bad intel? Will they be betrayed by the Tattered Prince? Did Merys really torture someone, or are they just making it up? As Quentyn's memory tells us, they are carrying the risk here, the biggest risk of all. The Tattered Prince is clever, he's not going to be doing this thing, it's stupid. So they divide up these three masks. Archibald gets the bull, it represents his strength, doesn't it? Jairus gets the monkey, the jester, the laugher, and Quentyn, he has the lion, for his noble blood. Plus there is one more present given from prince to prince, a whip. Simply included because they happen to see Daenerys use one on Drogon, so they guess that's how they unlock such mysteries. You've got to have a whip if you want to get a dragon, right? We're going to guess that's probably not going to be enough, and for rereaders specifically, we look at that whip and we know what is to become of both it and Quentyn soon enough, so the big moment approaches, we creep ever closer. The three make their own approach now as they head down through the pyramid, and another part of the plan is hinted at as they head down not far enough to get to the dragons, but instead head to a side entrance, a former slave entrance, at the side of the pyramid. Even these gates are well protected by huge doors of solid bronze, as well as some more brazen beasts, so even before we find out what they're up to, we have our first barrier. As Archibald gets left behind, the other two approach, and we find that their word isn't just to get them past like it was for Barry, it is to give the impression that they are coming to relieve a shift change, and they play it perfectly to be fair to them. Even Quentyn manages to keep it smooth when he offers to just leave again when they start asking questions. Yet when they give the password, dog, George chooses to inject some drama in the form of a pause from the guards. So our questions come back with Quentyn here. Have they got it wrong? Even when these men accept, the reader is left wondering if they are playing false and if this is going to come back and bite them later. Let's face it, from here on out the tension isn't really going anywhere for the rest of the chapter. That'd be true even if Barry hadn't told us the ending. We still know that dragons lie at the end. It doesn't get much more dramatic than this, does it? After Archibald gets to play his part by opening the heavy door, plus George adding in a time element for the drama with the question of when the real relief will turn up, we find why they are here in the first place. This is not a three-man job after all. Maris is joining them now, with 5 more windblown beside her, and she's not even bothering with a disguise. Okay. They needed this gate open and unwatched, not just for them, but for a wagon filled with meat and carcasses. And our minds click on what that is obviously going to be used for, because for most of us, the mere size of the idea of trying to steal dragons takes up too much attention to actually think of logistics. Luckily, someone has bothered to think of them. Importantly, the tattered prince has not come like we just mentioned. That's pretty smart. Don't risk yourself, let them do it. If it goes wrong, then someone else gets burned, which is exactly what will happen actually. Or is this another indication of betrayal? Maybe he's nowhere near. Maybe there is no escape plan. Maris says he's waiting on a ship. Is that true? We don't know. Or do they intend to kill the Dawn Shri as soon as they emerge with their winged treasures? We can't be sure, and to be honest, we probably won't ever find out the motivation, at least not in this chapter or this book. So instead of the tattered prince, we've got Maris and Kago Corpse Killer, the latter of whom is also wearing an arak just to really keep up with that chapter sequencing. George is really hitting on it today. We can also see that Quentyn's inside knowledge is being exploited. He knows the size of the dragons, or he got the best look at them anyway, so he knows that they can theoretically fit inside this cart. So we know the game plan is to try and tempt them, and then try and chain them. Right now, it's not clear whether they're going to be aiming for 1 or 2, but let's face it, the danger pretty much remains the same either way. So all that's left to do is to actually do it. If there was a time to call it off, it'd be now, or ideally before you even left your room. If Quentyn does change his mind now, it might still turn to swords against these windblown, but that's likely still preferable to the alternative. And because there is nothing left to do, because we're at our final barrier really, this is when the reality actually starts hitting Quentyn. Quentyn felt lightheaded. None of this seemed quite real. One moment it felt like a game, the next some nightmare, like a bad dream where he found himself opening a dark door, knowing that horror and death waited on the other side, yet somehow powerless to stop himself. His palms were slick with sweat. So we've got good drama from George, and we've got good sense from Quentyn. He knows how it's about to go down. And perhaps his friends sense that as well, because they provide nothing but outright confidence now when Quentyn mentions that there will be more guards outside the pit, ones who probably aren't going to fall for the change of duty trick. Again, that quote just shows off how young Quentyn is. It feels like a game to him. He really doesn't have a grasp on the reality and consequences. He's only just realising that now, or letting himself realise that now, bringing his head out of the sand ever so slightly. It all feels wrong, he has that base sense of it, and yet he's going to ignore the instincts anyway. So with one more mention of truly feeling like a boy making a really bad choice, Quentyn leads his fellow thieves into the pyramid. Here, his inside information from the Danitor proves priceless. Without it, they never would have found their way through this maze, or they would have been slowed to the point that they may have even been discovered. Obviously, Daenerys never dreamed that that act could result in this, so it's a wonderful fitting together of the plot, how it all just comes together at the end. Classic George. It also goes to show why Quentyn and his lot are needed. The tattered prince couldn't just walk in here with his mates and do this. The two parties need each other. For now, anyway. It doesn't take them long to reach their destination. Another pair of heavy doors, and George builds up our sense of expectation again, where we're shown the doors being dented from the other side, even melted in places. Oh yes, we've had that sense we're very close to finally getting our dragons back, so we're moving towards the edge of our seats again. But that's not the only barrier. There are 4 brazen beasts still standing guard. 1, a sergeant in a basilisk mask. 3 others as locusts. So that's another chapter connection. These two really are entwined so perfectly, and this obviously makes us wonder if these are Skahaz's men and if we're touching both plots even more than we thought at the same time, although it doesn't really matter for now. Quentyn tries his dog trick just on the off chance, but immediately it's clear it hasn't worked, so this plan must involve blood from the get-go. Quentyn manages to get the command to take them out of his mouth, but that's pretty much it. The rest is all Archibald Ironwood, rushing to the defence of his friend and prince. We love Archibald anyway, he's great, but now we really get to see his fighting prowess as he throws a torch in one of the Locust's face before felling the sergeant with one powerful swing of his hammer. That's 1 down. And Quentyn himself never even reacted. He didn't even get his sword out, and is now just staring down at the dying man, completely lost in the weight of the moment and what they are actually doing. And even though he's fought in the heat of battle before, this is something very different indeed to just running down Astapori, and it's frozen him. The fallen torch is on the floor, guttering, making every shadow leap and twist in a monstrous mockery of the dead man shaking. Wow, what a line that is. That's some superb scene setting from George there. So while Quentyn is busy being overwhelmed and clearly not ready for the big moment, it's now his second friend's turn to save his life, when Quentyn doesn't even realise that a spear is coming right for him. I know this chapter is named after Quentyn, but I argue the attention really should be on the other two. They do so much more, against their better wisdom, and purely in the interest of their buddy. So now Jaehaerys is literally having to put his life on the line for Quentyn's. They're helping him out, not the other way around. And honestly, the last thing we'd want to see is either friend actually falling for this fool. And that's our worry now, as locusts swarm at Jaehaerys. But then the windblown prove that they are actually brought in and they join the fight, with Cago's Valyrian steel Arak, let's not forget Valyrian steel, finishing the last even as he begs for mercy. And quick side note here, is this the first time a Valyrian steel weapon has actually been near these dragons? I'm pretty sure it is. I can't think of another instance. I know Dany promised Jorah a Valyrian steel sword way back when he first saw her, but I'm pretty sure that's never been delivered on, has it? So that's interesting that they've never come across that before. And I wonder if they can sense it somehow. Can they sense this thing made of frozen fire? Just something to keep in mind. In the meantime, Cago has legitimate logistical concerns of whether they woke the entire pyramid with this fighting. Obviously, they were hoping it would go a lot smoother, and are now running the risk of more combatants coming to stop them, or even worse, essentially trap them in the dragon pit. But Quentyn is too far gone to be thinking about that. Dog, Quentyn said. The day's word was supposed to be dog. Why wouldn't they let us pass? We were told. So you can see he's starting to lose it. The moment is too big for him. He's obsessing on the details that don't really matter. He's lost his bottle, and we can guess that this is only going to get worse from here on out. It takes a verbal slap from Merys to get him refocused on the goal, but even then we can see he is mentally breaking. The dragons, Quentyn thought. Yes, we came for the dragons. He felt as though he might be sick. What am I doing here? Father, why? 4 men dead and as many heartbeats, and for what? Fire and blood, he whispered. Blood and fire. Oh dear, if you're one of these companions with him, you'd probably be pretty worried already. They aren't even in the door yet with the dragons, and Quentyn is near shattered. Now we can't really blame him, considering what his approaching task is, but how can he possibly face a dragon if the slaying of guards has done this to him? He should never have put himself in this position. He should never have made this his plan. We know it, his friends know it, but here we are, finding the truth of that. And not that it's a bad thing that he doesn't like seeing men die and he can actually appreciate their life and value. That's a good thing. Indeed, it makes him his father's son, doesn't it? Oh, what could have been if Quentyn was left alive to go on being this better person who appreciates life and doesn't just waste it away? Unfortunately, that's our last alarms, isn't it? And now, while he's babbling about a key, he lets someone else do the solving again, when Archibald smashes open the lock. It's always his friends providing the solutions. A wash of sudden heat assaulted them, heavy with the odours of ash, brimstone and burnt meat. They open the gates, only to find themselves on the very edge of hell. And George is not being subtle in his symbolism here. That's the image he's trying to get across. We've been making Zelda references throughout this whole project, and they don't get much clearer than this one. Here we are, at the deep bottom of a temple, a big door now smashed open, and embers and heat are washing out of the darkness, as if we're on Death Mountain or in one of the fire temples, about to fight Volvagia or whatever his name is, one of the dragons, one of the other fire bosses. You know the scene, I can picture it now. Darkness, embers, and Link stepping down into that darkness. Yeah, this is what we've got. So this is it. This is the moment, and George is going all out on getting that across to us. And this time, Quentyn fully realises what they are up against. Everything in his nature, both here and throughout the chapter, tells him this is wrong. Go back again and read the chapter. His premonitions are all correct. He is on the level. He feels wrong, because it is wrong, but he continues to fight against his own instincts again. Because of that desperate need for validation, for honouring his dead friends, for proving himself to his father, and for the sense of the hero in the adventure, the one that just won't relinquish him. It was black beyond the doors, a sullen Stygian darkness that seemed alive and threatening, hungry. Quentyn could sense that there was something in that darkness, coiled and waiting. Oh, this is superb atmosphere, isn't it? Yes, this is what we've been waiting for. He straight out admits he does not want to do this. He knows it's a bad idea, but he says he sees no other way. And then he lets slip that he genuinely has bought into his own bullshit about this being what Daenerys wanted. He hasn't just taken advantage of her leaving, he isn't just trying to go home with something rather than nothing, although that is still a factor. He genuinely thinks that Daenerys wanted this, that this is something that's supposed to happen, that it's destiny in a way. Or perhaps that's just him trying to convince himself in the moment when he needs the most courage. The idea that she wants him to prove himself, even by doing this, really shows he didn't listen to a word she said. He's too insistent on putting his own adventure trope overlay down on everything else. That's how the stories go, so that must be what Daenerys wants, he thinks. Fool, idiot, he didn't listen. But if that's what he needs, it works, as Quentyn summons the strength to step into the dark, telling herself to do as Dany did. Already, we nurse doubts about whether that is even possible, whether her spirit is simply something of a different nature to his, or even if he could copy her actions, would it matter? Does she have some unattainable, unique quality as a full-blooded Targaryen, or because of what she's been through? Is this even logistically possible for Quentyn to match? We don't know. But still, he walks forward, wondering about the sanity of his steps. He's dealing with monsters of fantasy, unseen for centuries. There's no way to prepare for this most unknowable of unknowns. And George knows what he's doing, bringing in his beloved monsters slowly. Quentyn moves his torch around the pit, and at first we're only allowed glimpses of evidence of their power, the increased heat, the melted bricks, and then we have the moment. Two eyes rose up before him. Bronze they were, brighter than polished shields, glowing with their own heat, burning behind a veil of smoke rising from the dragon's nostrils. Our hairs are all standing up on end, surely. Anything could happen here. We're dealing with a brute force of nature, and for the first time ever, remember, we're seeing them without Daenerys being present. So we've got absolutely zero idea what they're going to do and what's going to happen here. Quentyn recognises that this one he's looking at is Rhaegal, even while looking past his teeth to see the furnace glow, the shimmer of a sleeping fire 100 times brighter than his torch. Wow, as if he needs any reminder of what he's truly up against. And he's terrified. Of course he is, who wouldn't be? Look at what he's looking at. Yet somehow he gets out a croak, both of Rhaegal's name and the order to bring the food. It's Archibald who hears and obeys, and then Rhaegal is burning his own lunch in the air before chomping it down to show off his skills and his danger. It's all Archibald, again, as he has the presence of mind to remember that there are 2 dragons, not 1, which is impressive given how little you'd want to take your eyes off the first one. I think 1 is enough. So Quentyn looks, first discovering that Rhaegal has freed himself of his chains, more tension setting there. Perhaps he sensed Drogon coming, or Daenerys leaving and just raged out of them, but either way it's another display of power and another addition to the danger. He's loose. All bets are off here. I think it's easy to forget, given the drama of this chapter, that we already know. They're going to get loose somehow. This is going to go wrong, just to add to our worry, but now we start seeing the clues of how, as swept up as we are in the narrative. As for Viserion, he's also progressed. He was only hanging from the ceiling before, but now he's actually made himself a proper little cave inside the very rock of the pyramid, which is a connection to what we'll see them do later when they're free in the city, but it's also another indication of power. As Quentyn details, there's no way the dragon should be able to get through such thick rock, and yet he has. And Quentyn spies him now, a second monster, pale and menacing, hanging from the ceiling. Which again makes me think of the Legend of Zelda. Pretty sure it's Ocarina of Time, where you look up and see the dragon hanging off the ceiling, or is that the spider? Whichever. Big monsters hanging off ceilings, dropping down. We know the idea. So that creeping terrorist is coming all the closer as Viserion slowly unveils himself. And when his wings unfurl, everything begins to unravel. We know that everything is about to kick off. Quentyn says that his head empties itself, yet he manages to remember the plan to feed and chain them, just like how they were originally brought down here. He manages to gabble 2 words, and then everything turns to chaos. Viserion launches himself from the ceiling, also spitting flame, and that's when Jairus Drinkwater has had enough. He's walked to the brink of a fiery hell in support of his friend, but no more. This is too far, so he grabs Quentyn and tells him straight, but of course, that is too late as well. The dragon came down between the Dornishman and the door, with a roar that would have sent 100 lions running. In the first instance, there's a heartbeat of stillness where Viserion looks across these intruders, and we raise an interesting point about how intelligent the dragons are, as Quentyn hypothesizes that he's looking for Daenerys, and that he's picking out Pretty Maris specifically because she is a woman as well. And we are thinking perhaps this makes everything that more unstable. They are already frustrated at being locked up in here, they're already missing Daenerys. If they think at first that she's come back to them, and then find themselves disappointed, they might be wilder than ever. Quentyn continues giving new points of information on their nature when he turns his back on the love of Jairus one final time and realises that the dragons are fully aware of their names. So this is it. This is his moment. He calls Viserion's name, he selects his whip, and then we get it. Pale fires burned behind the shining black daggers of his teeth. His eyes were lakes of molten gold, and smoke rose from his nostrils. Down, Quentyn said. And then he coughed and coughed again. I think those coughs are symbolic. They're telling Viserion that this man can't cope with the heat basically, that he is not made of fire like Lay and their mother are. He's not worth listening to. And we double down on that idea when the air becomes too thick, the stench too unnatural for Quentyn. This is just not his world. So he fails. Viserion turns away, and whether for hunger or a bid for freedom, he is moving. The windblown, just as terrified as Quentyn in all likelihood, and very aware that one of these beasts is heading straight for them, react in chaos. Cago wants chains. Maris is screaming at someone to run, and someone else, perhaps in a desperate attempt to protect themselves, fires a crossbow. And as we can guess, That'll do it. Viserion doesn't wait to retaliate, seizing the man in his jaws before burning him alive for good measure. Merys and the others scatter, naturally, and for a moment we wonder if Viserion will kill them all, but apparently he's still hungry, so settles for the one he already has in his jaws. So Quentyn sees a second opportunity, the one he must succeed at, and here we must give the prince credit. Much as he's been terrified through the chapter, fairly, again, much as he seemed to be breaking at the door and a moment ago, Quentyn does come through in the clutch. I've maintained throughout that this is a brave man we're dealing with here. He crossed the world and he fought in battle and he flung himself at the mercy of a queen, and here, in what is clearly now the biggest moment of his life, the biggest moment of almost anyone's life, he steps up to the plate. In his third chapter, he prayed he'd have the courage to stand up to a dragon. Even after already failing once, he still does it. Quentyn let his whip uncoil. "Viserion!" he called, louder this time. He could do this. He would do this. His father had sent him to the far ends of the earth for this. He would not fail him. "Viserion!" He snapped the whip in the air with a crack that echoed off the blackened walls. And that gets his attention. Step 1 is done. Quentyn issues the same command that Daenerys did, to get down. He even lays the whip across his face, and you've got to be all kinds of brave to dare strike a dragon. In response, Viserion hisses, but that's all we get. Cruelly, George never gives us an answer on whether Viserion was about to obey as Drogon did. Whether Quentyn truly did have it in him all along, we'll never know. Because there is more than one dragon, and apparently he has finished with his sheep. Never turn your back on a dragon, Quentyn. Rhaegal re-enters the scene by way of booming wings and a monstrous roar. Some things never change, and one of them is Jaehaerys and Archibald loving and trying to save their friend. Both of them are screaming Quentyn's name, but perhaps that is why this is happening, because dragons and Dornish are not so different. The pair of friends want to protect Quentyn, and Rhaegal wants to protect his brother. Thus, we reach the end. Quentyn turned and threw his left arm across his face to shield his eyes from the furnace wind. Rhaegal, he reminded himself. The green one is Rhaegal. When he raised his whip, he saw that the lash was burning, his hand as well. All of him was burning. Oh, he thought. Then he began to scream. Well, take a breath, everyone. Wow, what an all-time ending. Seriously, this is unlike anything we've seen yet in the series, and there's a reason it stands out so much as a significant moment among the fandom. We're always talking about it, we're always thinking about it, to say nothing of the story so far and how much it resonates in that. I generally had to take a break just from reading my notes there because it wows me every time I read it, and I'm sure you're much the same. Now, there's several aspects to why this is so important, and there's several building blocks that make it so mesmerising. The most pressing of which, I think, is that this is a death of a POV. Which actually doesn't happen nearly as much as you might think, and certainly not in this manner. Burning by a dragon. I mean, that's another part that makes it so important, but we'll get to that in a second. We hinted at this a little bit earlier, but I think let's dive back into it quickly. Out of all of the books, let me remind you, there are 24 different POV characters. I know, to me it always seems like there's way more, but no, 24 is our number. And that's obviously not counting the prologue and epilogue characters, because they all die. But of those 24, only 4 of them, to this point, have died. And that's pretty amazing, I think, because we'd just guess it to be more, because these are bloody books with high death tolls, but no, just 4 of them to this point, and that's including Quentyn. I'm sure you don't need reminding, but the previous 3 are Eddard Stark, Catelyn Stark, and Aerys Oakheart, who is probably about as low as the bar goes for POV requirements, but there he is. And the eagle-eyed, or the eagle-eared among you, also noticed that we didn't even experience Ned and Aerys' deaths through their own POVs, we saw those through eyes of other people. So rather amazingly, when you start to think about it, we've only had to watch one real character die through their own eyes, Catelyn Stark, in the most emotional / devastating moment of the entire series. It's even tough to talk about now. And, she ended up coming back. So this is just the second time ever that this has happened to us, the first in 2.5 books as well, and that alone makes it a monumental moment that our minds just kind of zip to when thinking about these kind of things, because it just doesn't happen that much. It's rare because it's so important and it's so rippling across the plot. Now, that state of affairs isn't likely to last, of course. By the end of Winds of Winter, I would put decent money on some other POVs having died while in their own chapters. In fact, we don't even need to wait that long, because our very next chapter skews the very statistic that I've just mentioned. But then again, with Catelyn having risen, and most people expecting Jon to, we can even make the argument that Quentyn is the first real POV to actually definitely die, the first one we see through their own eyes anyway, or that he didn't die at all, and that George has just got a weird rule about never showing us anyone's deaths through their own eyes. But I say no. Like I said at the beginning, Quentyn's dead, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so that's the biggest part of this death being made super noteworthy, but it's not alone in that. What about the fact that this is a member of a great house that's just died in front of us? One of the upper class, one of these really, really important people. A member of what this series is about in many ways, even if I tend to skew to the view that it's really about the small folk, but that's another discussion. It's a big deal, is my point, obviously. And it's something else that doesn't actually happen as much as you might think. These are bloody books, like we said, high body counts, lots of dead highborn across the field, across the nobility in general, but for the actual great houses, not so much. More than the POV deaths we've had, sure, but not that many. Let's take a look at the numbers again, shall we? At the beginning of the series, there are a total of 107 great house characters across each ruling family. Now that's my personal count, it's not exact, there's a lot of different ways you could go with who you want to include and how you want to count it. I'm just taking the immediate family of the ruling lord or lady, and really I'm just looking at in terms of who affects the story. For instance, I'm not going to count everyone who has the last name Tyrell, because I'd be here all day. I'm going to count Mace and his wife and his 4 kids. So the Tyrells would number 6, if you get me. And like I said, it depends on the situation. I'm not going to count Malario because she essentially doesn't matter. But I do count Renly, even though he's just actually an uncle. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I was tempted to go through and list them all for you, but we're probably running long enough on this episode. But for my point that I'm trying to make, there are 107 members of the great houses. And by great houses, I'm sure you don't even mind it, but just in case, I'm not going to count Targaryens, because they're not here ruling anything in Westeros for now. But I am counting House Stark, House Arryn, House Lannister, House Tyrell, House Greyjoy, House Tully, House Baratheon, and House Martell. So 107 from all of those. And out of those 107, only 12 have died to this point in the story. They being Ned, Catelyn, Robb, Jon Arryn, Lysa, Tywin, Balon, Hoster, Robert, Renly, Joffrey, and Oberyn. Now again, that's my personal count, but I think you see what I'm getting at. For all we generally think that the upper above have been wiped out, which is kind of true for certain families, let's not blanket over that, the reality is that we've seen fairly few die, and of those 12, only Robb and Joffrey were on the younger side as Quentyn is. A loss to the family is devastating no matter what age they are, but it's obviously a lot less expected in the young. Although, actually, looking at that list, no one outside of Hoster died naturally anyway. So what I'm trying to say here is, it's a big deal. We don't see this kind of thing often, and with the nature of this being an inheritance society and the way that power and therefore worth is valued, it really does increase the weight of the moment. This kind of thing can change directions of entire houses and therefore entire realms, purely on the emotional damage level, to say nothing of what they might need to do politically. As it happens, because Quentyn is Dornish, his death doesn't have the same political fallout that it would if he had been born elsewhere, he being a firstborn son of course, but it's still massively important for the future of House Martell. That's just how these things work in terms of securing further generations and in seeming strong, a problem that we know might already be about to trouble the Martells. And that's if we're taking the completely detached view, just kind of looking at it from afar. In reality, none of that is really going to matter to a man like Tyrion Martell, someone who's already experienced copious amounts of loss in his life, both old and new, and now suffers the worst of them all in the death of his son. That is a world breaker, a heart splinter, whatever you want to call it. We've got plenty of knock-on effects to talk about in the immediate, in terms of the dragons and Quentyn's death specifically, but the most important overall might be what this does to Doran. We all remember that this is a guy who's championed caution for decades now in the interest of protecting life while also seeking revenge. That is what he's based everything on. But that approach has now not saved him from another loss, it turns out. So we have to wonder if this will be the catalyst to make him tire of caution and finally go all in. Whether that's enacting his plans now, screwing up all his plans and just going for all-out war, or what he might do. Could be anything. And here I'm going to refer you back to the Radio Westeros livestream that I was lucky enough to be invited on, because we touched on some of these elements about what might happen to Doran while talking about Arya Hotart and the Sand Snakes as well. Now perhaps it simply sends Doran into despair that this keeps happening to him. Or maybe he realises that he could easily blame himself. He sent Quentyn away on this mission. He didn't expect dragon burning to be on the cards, but 3 of Quentyn's mates died in the first leg. So it's not like it was a safe trip. That easily could have been Quentyn himself, and Doran still sent him. Now okay, we can't keep these people wrapped up in cotton wool the whole time, not in this world especially, but he still tried to use Quentyn as a political tool, just as he's recently done with Arianne. In fact, by the time he hears this news, he would have sent Arianne off on her own trip, possibly a very dangerous one, so he might regret that decision once he hears about Quentyn. The more prevailing idea is that Doran will hear of his son's death via dragon, that he might hear about it from a still bitter Jaehaerys, and he might wind up blaming Daenerys for all of it. So what does that do for her later plan of invasion and the hopes of teaming up with House Martell? Does it mean Doran is going to shack up with Aegon, and what will be the fallout of that? And is that one of the key pieces of the war between Aegon and Daenerys possibly? Probably, I would say it makes Doran go all out, maybe pushing for a marriage between Arianne and Aegon, or it could be plenty of things, but none of them are probably going to be anything good. We'll be able to talk about this one a little bit more next week when we actually have Jaehaerys and Archibald's reactions and what their own future might bring, so we can come back to that point. But while we're talking about reactions, one I don't see discussed all that often is what Daenerys will make of this. When she does finally return to Meereen, she's going to have 1,001 things to catch up on, and Quentyn's probably going to be pretty far down the list by that point, but whenever she is made aware of it and is told the tale, it might be really emotionally important. Let's skip ahead again just a little bit to next week and Dany's final chapter, where we'll find that she's finally embracing the dragon within her once again, after this book full of guilt and confusion over what they can do and how she relates to them. So that's a really big point that we're really going to enjoy. But now she might return after finally getting over that hump, only to discover that someone who wanted to marry her, someone she was at least fond of and she may be considered a friend, died via her dragons. So that's going to be another really, really clear, up-close reminder of what they can do, what they're capable of. So does that hurt her progression of embracing the dragons again? Does that make her reconsider, or maybe not? In fairness, she's going to come back and probably find that her dragons have killed whole heaps of people if she comes back after the battle. It's just that Quentyn is the most important and the one she probably knew best. But maybe when she hears that he was burnt while trying to steal her dragons, then maybe that guilt will dissipate. She might even turn angry and have a bone to pick with Doran herself. Either way, I think that's a really interesting point that we don't think about enough. I'm very much looking forward to finding out about that. So that's the further off reactions far down the road, and they're sure to be very important, but what about the here and now? What's the fallout? Well, the ones worst affected are clearly Jaehaerys and Archibald, and like I said, we can cover them further next week, but we instantly feel very, very bad from them right from the start. We've spent a lot of time detailing their dedication to Quentyn, their love to him, the fact that they've both lost friends already, and now they are again. So we expect a lot of grief coming our way, likely some anger, and probably even some self-blame as well. That's if they're alive. Remember, for the first timer, all we actually know is that the dragons get free, thanks to Barristan. We don't know if Jaehaerys and Archibald or the Windblown survive. It could be the dragons killed them all before getting out. We have to wait a little while to find the truth. Even for rereaders, or those guessing that that's not the case, that some of them have survived, there's plenty to talk about. We still don't know what the Tattered Prince was actually trying to do. Was he on the level, or was he plotting betrayal and theft, or was he working for someone else? They did seem to be into it, to be fair, before the plan failed, but we don't know. So what does he do now? Is he going to seek recompense for his failed operation against Jaehaerys and Archibald? Is he going to make himself a nuisance in some other way? Is he still going to try and steal one of them out in the open? Probably not, but you never know. He has just lost the promise of Pentos again, so we really can't be sure. And what about what we've just seen from Barristan's chapter? He just had this big score of arresting Hisdar. Does this now interact or ruin that? Has he solved one problem, only for it to be replaced by two much bigger, much hotter problems in the dragons? Are they going to go on a rage for Meereen now? Or will they join the battle and honestly make it a real battle of fire? Or are they in danger now that they're out in the open? Are people going to try and kill them or take them, like I say? Will Daenerys' supporters rally at her symbols and her children roaming free, or will it motivate her enemies? Again, we'll cover this much more in Barry's final chapter next week, so we don't have to discuss it too much right now, but our brains are just on overflow after a scene like that. It's just too exciting. Even if Meereen in general isn't bothered about the death of Quentyn Martell, they don't really know who he is, they will surely care about what's happened because of it. So let's wind back in, let's re-examine the moment again. The actual death by a burning of dragon, the killing of Quentyn by Rhaegal. Well, on top of it being the best look we ever get at the true power of a dragon, as in being in someone's POV before they experience it firsthand, although we can probably guess he won't be the last POV character to be killed by one of these dragons. We can firstly say, well, yes, it sticks out, it's special because dragons are cool, and we do like seeing how powerful they are. It's an interesting reading point, they're obviously very, very important to the story, and we've always been addicted to them in a way. But what it really is a comment on two things. The theme of adventure that Quentyn was based on as a character, and the nature of dragons. So let's tackle that first one. We touched upon it in the intro, but we're going to talk about adventure again. Whether we look at the journey as a whole, from Volantis to here, Meereen, or the one from recent chapters where Quentyn first came up with this plan, the end result was what we always thought it might be, but we never really dreamed it could actually happen. Again, because of those numbers I mentioned earlier, this thing just doesn't happen often. Even when the idea of dragon stealing came up, we knew how ridiculously dangerous it would be, but we got swept into that very same net that Quentyn did, the idea of story. And George has decided to come thundering through that idea with his realism axe, telling us yet again that adventure stinks. And yet I don't think his point here is to simply crush all hope and ruin all dreams and just say, don't ever try anything because you'll fail. That's not what he's getting at. I don't think his intention is to say that anyone who goes on a journey is destined to die. I think he's actually relating back to much stronger, much more central ideas, such as the value of life. Quentyn was presented with the choice multiple times by both of his best friends, and multiple times he chose the wrong option. Instead of his living, his survival being the symbol of respect for the friends he lost, and that being him doing right by them, he chose to try and make his death mean something instead. He misplaced the value in life overall, which is what I think George was really trying to say. but we can add in there the misleading path of pride or hubris or whatever you want to call it, as well as the notions of the hero. I think we're much closer to the real intention. Still, it was rough for us to read. Quentyn was a fool, he did ignore kind wisdom, he didn't listen to others when he should have, and he was just wrong about several key things, but we still liked him. At least I did. Don't know about you. Perhaps a lot of us just relate to the dreamer, but he was a good, humble guy, for the most part, who just wanted to do his bit. He wanted to obey his father, help his land, do right by his friends, and treat this queen from across the world well. As it happened, in classic style, the more he tried to do some of those things, the more he made some of them more impossible. But his intent was there, and I don't think we should discount the huge weight that he did have to carry, that huge burden, one that clearly should not have been put on him in the first place. It's just a bad option from the beginning. And how that all tied into his feelings of worth and being able to help people. Yes, there was pride in there as well, but still I think you get my point. Plus, I just generally enjoyed his arc and his chapters. I really liked Jaehaerys and Archibald. It's really cool to get the other half of the newer Dornish generation to offset meeting Arianne and Feast, and I really liked the adventure, to be quite honest. His third chapter had those wonderful Jaehaerys quotes that I still adore, and this one is thrilling from top to bottom. I know that ending goes so quick it's easy to kind of gloss over things, but we shouldn't forget that this guy, when it came down to it, did actually stand up to a dragon. And maybe that makes him really stupid, but it also makes him the other thing as well. And maybe, just maybe, it was about to work. We still don't know, and we probably never will. So he's going to be much missed, I think. I really liked Quentyn as a reading experience, although his imprint on the plot, both in the dragons and Doran, is sure to remain. So that's what the final moment tells us all about Quentyn, but what about the dragons? They are far more important characters in the story overall, sorry Quentyn. Well, it's a reminder of what we got at the beginning of the book, that these things are wild, they are unruly, and they are unsafe. They can kill anyone, good or bad. They themselves are not good or bad, they're just natural animals, beasts, so they are capable of both. It really depends who's got them, which makes us kind of worried probably for later plot points. This is probably not going to be the last time that George chooses to put us into conflict over what these dragons get up to. In fact, it's going to get way worse than us thinking just about Quentyn. We're going to have probably some much more beloved characters come on the wrong side of them. They are likely to do damage across all of our cast of characters, all of our storylines, and much as we might love them, they are a natural power of the world and can only be maintained as such. It is the sword without a hilt thing yet again. So this is their big coming out party in a way before heading to Westeros. We've got a quick glimpse of it here at the end of Quentyn's chapter. We're probably going to see a lot more of it in the Battle of the Fire. They aren't messing around anymore, not after being stuck underneath that pyramid. They're here to make an impression. And in fact, we'll find out a little bit more about that not so far in the future. It's next week for us, but really you only have to wait one chapter to hear more about the dragons, more about Meereen, in Barristan's final chapter next week. Of course, it is going to seem like a gigantic chasm just because of the weight of the one chapter in between. Yes, it is our final chapter of the day. I would really gear yourselves up for this one because, it's a hefty one. We're going to leave Meereen now for the first time today, leave that very exciting plot. Don't worry, we'll be back there next week. Now we will journey to the north for the absolute mind bender that is Jon 13. Let's go, everyone. Okay, have we all taken our deep breaths? Because this is one of those moments that you know is coming in the story, and obviously I knew we were going to have to cover it, but I also knew there's just no way to really do it justice. It far transcends anything that we can put into words. Still, we'll give it a good go. And, it's a hell of a reading experience, so let's go into it. So what we just had was a hell of an ending from Quentyn. That's really hard to move on from. It was exciting, it was thematic, and it was something that we've been waiting for 5 books to see. Plus, we've been on a real Meereen roll of late. We've had 3 straight chapters there today. We've spent a lot of time there lately in general. We're all in that Meereen mood. We're thinking about the Battle of Fire. So it can actually be quite difficult to kind of switch tracks in your mind to get back up to the north, which it seems like we haven't been to in an age, for this book anyway. Specifically, we're going to go back up to the Wall, which we've just had a 10 chapter gap from, most unusually, and we're going to try and top that fiery ending, which seems like it's going to be really hard here at the beginning. But that feeling's probably going to stay at the beginning of this chapter. By the end of this chapter, we might not even remember Quentyn's name. That's how big this thing is. For this, as I've said before, is right up there in terms of the biggest, the most important, the most memorable chapters and single moments in the entire series. If a song is playing, we now move from a death of fire to one of, if not ice, then extreme cold, just to touch on the elephant in the room straight away. Let's not mess around here, we know what's coming. And what a death it is. I'm going to double down on it. This is the biggest single event in A Song of Ice and Fire. I think you could easily say that. The other contenders are probably clear. Well, there's a whole big list you could put, but I think most people would land on the big 2 being from other POVs that have died that we mentioned earlier. No, not you, Aerys Oakheart, unfortunately. Ned and Catelyn there, who I refer to. And though there's absolutely no way you can detract from the importance of either of those, this can seem bigger in some ways to some people. Not everyone. A good many of us still lean towards Catelyn as that ultimate emotional moment, but in terms of surprise, in terms of question marks, this one really can't be beaten. Because at least both Ned and Catelyn had follow-up. We knew something of the aftermath. Not just because there's obviously more books after that, but within the books themselves. Neither of them were anywhere near this late in their respective narratives. Catelyn was like halfway through the book. So we got to see something of the aftermath. We knew about it. Whereas for this one, we know nothing. Absolutely zilch. We obviously don't have wins yet, but we also don't have preview chapters either. We've just got nothing, no hints. So of course, what we have today is what I would guess is the most talked about point since Dance's publication. I've got absolutely no way to research or justify that to you, but that's my guess and I'm pretty sure it's spot on. This is the biggest point to the majority of fans. Because as important as Ned and Catelyn were, or any other moment you might personally favour, like I say there's a long list, none of them are able to match Jon Snow in terms of importance both on the character scale, or more importantly, the plot scale. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, Jon is arguably the most important character we have. At the very worst, he's top 3. He's part of our Triforce, don't forget, we've covered it many times. And we have our favourites, and we might like other plots or other chapters more, etc, etc. That's all fine, that's part of the brilliance of the series. But inarguably, Jon has become one of the central, if not the central, core line of the series, especially once we hit Storm, and certainly within this book. If we'd like to take the simple view, he fits the hero mould. He's a young guy, he's a warrior, a swordsman, he's out to save the world. Now, that's something we would say if we'd only just read the blurbs of the books and nothing else. We know, as first-timers and rereaders, that to paint Jon so shallowly is an insult to him and George both. He's far, far more than a sword-wielding action man. He's way deeper. He's one of the deepest characters we have. In fact, we've already mentioned previously that he's barely touched Longclaw for this entire book. That's not what this is about. This is about the growth into a leader. This is about duty. This is about Jon becoming the ultimate leader, really. He's taking on the task of saving the world while not hearing a single word of thanks and instead having roadblocks at every turn. He's the one who's now dedicated his life to saving the lives of an entire civilization, to say nothing of the world at large. He's the one who felt he was never wanted or was forever shunned. He's the one who both lost his family and also had to turn away from them himself. We can even add friends into there, and his lady love. He turned away from everything. He literally turned down an offer of everything he ever wanted for duty instead, for doing what is right. He's the ultimate good guy. He's the ultimate spawn of Eddard Stark, and I think we know what a compliment that is. And being the one to save Jorah Mormont from the dead, or travel with Corran Halfhand, or walk among the wildlings despite knowing what it meant, and then betraying those same wildlings no matter how much it hurt, then fighting against the wildlings to protect his brothers, then leading a battle against Mance Rayder, and then coming Lord Commander, all before everything we got in this book, which is plenty, while all of that set him on a pretty clear path of being the hero at the centre of the story, or at least a part of it, seeing as Daenerys and Tyrion can make similar resumes. Now, we knew that going into this chapter. We know it. And yet, here he is, taken away from us. So how can that be anything but shattering to our ideas of what was and what will be? And you'll notice that's a whole lot of words I just said there before we even get into the more overall arcs of him being truly the mix of ice and fire, of him being the actual king, the true king, and all those much larger thoughts that are just too big to fit in here. So it's all pretty mind-boggling. And that's just in reference to the weight of his character as well. What about his plot? While we can argue that Dany and Tyrion can cast just as big a shadow, we all genuinely agree that eventually they're the ones that will be going to Jon's storyline, to Jon's plot, not the other way around. His is the ultimate, his is what really matters. It's Jon plot that's been the ever-encroaching shadow, right from the Game of Thrones prologue, that which is the war for humanity, the war against the others and against winter itself. Whatever part all the others have to play, it was Jon who was giving us that for now. And he was going to continue being our camera, we figured, let alone someone who actively changed the events of the world that are surely coming up, as he has done already. So how in the world can this moment happen? How can he die? Well, in the time after everyone's read this, we've come up with all sorts of multiple, very confident sounding explanations. But as a first time reading experience, or many times after your first go through, there is simply no comparison. Now, I've just said a whole lot there about one single event in the chapter, one that occurs on the last page. We've got an entire chapter to cover before that. A really, really big chapter. We've got gigantic decisions that will affect thousands of people at once, large-scale missions to save lives and turn the tides of war. We have enough different reminders and dangling threads to generally outdo the Myronese knot. I really think this one is more complicated, to be honest. And we have the coming together of near countless parties, a reminder of all that Jon has been through, everyone moving at once, the powder keg finally going off, and really what is a large-scale explosion of a chapter. There is nothing quite like it in the series. So then how in the world do we begin to cover it? again, the sheer scale of it, all these different plot threads and characters, the fact we're dealing with our largest POV, one of the Triforce. We could genuinely do an entire podcast on this chapter alone because there's so much information we get here about the Wall and Winterfell and Hardhome. There is all these different parties, there are all these huge questions about the structure of the Watch and the legality of decisions made, and that's all before the chaos of the ending and the literally hundreds of questions you could ask about what is happening in the aftermath, what it means long term for the series, in terms of the Wall, the war, and for Jon. We could go on forever and ever, so I'm going to try to get to lots, but there's just no way we're getting to everything. I'll tell you that now. And to be fair, I think that's to be expected when we're dealing with something of this magnitude. It is entirely new ground, but I'll tell you what, if there is something that time forces me to skip over or not give proper attention to, just jot it down. Send me a tweet, send me an email, talk to me on Patreon if you are a patron, and I will get to it at a later date. We'll do something of that nature. But for now, we'd best jump in because there's just so much to cover. Let's go for it. Remember, we might have easily figured that Jon 12 was his last chapter. That's easily arguable. The whole chapter was set up to look that way, we definitely thought so. So we must be pretty surprised to turn the page and find that we're back with Jon. First timers are probably even checking how many pages are behind our right hand and figure, well, this has to be our last Jon chapter now. It's very nearly the last chapter overall. So we're likely awaiting something pretty damn big, especially if it's going to keep up with the kind of cliffhangers we've been getting so far, so that sense of expectation, of drama, is once more set up from the beginning. And we're not going to be found lacking, are we? We might even have to remind ourselves of Jon's new conundrum, because so much has been going on lately. You'll recall that after the biggest day on the Wall ever, letting the wildlings through, he came back to find a new mission waiting for him. The fleet at Hardhome was failing. Ships were thinking, they were fighting each other, the wildlings and the crows. There was cannibalism, dead things in the woods, dead things in the water. It was pretty damn bleak, and it was pointing us on that new direction of Jon going to save all those wildlings as well, or having to do something in response. So whether we remember that or not, as we read the opening line, a theme is set. "Let them die," said Queen Selyse. So it says right there at the beginning, look, death. Death is involved as an idea in this chapter from the get-go. Okay, that's good. We know where we stand, and that definitely is going to be a theme of the chapter throughout, especially as we reach the end. But beyond that, we also find that Jon is appealing to Queen Selyse for help with his new mission of saving lives at Hardhome, wildling and crow alike, and clearly it's not going well. Jon, someone who would go to any length to save a life, even if it didn't happen to also be massively beneficial to him, which this will be, is up against someone who does not care about such things. She considers herself and her family as above them, as more important, the wildlings and crows both, I'd say, and does not see any point in saving them if they can't provide a use of some sort to her or her husband Stannis. She says as much right here at the beginning. Sure, she also says the correct words of feeling sorry for the children, etc., but they're just words, and words are wind, don't forget. Yes, it is true that they don't have food to spare here at Castle Black, but they've got more than Hardhome does, and they could still save lives. But Selyse isn't interested. The wildlings have no use, therefore there's no point, and she exposes herself as the wicked, callous, and uncaring person we always knew her to be, a point that George chooses to double down on by highlighting that she will only ever kiss Shireen's unafflicted cheek. I bet that's always been a thing. I bet she's never once kissed her daughter's other cheek. Now maybe that's just being practical and not kicking off the disease again, but it's just as easy to say it's emotionally cruel, and I bet Shireen feels it. So Selyse's velour-based platitudes of how this might be better for the wildlings, in a very similar way to what Victarion said of the slave girls they sent out to burn last week, gives Jon a bit of an issue. Clearly, he was hoping for assistance. Clearly, he needs the assistance if he is going to pull off another monumentally difficult and dangerous task, but he's been denied. So he takes the chance to look around the room, which is near full to the brim. There's bunches of people in there, and I think this is going to be a purposeful technique by George throughout the chapter, just to remind us of how many people are actually at Castle Black right now, how many storylines there are, both large and small, interacting with each other, and yet all simultaneously about to get thrown in the air at chapter's end. It's a reminder of all that Jon is juggling, but it's also created for just blowing your mind with the sheer scale of fallout that there will be across multiple parties later on. But for right here and now, it's the Queen's party that Jon is obviously focusing on. We've got the two royals in Selyse and Shireen, we've got Patchface the Fool, we've got Knobhead Florent as the hand, and even Melisandre has joined with her own little mini-party. We know that Selyse must love that. I'm actually trying to think if we've even seen Melisandre and Selyse together yet, actually on the page. If they have, it hasn't really stood out. And in turn, that definitely reminds us that we need to get Melisandre's opinion on recent events, as well as this future issue of Hardhome, because it's been a long while since we've actually heard from her. On top of that, Jon lists her many nights, just lining the room and watching, so it seems like George is trying to make a point here. Maybe, as the tension increases with Selyse, George is trying to hint that that will be mirrored between the fighting men. Or maybe we're supposed to be wondering if they'll try and move in a bit more when Jon goes to Hardhome and just take up more of his space. Instead of wasting more time arguing, Jon cuts his losses. He would have loved an affiliation with Selyse and the Queen's men. It would have made the whole thing easier and they would have saved more lives, but he knows the futility of it. So he thanks Selyse and announces that the Night's Watch, stretched thin as they are, will deal with it alone. And Selyse does not like that. Oh no. Her nostrils flare and she indignantly says, "You still mean to ride to Hardhome? I see it on your face." "Let them die," I said. "Yet you will persist in this mad folly. Do not deny it." "I must do what I think is best. With respect, your grace, the wall is mine, and so is this decision." I don't know about you, but I just love it every time that Jon says the wall is his. Yes, please. But clearly, Selyse just expected to be obeyed. She clearly thinks that Jon answers to her, and she can give any outright order she wants. And technically that might be true up to the point, it's kind of arguable. But then it depends on how much that Jon is willing to politely put up with. She says that letting them die was not advice or an offer, it was a command. But Jon cannot falter, as he reminds her of his position on the wall. If he doesn't do that now, then his influence with his own men will dwindle. Selyse will just take more, and besides, he's completely right. So Selyse admits, sure, you can choose, but ultimately you must answer to Stannis, should he ever actually pop up again. And she thinks that Jon will be punished, and at the very least removed from office. And that's great for her, because she would prefer someone who wouldn't resist her or say no to her commands. Right from the off, we can see how relations between these two specific parties has really deteriorated. Basically, she just fobs Jon off. Do what you like, because you'll pay for it anyway and you don't matter anymore. She's clearly still very confident in Stannis' chances for survival and victory. We'll see how long that lasts. And we can also beg the question, would Stannis actually agree with his wife here? Would he see Hardhome as an acceptable loss, knowing what he knows about the others and their use of the dead? Or would he see the importance for this? We know we can't melt his heart with stories of women and children, but if we turn it into a military matter for fighting the others, he might be a lot more interested and he might actually support Jon. Or would he not risk it? Would he tell Jon to go alone, without his help? We simply don't know. As for the question of leading the mission, well, when Patchface volunteers, the room bursts into laughter, at the Fool, at Jon, at the idea of the mission in general. So we get that sense that we always do, of the stupid Southerners having a laugh, not taking things seriously, while actual real events are going on in the snowy north and someone else has to pick up the pieces. George seems to be going out of his way to make us hate this group even more than he already has, perhaps because he's trying to make us expect some big conflict to come up between them here at the end. Jon puts an end to the laughter with his own declaration. "I will not ask my men to do what I would not do myself. I mean to lead the raging." Are we surprised here? No, not really. How could we expect anything less of Jon? This is the setup that we assumed at the end of Jon 12. A new mission that Jon would join, that'll be the start of his Winds plot, and he'll head off towards this place of absolute horror. He'll be present for the expected attack from the others, maybe he'll even get to meet Davos. And then lots of bad things will happen and the others will be closer to the wall, which will put us in a new stage of the war. Remember, he called it a war at the end of his last chapter. That's what we might be expecting anyway, and let's admit it, we'd like to see Commander Jon out in the field because he's also great there, and he would have another major hero moment of huge significance, so yeah, of course we like that. And he really never would ask something of someone that he wouldn't do himself. That's the lessons and the legacy of Ned, isn't it? It's superb leadership and we'd like to see it. What we don't like is hearing it called arranging, because that reminds us of another great rescue mission that went horribly wrong. But that's unfair. This is an entirely different situation, it's much more critical than before, and Jon is most definitely not Jeor Mormont. But still, don't call it arranging. Selyse is not bothered though. In fact, the relationship has rotted so much, she's out and out saying, in front of everyone, that Jon will die on this mission, and that this would be a good thing, because then she could get a Lord Commander who actually listens to her. So again, let me say, this is right out in front of everyone. It's a blatant display of disrespect, and basically a declaration she doesn't want to work with Jon anymore. So the question of how that would have manifested if we had a different chapter's ending is very, very interesting. But in the meantime, we can get really, really annoyed with that idea and that move by her because it's so stupid. Yes, it does escalate the tension for conflict later, but Selyse clearly just doesn't care about anything. She doesn't care if they come into conflict. She's moved past that level, either through sheer arrogance or frustration at not moving over to the Nightfall or hearing from Stannis. Maybe she's had a bit too much of the drink as well. Like I say, this could easily spark a conflict, but she's way too confident in the power and protection of her husband. To her, it's not even a question he's going to succeed, of course. She just thinks that everything's going to go her way because she believes in R'hllor so much. Luckily, Jon also couldn't care less about her opinion. He's got an actual mission to get on with. But before he's actually allowed to leave this room, there are other issues for the first part of this most important chapter. The first issue actually relates back to the previous chapters when we meet Garrick's Kingsblood again, the one pointed out to us as he passed the wall for this reason. Selyse and her cronies have found someone with even a vague history that they could paint as a royal lineage. They've given him a makeover as well so he looks the southern part, and they've declared him King of the Wildlings, essentially just because they want him to be, and little more. So this is just one of the dozens and dozens of storylines up on the wall that fade into the background because there's too many of them for us to consider. They're so easily forgettable even before Jon's death really, but with that included, if I went round asking people, give me your top 10 biggest plots to be resolved in Castle Black, it's going to be a pretty long time before anyone brings up Garrick's Kingsblood and how he'll be used in the future. Jon does admit they've done a good job, he definitely looks the part, and they've got this blood tracing thing back to Raymond Redbeard, so to anyone beneath the wall, he's ticking all the boxes of a noble and a supposed king, despite Jon knowing that A, that heritage line is bullshit, and B, it doesn't matter anyway. That's not how it works to the free folk, as he's tried to detail to people at least 100 times. But these lot are too dumb to see it, and they don't care regardless. They've got what they wanted, a puppet. Someone to put in their pocket and who they might genuinely believe will give them the support of the wildlings. They're more moronic than we thought if they do actually believe that, but either way it fits the role of what they're presenting to everyone else. That they have control of the wildlings, that they have the important guy, not Jon Snow. Don't pay attention to him, pay attention to us. It's power grabbing. But it also serves the purpose of finally being able to pay off some of the more hungry and ambitious southern lords. Clearly, they have tired of not getting Val, the previous wildling princess, so they've made a new line. Discredit Mance and his family, which would include Gilly's child. A part of this it's probably easy to forget, they're now saying he's not worth anything. Therefore, also illegitimizing Val and making all of Jarrett's family royal instead all of a sudden. With that, they can begin making their payments, as we see here with Jarrett's daughter being betrothed to Axel Florent, and the same for some of the other knights. So Axel gets what he wanted in a princess bride, nice one, even if we can see this is kind of a corruption of how it's supposed to work. You can't just slap the title on anyone and it instantly makes them royal, yet that's basically what they're proposing. And to be fair, at a certain point, that is what happens throughout history, isn't it? The whole thing is moot anyway, because again, that's not how it works with free folk culture. But of course, Selyse and her group are the types to just stamp down their own beliefs on everyone else, which is exactly what they're doing here. And again, I wonder what Melisandre says of all this. Does she consider Garrick to have Kingsblood? Or does she know it requires more than a name? That Mance was the king of these people and no one else? For right now, Jon doesn't care. Do what you want with your false, flimsy presentations. I have real, actual work to do. But then we find that Selyse does still see a begrudging value in Val. Much as she might not like her, and as much as it makes no sense when coupled with what she literally just said, she has chosen to betroth Val to Sir Patrick, the massive dickhead. So that annoys us. The arrogance of Selyse believing that she can do this for Val, which is obviously supposed to be a display of power and dominion, as well as her choice of husband. So Jon tries again to explain the customs of the free folk. I swear, if we'd started a page art at the beginning and just put a few coins in every time that this comes up and Jon tries to explain it, I don't know, we'd be buying the Hightower or something by now. Anyway, these are customs decried here on this side of the wall, though Patrick is all confidence anyway. He says, hey, whatever customs you got, I'll sort it. So is that confidence or is it just arrogance? Selyse, obviously ever so hateful of Val, likely because she hates wildlings and is jealous of Val's youth and beauty, wants another opportunity to put Val in her place, to force her into this role of sovereign lady, because she knows how much the girl would hate it, and Selyse would take extreme pleasure in trying to take her down a notch. Jon wisely thinks it wouldn't be near so simple as Selyse thinks, and someone could easily end up dead. Plus he reminds us about the Val Shireen thing, which is just another plot thread to throw on the pile. Yeah, we're going to start a pile here, because it's something else we just have absolutely no knowledge about what it will mean in the future, what's going to come from it. Perhaps it is what Jon is about to mention to Selyse until she dismisses him, again disrespectfully, again as a lowly underling rather than someone of near equal level. And Jon doesn't waste time protecting his own ego or honour. There's a job to do, he's going to go and do it. So he heads down the tower now, finally leaving, noting for a second time that guards are everywhere because Selyse is concerned about murderous wildlings. We do still need to discover a lot about what Castle Black actually looks like now with all these new bodies. We barely got a chance really at the end of the last chapter. But what it's really doing here is just setting the tension and drawing the battle lines between two groups of people. There's a sense of self-fulfilling prophecy in there. If Selyse acts like they're going to be dangerous, she'll probably turn them into being dangerous. To be honest, when Jon goes down at the end of the chapter, it would absolutely not be a surprise to find out that one of the effects of that death is these two sides now just going at it and being a major part of that expected chaos that we've been talking about so much. It's as he travels down the tower now that Melisandre finally catches up with Jon. As we mentioned before, it's been a long time since these two spoke, at least on page, so there's plenty to cover, plenty that Mel might have an opinion on. We already know she was supposed to be unhappy at his manner of opening the gate to the wildlings. Now we want to know what she thinks of Hardhome, because she should know the same as Stannis, that any who die there will feed the armies of the others. She should want to stop it like Jon does. She might not have the same care of general life as Jon, but again, if we're talking tactics, then this needs to happen. We might have even thought that would be what she brings up first, given the urgency, but no, her first question is about Ghost. Knowing what we know about the end of the chapter, and combining that with what she's said previously about daggers in the dark and needing to keep Ghost close, we can assume she's worried that the danger has increased, that something will happen to Jon soon, and that he has more need of Ghost than ever. That's what she's asking here. Where's your bloody direwolf? Keep him with you, you fool. And it turns out that's going to be pretty good advice, some that Jon really should have listened to. But Ghosty is having a nice cozy sleep in his chambers for two reasons. Selyse doesn't let him near the princess. And let's note that it's Selyse claiming Shireen is scared of Ghost. That doesn't mean it's actually true. But of bigger interest is that Jon is still concerned about Borrock and his boar, meaning that we are still very worried about Borrock and his boar and about those two coming to blows. We don't want to think about poor Ghosty getting hurt, and if we're looking for a possible dramatic ending in this book, well, that would serve. So we're probably pretty happy that Ghost is back in the chambers for now. And we also remind ourselves of the size of that boar. It's danger, not just to Ghost by the way, let's remember the coming chaos at the end of the chapter, as well as how weird Borrock acted when he met Jon. And just to add to those wonderings, is the presence of another skin changer going to be important for whatever Mel will need to do to revive Jon? We'll talk about all that later, don't worry. For now, we're told that Borrock will soon be headed to Stone Door. He's just awaiting his turn as the slow rollout of wildlings along the wall continues. So that might assuage us somewhat, because we definitely want him gone. But Mel doesn't want to talk about Borrock, or why he needs Ghosty apparently. She wants to give her opinion of the Hardhome mission, and unfortunately, it's the one Jon wasn't hoping for. Selyse has the right of this, thought Snow. Let them die. You cannot save them. Your ships are lost. 6 remain, more than half the fleet. Your ships are lost, all of them. Not a man shall return. I have seen that in my fires. Oh dear, it's not what Jon wants to hear. It's not what we want to hear. Jon doesn't want to hear it because he originally wanted Melisandre to twist Selyse's arm. The Queen would do anything the Red Woman told her to do, and then this could all go a lot smoother with a higher chance of success. We don't want to hear it because we've recently seen how Via visions can be super true via Moqorro. Now, Moqorro is just way better at the flames than Mel has ever been, so maybe that gives us some hope. But she's got to be right sometimes, and although she does miss out on details, there's always some truth in what she said. So we're thinking maybe this whole mission is truly doomed then. Maybe Hardhome is going to go as bad as we think it is. Perhaps it simply will be one of the key disasters in a book sure to be full of them. Now, if we want to be specific, we could say that Mel's vision says that Jon's ships are lost, but it doesn't mean that Davos's are, does it? So that theory can still live. But then even with that, there'd still be catastrophic loss of life. Maybe we lose Cotter Pike and his maester, for example. We've still got the possibility of the others coming, so it's all bad news. And originally, we were thinking that Mel would have encouraged Jon to go. Like we said earlier, she knows what this defeat would do for the others and adding to their ranks. But even if you remove the fire vision, perhaps she merely thinks it's just better to cut their losses. Yes, it will be awful to lose all those people, but worse to send yet more and lose them as well, including someone as important as Jon Snow. If she thinks it is truly as doomed, then why would you do it? Why would you throw your assets away? And that thought can lead us down alleyways of how far Mel might be willing to go to keep Jon here. Did she play some part in the chaos that happens later? Is she responsible for his death? Maybe she was just trying to influence an injury that got out of hand, or does something to keep him here? Perhaps even something to do with the pink letter. We'll be coming to that later as well, of course. It just doesn't seem like she would let him go if she's this confident in her own vision. So add that to the big pile of questions and plot threads that we forgot about. Back to the quote though. Citing her fires is the worst thing that Melisandre can do, because Jon's frustrations with those have been building and building and building throughout this book. And he's had enough. He put his faith in them before and he got burned, as he lists through here. A grey girl on a dying horse, daggers in the dark, a promised prince born in smoke and salt. It seems to me that you make nothing but mistakes, my lady. Where is Stannis? What of Rattleshirt and his spearwives? Where is my sister? That's poignant that he brings up the daggers, or the prince, or Mance, but we know it's the last one that really burns him, that he was promised ire and that was taken away from him, because it hurts. He's angry about it. And it doesn't help that Melisandre gives one of the flakiest, most useless answers in her history, just about looking up at the skies and declaring that she's his only hope. Yeah, there's multiple sci-fi references in that one. This is what annoys me about prophecy-type characters, or the all-knowing. If Melisandre's true target is saving the world, or defeating the Great Other, or whatever it might be, and she knows that Jon is a part of that, how about giving him something? Instead of all this mystical smoke and mirrors bullshit, just give him something concrete, some actual advice. Quaif, we can throw you into this as well. Stop with the dilly-dallying, stop with the prophecy. Just say, do this, go there, get it done. This is only alienating to Jon and hurtful to your supposed cause, Melisandre. It is on you to persuade him, not on Jon to just give you blind faith for no reason. And really, I think that's because Mel and people like her are actually way more interested in the sound of their own voice more than what they claim to be interested in as an end goal. So I say well done to Jon when he basically tells her to stuff it and moves on instead. So the chapter is moving fast, and of course there's a lot to fit in at this final hurdle. So next thing we see is he's with Levers, and we're learning a bit more about Jon's plan for Hardhome. Selyse offers no help because she's rubbish. Tormund's Giantbane does offer help because he's great. So after getting most things set up over at Oakenshield, he'll return with 80 men to join to however many Jon is going to take out and across to Hardhome. But Jon is smart enough to know the issue. They'll relatively glide across the snow to get there as a lean fighting force, but on the other end, they'll be met by people who can barely stand, the sick and the starved and the failing. He's had his own mini experience of this when he saved the people back at the Weirwood Grove, remember? They came back so much more slowly, so George was really giving us hints there. It's the same problem, just much, much bigger. Many people will die on a slow march back from their starvation or sickness. But of course, the bigger, more frightening issue is the stragglers being picked off by the dead things in the woods, maybe the dead things in the water as well. We've seen that before, haven't we? Don't forget. And that's obviously the last thing that Jon wants. There's further logistics as well. How many men do they take? How much food do they take? We could get there quicker to bring them back, or we could get there with more food to save more people, but then more people would have already died because we didn't get there quick enough. They're questions with no right answers, unfortunately, ones that are going to bow away at Jon, whatever he chooses. Still, we're told there will be this big meeting in the Shield Hall later on, so that's something we figure will be quite significant and maybe give us some answers, and yes, again, we won't be disappointed. We get a quick note on Torreg, Tormund's son, liking Val, and Jon notes that all characters, however minor, have dreams, which is true, of course, they're fully fleshed out characters, we know that. But unfortunately, that's all we get, so Torreg liking Val and the potential relationship there, throw it on the pile, everybody, that ever-growing pile of plots we do not know about. We're also told that a snow sky is here, so we have the same tension that we did in the last chapter. Maybe the others are coming here, maybe that's going to be our big ending event of the book. So Jon says, okay, I'll talk to Torreg later instead. Let's go back to the armory for now, where Ghosty gets more focus, which is good, but it's for trying to bite Mully, which is bad. So bad that his guards have been chased out into the cold, and it turns out their claims of a wild wolf are completely true. Poor Ghosty is all agitated, he's pacing and angry. So this, way more than anything Melisandre could say, makes us pay attention. If there are any characters that we're going to trust in these books, it's the damn direwolves. They know what's up. They've proved it time and time again. Right from Bran's bedroom all the way over to the twins. They can sense danger. Summer was the first one to tell us that, and we've never found anything different. Jon says it's the boar, that's what's winding him up, but we're not so sure. Maybe it is, but it's more likely that we're worried Ghost is sensing danger and something bad coming. That could be the others from that snow sky, it might be the daggers in the dark. There's no shortage of possibilities really. And again, combine that with the fact we're in the last chapter, well, we start guessing. And for rereaders who know what's coming, we figure Ghost can smell the intention of murder in the air, and he hates it. He wants to stop it and protect his human. Yeah, good Ghosty. Even the raven is wild, screaming snow over and over, but Jon takes no notice. The job still needs to be done, and he needs Bowen and Offal. Yes, even here at the end, we don't get away with not having a meeting with them for once, much as we've earned it. Before they arrive, Jon consults his map. He's got to decide on a route along with everything else. It seems there's two options. Go all the way along the wall to Eastwatch, and then go up the coast. They can enlist the giants on the way. Yeah, see, we knew they'd come back, but I still think there's bigger things awaiting them. Or they can go straight arrow, through the thickest part of the haunted forest. And Jon is worried about snow and how thick it might be there. And given what we've seen with Stannis and his problems, we think, yeah, that's probably a good idea. Don't underestimate the snow. Then come in Bowen and Offal, who I actually just said, and I was actually just about to call them Boffle and Owen, which I think is a much better name for them, Boffle and Owen, I'm going with that from now on. And we start moaning at George for putting us through another one of these meetings. Come on, it's last chapter time, George. There's so much to deal with, we don't need to see this again, do we? But then again, that's likely how Jon feels as well. So maybe George is just trying to get that feeling across to us. The early content of the meeting is no great surprise. Jon versus the other two while they argue about wildlings. Something fresh, isn't it? Offal, or Boffle, if you like me, is moaning about the use of the free folk as builders, claiming that they're useless. And to be honest, it's probably a perfect mix of that being true and Offal's own prejudice or unwillingness to teach. I'm sure a good many of the wildlings do suck at building, because that entire concept only exists up to a certain point for them, but we're also convinced that Offal could be doing more if he really wanted. We've had a whole book of this, let's not forget. It annoys us, it annoys Jon. He tries to frame it as them being honest and therefore of worth, but they still provide basically nothing except complaints, especially about the free folk, as Jon lists for us here. We could have guessed that this would happen when the wildlings came through. The well-worn world has changed for these men, and they're going to let everyone know about it. Everything Jon does earns a complaint, and again, it's a mix. They likely do have some decent points in there, although not the one about this pig army, but it's difficult to tell because you've got to sift through all the moaning first. Now, Jon has made a genuine effort to get them involved, to seek their counsel, make them feel appreciated, and get across that yes, you do still control the lives of wildlings, you are still above them. It's true, Jon has made mistakes in his dealings with these two, but the reverse is just the same. They refuse to meet him halfway, they insist on being pouty, and not adapting to the new world. They desperately want to say, I told you so, and will even stall their own efforts, they'll shoot themselves in the foot to make that happen. Despite all Jon's very well-made arguments from before, and the overall fact that it's too late, the deed is done, they insist on referring to the wildlings as criminals, and they continue seeking punishments rather than getting anything actually done. It's incredibly vexing, but it's not new, and it's not the reaction we want to see. So they're going to take the opportunity to be petulant with this new mission as well, despite, again, well knowing the importance of it because Jon has spelled it out 1,000 times. And after Jon tells them of his specific plans here, Bowen folds his arms and agrees with the Selyse assessment that we got at the beginning. Let them die. It's almost like this is being repeated, this theme of letting people die, by way of Jon essentially choosing his own death later with the choices he makes. Keep that in mind. So Jon is frustrated because they've taken the toys out of the pram approach this far, and he actually tries to goad them along with further questions about the logistics, questions that prove how smart Jon is in thinking about all the details and all the angles, and again he's trying to involve them. I think there's a fantastic argument that he should go the other way and let some of his anger out, get some punishments going if they're not going to interact or at least do their jobs, bust them back down to privy duty if they're good for nothing else. And I think that's especially true with this, what we get from them. Send women then. Send giants. Send suckling babes. Is that what my lord wishes to hear? Bowen Marsh rubbed at the scar he had won at the Bridge of Skulls. Send them all. The more we lose, the fewer mouths we'll have to feed. So clearly, again, like Selyse, this man has passed a marker. He's had enough, completely. He hates everything, he hates this new world, he can't adapt, he's throwing the toys out. But this is a ridiculous level to me, and it might be because Bowen's already made up his mind and is ready to go for broke or whatever else. We really don't know the timing of his decision, but it really sticks out. And Offal's just the same. Honestly, the two of them are pathetic, and I don't think they deserve any of our sympathy. Jon tried, but why bother? Let them be idiotic, xenophobic morons who literally can't think of anything else but themselves and their own created egos, as if they're really worth anything in this world anyway. We've tried to be fair to them in the past, but these guys are scum. Let's not kid around anymore, they're scum. And I'm hoping that a comeuppance is delivered to them at some point. They're idiots, all too familiar idiots. As they walked through the armoury, Ghost sniffed at them, his tail upraised and bristling. My brothers, Jon thought. The Night's Watch needed leaders with the wisdom of Maester Aemon, the learning of Samwell Tarly, the courage of Corran Harfand, the stubborn strength of the Old Bear, the compassion of Donal Noy. What it had instead was them. So we're saying, Jon, pay attention, man. Look at the fur, look at his tail. Ghosty knows. Whether because a decision has been made or Ghost knows there will be, the sign is clear, and we definitely pick up on it even if Jon won't. That meeting was another level of disrespect. It's never gone that far. I think Jon's just so beaten down by the job, like Daenerys says over in Meereen, over this long period of time, to notice. It's just usual to him now. He should have come out roaring at them. He should have wondered why they would dare be like that towards him, and he should start adding Mel and Visions and Ghost and general awareness all together. I don't fault Jon in general, but I do think he should have suspected that something was up because it seems pretty obvious. The problem is, Jon Snow is too busy trying to save everyone else, not himself. Still, we do love that reminder of what once was though, all the old people from the original Night's Watch that we and Jon first met. If everyone else is going to do the bow tying thing, then Jon can do it as well. And we might raise our eyebrows a bit at the George Mormont selection, but all the others, yeah, we really could do with them because they were the best, and unfortunately, only the worst have survived. Outside, Bowen reminds Jon that they've still got corpses in the ice cells. Yes, Jon had nearly forgotten about them, and probably us as well. Throw them on the ever-growing pile. Nothing has happened with them yet, but are they being highlighted here because they will soon awaken? Maybe they'll be the warning that the others are coming. Could be in this chapter, could still happen in the future. Or maybe even Melisandre is going to accidentally switch them on when she does whatever she does to Jon. Maybe it's a radius thing. We don't know. Could be. The snows are so bad. Yes, we've got that building theme. Jon says that they need to empty the cells. And oh yeah, Cregan Karstark is still down there in cold purgatory. Again, throw him on the pile. So many plots. What role does he start to play? When will he become important? And what's going to happen to him later in all the chaos? We can ask it at every point in this big old pile, can't we? Just jump on the top of each other, guys. There's so many of you. Instead, Jon gets on with moving the weak, wild lord into the sub-cellars for his holding. And George continues with this reminding of plot threads without actually pulling on them. We're just kind of getting a roundup. The corpses, they get left buried in the snow. And we've got to figure there's a reason we're being told that. Maybe Jon dies and doesn't come back, or maybe he goes off somewhere and everyone else forgets. They're gonna be important somewhere, and they might be that great, super creepy warning system. Tormund now enters the chapter, although only with 50 men, not the promised 80, so that's not a great start to the mission. And he's as dismissive of Garrick's Kingsblood as we'd expect, going to prove that they might be able to keep a few knights satisfied, but this is going to have zero effect on the wildlings other than either amusing or angering them. They all know Jarrett's real backstory, if they even cared about such, and they definitely do not care about how he looks. So that at least gives us a little reassurance that Selyse's plan will fail, but then it's also likely to sow major discord throughout the wildlings, so we can't be too smug. Perhaps to cheer us up, Jon talks about selling his raven to Tormund. Yeah, that wouldn't be the worst thing to see, he's kind of annoying. Now up to this point, it must be said that this doesn't feel quite so much like a final chapter as others do. Tyrion was a slower chapter to begin with, but it still had the sense of the plan and the worry of coming battle. Obviously, Barristan and Quentyn had specific tasks and very clear dramatic bylines to follow. This one here has been more of a roundup, like we said, a logistics tour of Castle Black as we go around ticking off boxes of the plot points that we both remember or have forgotten. We're really getting a final hammering in of all the problems that Jon has faced throughout his arc, or more of the frustrations to be exact. He's dealing with the different parties and all these little side issues and the unnecessary roadblocks that people put in front of his goal of just helping people. It's the strongest with Bowen and Offal, or Boffal and Owen, and George is truly trying to breast down how constant it is and how it really gets under your skin. And true enough, we have been wondering if the others might come, but that's only been a side thought and has really been to do more of where the chapter is in the book rather than its actual content. And this is where that all changes, about 2/3 of the way through the chapter. We abandon the usual and the constant and chuck a wild fireball right into the middle of proceedings, and then the rest will all be about reacting to that fireball. It's something unexpected, it's something new in this arena, and it is something the fandom has had to obsess over ever since we first saw it. I refer, of course, to the pink letter. It is something we've been waiting for as rereaders. It looms over a reread as we've seen all the way throughout this project and this book especially. We've referred to it plenty of times, especially in Theon's later arc, but also in Jon and Ash's, and due to his exact placement as this final northern chapter and at the end of the book, it becomes so much more important to us readers than it really should be. If we're talking about bridges over to wins, then this is one of the biggest we'll get because we've been left with a very long time with zero answers about the truth of its content or even its author. There's been 100 theories produced on both, and right now, in true Schrödinger style, any of them could be right. The reason the letter stands out to me, aside from the huge importance of what it says and how true that is that it really gets across how important information actually is in this style or era of society, or at least the information you can get. Obviously, this is a problem that's been present throughout the whole series in terms of the time it takes to relay information to certain places, the inability to validate the truth and the amount of faith you have to act upon. It makes everything so fragile. It puts everything on the head of a pin, and the pink letter represents that best. Jon has no idea whether it's true or not. That's a decision he has to make in terms of how he's going to react. He can't just double check, he can't Google it, he can't waste time finding out. This is what he has, true or untrue, and only he can pick a path from here. And let's be upfront before we get into it. The pink letter as a subject is massive, massive, massive. We could easily do an entire podcast purely on this one plot point, not even the whole Jon chapter. And how do I know that? Well, it's because it's been done. People have done exactly that. I'm pretty sure History of Westeros has, and I know Mason of Monthly has. I'm sure many others as well. I'll try and find some links for you later. It's been a long, long time since I've listened to any of them, of course, because I never want to colour my notes here. But anyway, the point is that there's just way too much to cover here, much as I'd like to. But we're already in hour 4 of this recording, 4.5 on my raw recording here. So maybe it's something we can come back to with an addendum if people like. You let me know if you want that kind of thing. But between trying to figure out which parts are true, digging through hordes of evidence on who wrote the damn thing, and then discussing why someone would write it or lie about certain parts or whatever, all before getting to what it actually means for the future and the actual reactions from not just Jon, but others as well, there's just way too much content. So I'm going to have to be a bit picky here and select what we want to talk about. So here you have my apologies that we can't be as comprehensive as we might like, but maybe we can go back in the future. Funnily enough, at the beginning of this little scene, Jon almost doesn't read the thing when Mully informs him that Clydas has had a letter, and instead we get treated to several local sayings and some old wisdom from both Jon and Tormund. The Dornish one is pretty cool from Jon, but Tormund has the most accurate with his dark wings, dark words. So Clydas is brought in, and he's clearly shaken, as well he should be. We tie back to the beginning of the book again as we remember Asher's similar letter, written in the same style, written in that terrifying hand of Ramsay Snow's, allegedly. And you know what? We're getting to the end of this project. I think we've earned a treat, haven't we? Let's do the whole thing. Let's do the whole letter here. And yes, believe me, I know many other people have reproduced this letter far better than I'm going to be able to, but I like reading these out, so let's go for it. Your false king is dead, bastard. He and all his host were smashed in 7 days of battle. I have his magic sword. Tell his red whore. Your false king's friends are dead, their heads upon the walls of Winterfell. Come see them, bastard. Your false king lied, and so did you. You told the world that you burned the king beyond the wall. Instead, you sent him to Winterfell to steal my bride from me. I will have my bride back. If you want Mance Rayder back, come and get him. I have him in a cage for all the north to see, proof of your lies. The cage is cold, but I have made him a warm cloak from the skins of the 6 whores who came with him to Winterfell. I want my bride back. I want the false king's queen. I want his daughter and his red witch. I want his wildling princess. I want his little prince, the wildling babe. And I want my reek. Send them to me, bastard, and I will not trouble you or your black crows. Keep them from me, and I will cut out your bastard's heart and eat it. It was signed Ramsay Bolton, Trueborn Lord of Winterfell. So Tormund's take that Jon looks as if Ned's head has just come out of this envelope is pretty on point. Yeah, the letter's not actually as long as you think it would be either, actually. I remember it as being a lot longer. Now again, we can take nearly every word or sentence, and there are copious amounts of other plot threads and timings that would need to be considered to talk about their validity or how true they are, and that might be a little bit beyond our scope right now, especially when nothing is actually confirmed and the fandom have all these different theories that we could talk about. It's something else that we can maybe revisit later, and there are plenty of other places for you to find such content, so don't worry. But for now, we will do a bit of a basic breakdown of each point. So let's go back through the letter. What it says first is, Stannis is dead, destroyed in a week-long battle, and Lightbringer has been captured. So right from the off, we get some of the biggest news, really. But along with it, we also get confusion right from the get-go. We got our minds bent a little bit by this letter because of the skewed timeline. When is this reading, when is this Jon chapter actually taking place? Because if George are writing in a strict timeline, we'd figure this has to be false, this news, because it's too soon after Ash's final chapter, and also we absolutely would not believe that George would do that battle off page, not after all the build-up we've had. No way he's pulling that carpet from under our feet. But the problem is, George doesn't write in a strict timeline here at the end of Dance, even if that might not be immediately obvious to a first-time reader. And I know there's some very well-researched theories on timings and the such out there, but the simple fact is we really don't know what is happening when, and we certainly don't as, like I say, for the first-time readers. So though our minds instantly want to use the, well, it hasn't happened yet defense, we can't. Besides, George has literally just shown us with Barristan and Quentyn that he can show you a result before detailing how it was arrived at. So maybe this is the same thing, him telling us what will happen between the Boltons and Stannis before still actually showing us later. Let's note that the letter doesn't say the battle was fought at Winterfell, just that there were 7 days of battle. So maybe this is the result of whatever the Freys got up to, or there was a battle out in the field instead. It could be either one. Technically, it is possible it's happened, and we might see such after having read this chapter. We know that Theon 1 of Winds is still to come, for example, but I think already at the beginning here, George sets us up to doubt the letter's contents. And for what it's worth, George has outright said that this chapter takes place after that Theon 1 chapter, just to mess with you a bit and really get that timeline a bit confusing. But certainly the doubt is what we want to fall into as readers, because we firstly want to see the conflict on page, but also because we simply want a different result than what this letter gives us. Not getting what we want isn't something new to us in these pages, but I think even with the overall darkness that we get in this book, for the most part we've believed that somehow, some way Stannis would win out, the Boltons would be defeated, Winterfell would be liberated. We might not think Stannis would be there very long, and we might have theories about Rickon Stark being introduced, or the will emerging for the neck or whatever. I've spoken about those in other places, such as the Castles book, so I won't go too far into it now, we've got enough to talk about. But I certainly think it fits to have Stannis score this gigantic victory, and still not be beloved by the people. Essentially shunned and never able to actually please anyone. I just think that fits well into his character and how it's been formed, and it might be what finally snaps him as he heads back to the Wall. But anyway, I'm already diving too far into it. Let's just ignore that for now. The fact is, we thought that the Boltons would be defeated. They're evil, they're horrible, especially Ramsay, and they're stood in the place that we believe to be the centre of the ending story, and the war for life as well, so George needs them to get cleared out. The mechanics of that victory and how it might come about are another deep dive that we could get into, but that was the end state. Winterfell would be saved. Even with Stannis' difficulty in the storm and the cold count and whatever else, we figured this was going to happen somehow. That was just the darkness before the dawn type thing. We spent so long detailing the cracks in the Bolton alliance, that constantly growing snowball that ended up smashing them all to pieces. Surely Roose wasn't able to rein things back in after sending the Freys and Manderlys away. We'd hate that idea, and the letter makes no mention of either force for what it's worth, so bear that in mind. Whereas this possibility, what we get in the letter, while we could frame it as Winter being undefeated and uncaring and who it kills, in the same way that the dragons have just been doing such, and while we could say this makes thematic sense for Stannis to ultimately fail, and this leads him back to the Wall in desperation for what happens with Shireen, and while we could look at it as George clearing the road for Jon to go and be the hero and save Winterfell, it all doesn't sit quite right. We thought it would go differently, that Stannis would survive, that he would overcome, and there would be some secret plan or something. That Theon would be of use, for if Stannis has been defeated, then what does it mean for the Greyjoy siblings? Surely they will have died as well, along with all of Asher's crew that we were just reintroduced to. Or perhaps even worse, they're prisoners. I think when we're talking about Ramsay, we'd just rather everyone get killed in the battle rather than be taken. And that probably means that Jane as well has been recaptured, and that's just unbearable to think about. If there was ever a reason for me to stop reading these books, that might be it. Well, for that point, let's just keep that in mind for further down the letter. We'll come back to that. I suppose it is possible that the Stannis camp split, or that some people got away, and actually we will be provided with a bit more info in Theon's win preview about who's going where, But still, we don't want this to be true, is my point. If we think it is, it's a real gut punch to our expectations. If we think it's not, then we're confused about why the author of the letter would lie about it, but again, we'll come back to intentions in a minute. Let's just stick with content for now. The letter says to tell Melisandre about this defeat, about Stannis. And this will come up a bit later in the chapter when Jon chooses to share this information with everyone, but let's very quickly consider what this letter has the power to do to Melisandre, because it can break her. We've seen all the way through the series since Clash her rock-solid belief in Stannis. And rock-solid is probably underselling it, to be honest. She believes Stannis is the one her entire religion, her entire life's work is based on. He is the most important figure in human history, to hear her tell it. One small step from a god himself. He is determined, he's destined to fight in the war of existence. So to hear that this person of literally the utmost importance has died in the snow while trying to just take a castle, what does that do to her? What does that do to a person's sanity? Does she just deny it straight out? Does she insist that the letter is false, either to keep everyone's faith intact or maybe even keep her own? Does she not allow herself to believe such? Or does she fall apart, her belief system shattered, as we saw in the show a little bit? Does it push her to Jon and his importance already at this earlier juncture, and she just thinks, okay, I was wrong about identity, rather than about Azor Ahai existing at all? I personally can't see her faltering like she did in the show, at least not publicly. Mayhaps she will have a private crisis of faith that we'll be privy to in her expected early POV chapters, but outwardly, I think she has to keep that stone face, that aura of power, or she'll lose all respect from everyone, especially in terms of her Via visions. Because if she didn't see this coming, then what use are they at all? And that leads into another faction, another area that I'd really like to take a deeper dive into if we have more time, and it's something else that will come up later as well. But if this letter is believed, and let's remember that up to a certain point, it's not the truth of the letter that matters, it's how many people believe it's true. But if it is believed, then can we imagine the massive effect this has on the Queen's Men, the Wildlings, and Castle Black? Let's start with the Queen's Men, and let's paint a picture. You're a Southern Lord, or a Southern Knight, or of some standing. You're not the worst off guy in the world, but you're ambitious and you seek more. Or maybe you are just really honourable and you obey your oaths. For right now, the distinction doesn't really matter. Either way, you find yourself in a war for the Iron Throne, whether by ambition, or honour, or call-up, or whatever. You get your ass kicked on the Blackwater, and you're now in very bad standing with the Crown. Your circumstances look to worsen, so you stick with Stannis, and somehow, for some reason never really made clear to you, you end up sailing up past an entire continent to a landscape that is as familiar to you as the bottom of the ocean. You leave behind your family, your home, your safety. And still, the beginning is okay. You get a victory at the wall, that's very nice. But you don't get to go off with the king. You have to stay here and guard his wife and child up on the freezing wall. And you have to adopt this new religion, otherwise you're out of the running entirely. So it's cold, the food is going, apparently there's ice monsters or something up here, plus a whole massive bunch of wildlings. So it sucks, but you'll probably get something out of it. Maybe a new bride or a patch of land given by this new king, a bag of gold at the very least, so you put up with it. And then you hear that the man who is going to deliver all this to you has died, miles away in the snow. Your cause has fallen, you will receive no benefits, this was all for nothing. So what do these men do in this situation? And there's several options. The kindest would be to move immediately to protect Shireen and Selyse. With Stannis dead, Shireen will be believed by many, although not all, to be the Queen of Westeros. At the very least, she's the Lady of Dragonstone and half of House Baratheon. So we know how immensely valuable that makes her. We know she will be sought after, either to use or to kill and end Stannis' line for good. So maybe some of the Queen's Men stick to their honour or their oaths and they do the right thing. Or maybe they even want to get on the ground floor with the new boss. Whichever is fine, it still ends up in protection. But not all of them are going to go that way, I think. Some of them are going to be very, very angry at all they gave up for apparently nothing. Their future has been destroyed, remember. They supported a false king, a man who will be labelled as traitor. They're going to have a bloody hard time just getting home in the first place. They're pissed. So some of them will seek to use Selyse and Shireen. They will maybe try to take them into their own custody or steal them away. So that means there could be infighting by the truly zealous, because some will just stick because of their religion, and those who have now dropped the pretense now that there's no reward. There could be large-scale abandonment for those who want to cut their losses and get back home before winter makes it impossible, and there could be a lot of fighting with the many other parties in Castle Black. That could just be another addition to the chaos. Throw it on the pile. We'll have to discuss that again at the end as well. Because they are not the only faction affected by this news. And we're still just talking about Stannis for now. Both the Night's Watch and the Wildlings have, in many ways, been operating under the understanding that they have to act a certain way, or Stannis could return and force them to act that desired way, because he's the one of the army. If that threat is now removed, if those shackles are off, it's anyone's guess how these different parties might react. An embittered crow could be pushed to finally strike at the establishment, for example. The anti-wildling crew might become a lot more vocal in their protests, and the wildlings might click very quickly that their numbers advantage is actually worth way more than before now, and there would likely be splits within both camps as well, so again, chaos everywhere. At least potentially. And we will revisit all of this later on when Jon actually reads the letter, but the possibilities are kind of endless. So all of that is just the first part of what is really a 3-part letter. So I told you there was a lot to talk about and we're still just skimming here. The next part is centered on Mance. The establishment that firstly he is alive and not burned. The second that he is captured and stuck in a cage in Winterfell. And this relates very closely with discussions we already had back when we covered Theon's arc, of course, but it's another aspect with incredibly wide-ranging repercussions if it's true. In fairness, we can see the path to truth a lot more clearly in this one because we know Mance was in Winterfell and it's perfectly plausible that he was captured, more plausible than what happened with Stannis probably. In fact, if anything is going to persuade us that Ramsay is the author, it might be this, because either Mance or one of the surviving washerwomen/spearwives could have been captured or tortured and had this information extracted from them. But it's another thing that we don't want to be true. I'm sure personal opinions vary on Mance, but I'm sure we all agree he's a cool character who has a lot more to give to the story and not someone who we want to see die in a cage. It almost seems odd that George would fake burn him purely for this ending to come about. Maybe it is simply to have the saving Iron mission included, but it seems like there should just be more from this character. Either way, we definitely don't want this to be the ending for a man who ultimately tried to save an entire civilization from death. Way back when we first met Mance, we made the observation that despite him having none of the official requirements for kingship, he might be the best one we ever actually see. He did the unthinkable, let's not forget. He changed the world, so surely this can't be his end. Besides, I personally really want Rowan to be alive. I just want to find out more about her. And again, there is the fallout. First, the political from Stannis, Mel and Jon lying about it, although it'd probably be a long time before the chaos dies down enough to have anyone think about that. But much more to the point, the wildlings. What was their reaction to the news that their king is not dead? Do they revolt in anger over the lie? Do they move to save him straight away? That'll come up later as well. For now, let's move to the third and final part of the letter, the things that the author wants. And they are his wife, and the non-use of her supposed name is important there. Then Selyse, Shireen, Melisandre, Val, and Gilly's son, who is still believed to be Mance's boy. And finally, Theon. Now this is where things get that little bit dicey. Let's start with the obvious, shall we? If Stannis has been defeated in battle, then Ramsay should already have both Jane and Theon, or soon enough if they're in pursuit. Again, it's possible that Stannis' camp was split, but now we really have to start wondering about the validity of this thing. Then we need to ask about why he's seeking all these other royal relatives. Is it simply the acquisition of hostages and the removal of anyone to rally around like a Shireen? Is it a full stop to secure victory in this war, or is there something else at play? And why would Ramsay think that anyone knows what he's talking about with the word reek? Has he simply assumed that Theon will have tried to get Arya, quote unquote, up to Castle Black, even though they all know it's not Arya? This is all very confusing, isn't it? The end also contains a threat towards Jon if he doesn't relinquish these gifts, because anyone who's ever met Jon must know he'd never ever accept these demands, and they should also know he's not going to be goaded by a threat either. And the last thing to take note of is the fact that this letter is signed by Ramsay Bolton, Lord of Winterfell. Now that would obviously suggest that Roose has died. So has that happened in this battle with Stannis? Or did Ramsay lead a secret coup and kill his own father, as so many have theorised, and definitely fits in with their themes there over in the Bolton household? And either way, what does that do to the Bolton alliance now? The one already very insecure on its feet and looking to topple at any moment. They would now be ruled by a person that the majority of houses outwardly hate or consider to be a criminal of the highest order, and yet still incredibly dangerous and violent. Does this mean they risk their own rebellion? And what further crimes could a completely unleashed Ramsay actually put out into the world? We probably don't want to think about that one too much. So that is a very fast and very basic look at this letter and how it might be received, but there's still plenty more to talk about. Most importantly, what do these 3 points, these 3 parts, mean to Jon personally, even if we forget his role as Lord Commander in some places? How is this letter, designed and written for him apparently, supposed to be reacted to? Well, let's quickly go back through these 3 points. First, Stannis. That news, if true, would be devastating for Jon to hear. He would not only be aware of the reaction this could cause in his own castle, or you'd like to think he'd be aware anyway, we'll come back to that a bit later as well when he reads the letter out, but he'd also be hyper aware of what this means for the safety of the Night's Watch and for his grand war against the others. Jon was essentially just incredibly lucky for any king to believe in the Great War, no matter a king willing and able to come and do something about it. While they weren't going to agree on many points, Stannis was ultimately going to lead the fight for humanity, manning the wall and sending his soldiers in at the least, to say nothing of if he actually succeeded in uniting the 7 kingdoms and then sending the full forces of Westeros to the wall. That's cool to picture, isn't it? With Stannis gone, he not only loses those numbers, he loses the endorsement, the support and the teammateship, the common goal. The chances of Jon finding another king or queen that would first believe him and then have the means to do anything about it are less than minuscule. He'd have to start from the bottom again, begging and persuading and hoping, something he clearly doesn't have the time for. And he would certainly be getting no support from the now apparently official rulers of the North in the victorious Boltons. His assistance to Stannis would not be forgotten, and at the very least, Jon would be killed. His great gamble to throw in with the affairs that they're not supposed to take part in would finally pay off. And though Jon doesn't want to die, his larger worry would probably be that his punishment would be shared by his brothers. And even if it wasn't, that whoever replaces him would not follow his footsteps in the anti-others mandate, and that therefore humanity would be doomed. Though less damning in terms of outcome, the news of Mance is still awful. The relationship between Jon and Mance is incredibly interesting, we've talked about it loads, and though it's in a bit of a valley right now thanks to recent circumstances, overall Jon respects Mance and what he's done, and what he means to his people. Even if Jon truly did believe Mance's life forfeit, which I'm still not sure of, he definitely would not choose this horrible death for him, and he wouldn't want Winterfell to be used for such. Besides, if Mance has failed, then so has the mission to secure Arya, quote unquote. Which brings us on to the final part of the letter. Jon clearly has no idea what a reek is, so we can discount that. But there's also no way that he would put Gilly's son, Val, or Shireen into the hands of danger. Even Selyse or Melisandre, who he's much more cool on, he'd never do that to. So this incites his instinct of protection. He's ever the Stark. He won't hand them over. If he doesn't, he invites Watercastle Black from the direction it absolutely can't defend against, and thus puts those people in danger anyway, so he needs a different route. But that is only a vague idea, a wish. It is nothing without the most important part. Ramsay wants his bride back. So much so that he says it twice, whether that be out of the political need to hold the North together, or out of personal spite, as it seems with Theon. He wants her back, and that must mean he does not have her. That must mean there's a chance. We'll talk about that more in a second. You would think that Ramsay, or any other author, would know that Jon would never assist in securing Arya's capture again, even with all his many vows. But is that the point? Let's not ignore all the pointed bastard references as well. That's designed to incite Jon in the same way that it would bother Ramsay. Or maybe it's just Ramsay trying to make the distinction between the two now that he's legitimised. Jon is what Ramsay once despised about himself, and he's now a true-born lord, and he thinks he's better than everyone else. So that's about it for the content of the letter. That's already way more than I intended to say, but it's just impossible to do anything less. If it was up to me, I'd do a lot more, but we're running long here. But now we still have to talk about the intent and the potential authors, even if there's no real way we can do this part justice. So with that in mind, I'll remind you again that there are podcasts and posts that go super in depth on this subject that you can go to for a deeper dive. And I think there's a great Reddit post that I remember, I'm pretty sure I'm remembering that it's from Brynden Beefish. I don't know how long ago that was. I haven't gone to look for any of this yet, of course, because I want to get my own take first, but they are out there. You can be sure that I'll be searching when I've actually finished recording. So, the candidates for who wrote this letter, and again, you could go with so many options. There's so many theories out there because we've been talking about this so much, but here's our main one, or the ones that I'm going to talk about here anyway. They are Ramsay, obviously, Roose, Mance, Lady Dustin, Melisandre, and Theon/Asher/Stannis. Let's kick off with Ramsay. He's the one that officially has written the letter, he's the one that makes the most sense. And for many of you, this might be as far as you go into the theorising, which is absolutely fine. Some people out there believe you can delve too far into theories and question asking, and that this is perhaps the prime example of that this was never supposed to be as big of a question as it's become. And maybe that's true, maybe it's not. As I say, if your guessing stops here, absolutely fine. But for now, let's take a look. There's plenty of reasons, obviously, that this letter could be from Ramsay, both in terms of content and the actual details of its construction, such as the plain and simple fact that it looks like a letter from Ramsay. It has a smudge of pink wax, although that could be a counter as he previously used the official seal in his letters. It is written in the really distinctive handwriting style that both we and Jon have seen before, a style probably pretty hard to copy even if you knew to do so in the first place. And he uses Ramsay-type language. We already said the emphasis on the word bastard, or the word reek. The general insults and vulgarity, we can easily imagine Ramsay saying those things. And if we do compare it to the earlier letter that we saw from Asher, it starts to look real similar, especially in terms of the sign-off, so to speak. Let's compare them for a second. For Asher's letter, that one finished like this: linger in my lands and share his fate. That's versus this one, which ends, keep them from me, and I'll cut out your bastard heart and eat it. So you can see it's similar in the way of writing, similar in the establishment of something belonging to Ramsay, and then similar in the promise of punishment. Those two different clauses that we get there. As for the letter's contents, Well, everything in it would serve Ramsay if it were obeyed. If we ignore the accounts of what has happened, this thing is basically an offer of an exchange. You give me all these people, and I will give you peace. And seeing as you broke the law of the land in getting involved in this in the first place, you're on the back foot, you should really accept this. So if Arya and Theon were returned, Arya, quote unquote, you remember, then that will help keep the secret of Arya's true identity, and therefore it not only keeps the Bolton alliance together, we know that is very much based on this marriage, but it also keeps Ramsay as true-born Lord of Winterfell. He can't be that if everyone discovers the truth about Jane. Plus, unfortunately, it has the added benefit of Ramsay being able to indulge his evil, abusive tendencies on his two favourite subjects in Jane and Theon. If we thought that it had all been incredibly dark before, then we really don't want to imagine what Ramsay would do this time around if he were to regain them. As for Selyse and Shireen and everyone else he's asking for, well, he could either want them to end Stannis' line or consolidate his power, and his expected torture and killing of Melisandre would probably also earn him a lot of northern hearts, especially if he does it in the traditional northern way. Or maybe he's lying about defeating Stannis, and he's actually hoping that these lot will be delivered to him by Jon, and that he can then use them, if they come in time, to threaten Stannis with prior to the battle, and therefore win the battle anyway. That might be pretty unrealistic given the time it would take to get them down to Winterfell with Stannis already so close, and I'm not sure what worth he could gain by doing this with Val and Gilly's son. That's not going to matter to Stannis too much, but who knows. It does create an interesting question of what Stannis would actually do if his wife and child were presented on the walls before he was about to attack. So you can already see it would be creating some symmetry, a callback there with what happened with Roderick and Beth Cassell. And the thing is, if we're thinking about Stannis and Selyse and Shireen, I'm not sure we can actually say anything with confidence there. Do we know what Stannis would do? I certainly can't, not with confidence. The other option is that Ramsay has simply been told that Stannis has been defeated when he really hasn't. We're straying into Theon 1 territory a bit there with certain hints from that chapter, but it is certainly possible. I suppose we also shouldn't ignore that if Ramsay has tortured Mance and got the truth out of him, if Ramsay ever got a "Jon Snow sent me" out of Mance, then he'd probably consider it a personal, dishonourable attack, and therefore want to pay Jon back for trying to steal his wife away. That's definitely something we could see Ramsay wanting to do, getting his own back. As for reasons it might not be Ramsay, well, they mostly reside in the physical makeup of the letter as well. There's no scrap of skin this time when there was before, and if he has captured Mance and the Spearwives, then he's got no shortage of that, has he? This one has apparently not been written in blood when his letters were before. So is this the hint of an imitation rather than the true thing? If so, I'd consider it pretty strange that someone would know to do the big, unique handwriting, but not the blood for ink bit. That is pretty distinctive, is something you remember. I suppose Ramsay could have just been too short on time to get the blood, or maybe just wanted to look official for once. Could be anything. Another reason we have doubts is that if some of this is trickery and lies, then perhaps it just seems a bit smart for Ramsay. In fairness, back in the early days of his character, he did show himself to be a schemer, but everything we've got in Dance points to the opposite. Can we really foresee Ramsay actually offering a peace as well? Wouldn't he much prefer to just ride up there, fresh off his big victory over Stannis, to go and strike at Castle Black himself? Now we can point to the fact that'd be a bad idea, though a lot of the North would still, even in this day, turn against you for that, and the priority is obviously retaining Arya, but doesn't that just seem like something Ramsay would want to do? Unless maybe he is just trying to act a bit differently now if he truly has succeeded his father. And speaking of which, let's move on to our second option. Roose. Did Roose write this letter? Well, insofar as he would know to copy the handwriting, and he would have access to pink wax, but then also the seal, which this letter doesn't have, as well as all the relevant information, sure, it's possible, but I can't really make sense of why Roose would do this. He would want Arya back for the alliance, and maybe he could even want the hostages to stop Stannis as well. But why would he write it as Ramsay, and not himself? Especially given the title Ramsay bears at the end of the letter. Yeah, I'm not sure that one makes any sense at all, not to me anyway. So we'll move on to someone else. Mance. That's one of the more popular theories, that Mance Rayder wrote this letter, because Mance knows enough information to have put together everything in the letter. He knew Stannis was about to attack, or possibly has attacked depending on when this has been sent and written. He knows about Lightbringer, he knows about Theon and Jane's escape, obviously his own involvement as well, and the names of everyone listed as up on the wall, so we can't exclude him on that basis. As for why he would send this, or what he was actually trying to get out of it, there's actually a few options, each of them branching out into several other possibilities, but we'll try to keep it simple. The important part is that Mance would not actually want this offer to be accepted as a theory. It would be specifically designed to get Jon Snow down from the wall and headed towards Winterfell. And to be fair, you could argue this is the ultimate intention of Ramsay too. I did tell you it gets pretty complicated. If you want to look at it in a certain light, the letter absolutely seems geared to getting Jon away from Castle Black, and therefore away from the unbeatable defensive placement of the wall, plus a lot of his numbers, a lot of his food, and he's coming out into the snow that everyone else is dealing with. But why? Why would someone want that? Is it because Mance knows, somehow, that Stannis can't win without a major intervention, but that just saying that outright would never be enough to get Jon to break his vows? He absolutely knows how to push Jon's buttons in terms of ire, and the letter hits on that not once but twice, so that fits. How Mance would know Stannis has no chance, other than just looking out the window at the weather, and why he'd want Stannis to succeed are for debate, although we've covered that at times in the past. I suppose there's nothing to say that Mance and Rowan didn't escape Winterfell themselves through some other means and have met up with Stannis or are out there in the wild, although they would have had to steal a raven as well, but it doesn't seem likely. But while that might be the option we're hoping for the most here, there are other motivations to consider, such as Jon getting down here, vulnerable, maybe even alone, and then Mance taking revenge on him for what he believes to be the ultimate betrayal of his people, despite Jon actually working very hard to save them, but Mance would not be up to date on many of those exploits. And if Jon does happen to bring the wildlings with him, Mance could very quickly take control of them himself, and hey presto, he's now a major player in the Northern game after two main opponents have just bludgeoned themselves to pieces in the snow. Plus you can add into that the wildlings would be far more adept in this weather than anyone else, therefore you've just got yourself a very dangerous fighting force to consider. So that's the reasons why Mance could do it, and again, look at that letter, it does seem like it's to get Jon off the wall. The fact that Winterfell now has no one else to save it, the threats or insults, the ire stuff obviously, plus just the fact that the construction of the letter means he either has to give up these people that he's blatantly not going to do, or risk war coming to Castle Black, which he's also not going to do, so that would only leave one option left really, it's just to come south. So it really does look like that's how it's been constructed. Now, as for counter evidence why it might not be Mance, well there's not one single piece of evidence to suggest it's not him. Access to ravens is probably the largest, but there are plenty of holes to poke in each one of his motivations. For example, us not knowing his ultimate aims or feelings towards Stannis or Winterfell. Or the fact that if he did kill Jon, it would possibly make it that much harder to get the boy he believes to be his son back. Although I suppose it is possible he could kill Jon and then cover it up. But Mance has got to be aware that Jon is the largest wildling supporter at Castle Black, so that still doesn't make sense. Or there's the fact that it would be real sheer luck if the wildlings did come south. Mance wouldn't even know how many are on the wall at this point. And in fact it comes to me now as well, would Mance know Ramsay's handwriting? Was he around for the previous letter at Castle Black? I can't remember, I don't think so. I suppose it is perfectly possible he has been sneaking around Winterfell, but who knows. Let's move on to the next candidates. Asher, Theon and Stannis, we can almost group them together. It may well be that they worked together or at least learned from each other, and then one of them did the deed themselves. Well, not Theon, he's going to be a prisoner, but you know what I mean. And we're going to have to borrow from the Winds preview just a tad here, but it all mixes together anyway. First things first, if it is from this group, then the letter is obviously a bluff. Stannis was not defeated and killed, unless again Asher and Theon somehow got away, but I really truly doubt it. That does make sense though, because it plays into theories of Stannis getting a bit tricky from the Winds preview when he tells Justin Massey that there may be news that he's dead, hence why it says it here, so that all fits together as well. As for the information in the letter, well, together, the three of them, or possibly individuals having learnt from each other, like I say, can account for what's in the letter. They know who's on the wall. They know the use of the word reek. They know that ire has gone, quote unquote. So that all fits. Asher would know the handwriting, and might even still have the wax from her previous letter, although we're probably stretching a bit there. For motivation, we really just have what we had before. Get Jon down from the wall, hopefully with reinforcements to save them, because they are desperate. But would Stannis stoop to this level? Would he go to trickery to get Jon down? Could he not just order Jon down? Or does he think no, he's never going to obey that? Maybe Stannis would go to that level when it's this bloody cold, or maybe Asher took it upon herself without asking, for example. The same logistical questions pertain over how fast Jon could legitimately get here, but when it's that or death, why not shoot your shot? The main argument against these three is probably the logistics of ravens again, how they can only go certain places, but I'm not going to bore you with that right now. Let's move on to Lady Dustin instead, and I'll admit that this is one I'm more working off memory for. It's definitely not something I came up with, but the general idea is that she's secretly working against Ramsay, or Roose, for all the hate she has for him, which we've covered at various points in the past. His murder of Demeric, etc., and maybe she's even joined forces with Mance to free quote-unquote Arya and get her out of the way, and she's now hiding Mance somewhere, such as the crypts that Theon gave her a tour of, and who the Spearwives wanted to know about, so that could fit together. There's just so many possibilities here, I mean it could be anything. If that's true, then maybe she was able to put their heads together, her and Mance, and therefore get the information that we see in this letter. They could be aiming to get Jon to come down again and help defeat Ramsay, and perhaps this letter is basically trying to signify who was secretly anti-Bolton while still being in Winterfell. Now, you could call that a stretch. You could do for a lot of these really, but in general I think a lot of people figure that Barbary Justin has some more important still to play out, that she's up to something, and maybe this is it. I'm going to leave that one because, like I say, I'm kind of working on memory for that option, and I'm sure others have explained it much better than me elsewhere. So let's round out the candidates with Melisandre, which is more a favourite option of mine just because it's a bit different. I see there being two possibilities here. Melisandre, according to the Fires, knows that Hardhome is doomed. Yet Jon is intent on going there anyway, whether because she believes the world / Stannis needs Jon, or has come to think of Jon as truly important, or maybe even as Azor Ahai in his own right. She must not let him go above the wall and to Hardhome, or he will die. She's convinced of that. So maybe she writes this letter, again knowing which buttons to press to motivate Jon into turning around and going south instead. That's still very dangerous, he could still easily die down south, but perhaps less so than the certainty, in her mind, of Hardhome. Now, whether she did this by sending a raven on a loop-de-loop or as bewitched Clydas or something, I don't know. But she did know that a letter was coming. At least that's what Jon guesses in a moment. So maybe that is a clue. The other possibility is that she wants Jon dead and then to resurrect him. Again, maybe she believes him to now be Azor Ahai, or maybe there's some other importance that comes from that. I don't know. I know I keep saying that, don't I? But we know the lengths that she would go to if she believed it the required thing to do. Of course, the bite back against that is how would she know that this would result in Jon dying here in Castle Black, within access range? Maybe it's another vision from the Fires, but it's incredibly specific if so. It's much more likely that Jon would die down at Winterfell if that is the option she's choosing, so that doesn't quite make sense. Plus, she would not know about the escape of Theon and Jane, or the capture of Mance, unless she's seen the Fires again, or is just making it up and happens to be right on some marks, but that seems a bit unlikely. And how would she know the word reek as well? Do 5 visions have audio? Besides, it would be a pretty large deviation in aim from what we got in her POV. She wasn't thinking of Jon as Azor Ahai or anything like that back then, so what's changed since? I suppose we could say there's a third option, in that she also thinks that Stannis is screwed and just wants Jon to go south and has manipulated him into that, but we just don't know. Either way, I kind of prefer the first option of an attempt to just keep him from Hardhome gone wrong. That just adds to the chaos a bit more, doesn't it? But either way, that is our quick version, quick, quote unquote, just like I, version of the pink letter. And honestly, that's the easy one to do. There's so many other factors and so much more that I'd love to discuss with you all, but for now, we'll have to leave it there, as we still have a damn chapter to do. Remember that? Yeah, I know. We're actually talking about a chapter here, not just the pink letter. Seems ages ago, doesn't it? Let's keep going. So, about half an hour ago, I was telling you that Jon read this letter, and now, afterwards, he's not even sure what to say. He doesn't even react immediately. It's his Stark blood that reads this letter, as he imitates his father and goes coldly silent instead of fiery hot. He's going to keep that reaction for later. Because Tormund can't read it himself, it forces Jon to go back over it, this time out loud, feeling those words again because they're probably still not really sinking in. Tormund picks out the part that means the most to him, Mance. Obviously, he thought Mance was burned along with the rest of the world, so that's pretty damn confusing. It could change his entire perception, or it could change what he wants to do. And this could be true for all the wildlings, as we said. And if Jon were thinking clearly, he might have realised that it's probably not the best idea to share this part of the wildlings. Not now, while everything is so fragile. He could easily erode the good faith that Jon has tried to build up, at least for some of the wildlings who came through earlier in the book under an apparently false pretense. Tormund's group, that's a little bit different, but the earlier bunch, The talk of Melisandre and burning Rattleshirt, which Jon does manage to keep a secret, gets Jon remembering what she told him just a moment ago. Look to the skies, she said. So he believes that she knew about the letter. I say that's the annoying thing about such light, fluffy words as those that Melisandre gave. They can be twisted to fit almost anything. That's a real intent from her. But I feel like this particular point gets ignored sometimes. Did Melisandre know? Did she know of said letter's contents? Or just that one would arrive and that it would be bad? Jon wants to find out, but unfortunately we're not going to get to follow up on this. We don't know what the conversation between Jon and Mel would have been if he'd got the chance, but we figure we're going to get a Mel POV pretty early on in Winds, and if she's not completely taken up dealing with the immediate fallout of Jon's death and the chaos that comes after it, then maybe she'll have time to tell us what she knew here. Tormund, very perceptively, points out what we said earlier. Anyone can write anything, especially in this day and age. There's no way to verify any of it, and the exploitation of such could be a technique to lull you into making a mistake, Jon, as we've already testified. That's perfectly true. Jon identifies there's at least layers of truth in it, or Ramsay wouldn't be able to list certain things, though in my estimation Jon overshoots on this slightly. First is the problem that Jon's not even considering the possibility of this being written by someone else, so Jon's listed evidence is all in that view that this is from Ramsay. Jon says that he knows about Lightbringer. Well, this is a very, very easy thing to lie about. I'm not sure if Lightbringer is actually mentioned anywhere in Theon's chapters, I'd have to go back and look, but it's easily the type of thing that Camp Bolton could have heard about and just say, oh yeah, we've got it, that's our evidence. Jon then moves on to the fact that there's heads on the walls of Winterfell. Okay, that again proves nothing. Ramsay knows that Stannis will have friends with him. He can easily lie and say he killed them. But he also knows the Spearwives and their specific number. So that's the kicker. This is the one that proves whoever wrote it had knowledge of Mance being in Winterfell, proven by the detail of the numbers. Unfortunately, this doesn't narrow the scope all that much, because last we saw of Mance and the Spearwives, they were in Winterfell with their plan going to pieces and half of them already dead. It's very, very easy to imagine post-Theon Winterfell going into an even harder lockdown, and either the Boltons recognising the corpses of Holly and Frenya as washerwomen and therefore seizing Abel, or perhaps even capturing one of them alive. And that doesn't necessarily mean that Mance is captured, just that they got information out of one of these Spearwives perhaps, as we covered. But the implications about Mance and that storyline are huge, of course. So with all that and more swirling in Jon's mind, Tormund asks him what he's going to do, and it leads to what is one of the best paragraphs in probably the entire series, if I'm being honest. I'll read it for you here. Jon flexed the fingers of his sword hand. The Night's Watch takes no part. He closed his fist and opened it again. What you propose is nothing less than treason. He thought of Robb, with snowflakes melting in his hair. Kill the boy, and let the man be born. He thought of Bran, clambering up a tower wall, agile as a monkey. Of Rickon's breathless laughter. Of Sansa brushing out Lady's coat and singing to herself. You know nothing, Jon Snow. He thought of Arya, her hair as tangled as a bird's nest. I made him a warm cloak from the skins of the 6 whores who came of into Winterfell. I want my bride back. I want my bride back. I want my bride back. I think we had best change the plan, Jon Snow said. It's a real fuck yeah moment, and I enjoy it. This is the problem that Jon has concentrated for us into one paragraph. In many ways, it's the issue of this entire series, but for Jon specifically, it's the old choice he's always had. Family or duty. He chose one side back when he came to Castle Black in the first place. He chose again when he heard Robb was marching to war. And he made the biggest choice of all when Stannis made his offer as Winterfell. Now we have this. And we can see the structuring of the quote from George. First the hand flexing, because we know the tempest that is raging in Jon's soul at the moment. Then he reminds himself of his oaths, his duty and his job. He's not supposed to take part. He's supposed to be Night's Watch only. To do what he's tempted to do can be seen as treason. Kill the boy, leave the Starks behind. All the lessons he's learned and all the ones he spent most of this book trying to stick to say nothing of A Storm of Swords. He's trying hard to remember them, but ultimately he fails as the memories of family rush in. Each and every member, the siblings he had and loved and in some cases lost. He's tried so long to forget, he's tried too hard to leave it behind, but he simply can't. Arya can go 1,000 places with 100 names and now a dozen faces, but in the end, she remains a Stark. The bond is too strong, she can't abandon her family, she can't abandon who she is. And in the end, it turns out Jon can't either. He is a Stark, come what may, and so he chooses. And we can see that, of course, it's Arya who tips him over the edge. Arya who he loved most. Arya who he thought he was going to get back again only to find different. And Arya who he actually has a chance to save. He wants his bride back, the letter says. That means that she's out of Winterfell. She's somewhere else, definitely now. We don't need 5 visions for this. She's in need of saving from the winter, or from recapture, or from someone else entirely. And Jon decides he's not delegating this time. He will save her. Which perhaps gives us the sharpest double-edged sword ever. Jon choosing Stark over duty. Choosing Stark over the Night's Watch. It's a wide-ranging decision that far surpasses this single moment. This ties into the main theme and structure of A Song of Ice and Fire. The idea that the Starks were together, then broke apart, and will hopefully come back together for series end. We don't know what form that will realistically take, but we know what we're hoping for, and this is a huge signal of that. All of the Stark children have restrictions in getting back and problems to overcome still, individual arcs that need to be followed, but Jon is now actively moving to secure one of them, to bring them back together, and as we progress, I expect to see more and more of that until our opening emotional core, the Stark family at Winterfell, is together again in some way, prepared to carry out the duty of their house and what Eddard Stark passed on to them. For many people, this is the story, and you can include me in that group. Now, I don't wish to repeat myself from the Castles book too much, but I do absolutely consider this book series to be about the Stark family above all else. So you can imagine how much I expect to see this happen eventually, and how important this decision is for Jon to start that off. But the reverse is that Jon isn't going to save Arya, is he? He's going to save Jane, who also isn't there. So while we love the emotional choice and direction that Jon is going in, we know that practically he's wrong, and that you could say he's going to die for nothing, although I would disagree with that. The choice he's making, both for family and the good of the Hardhome wildlings, is worthy of the ultimate sacrifice. It's definitely not nothing. The lie is worth it if it gets Jon back on this path. And maybe people thought that, Melisandre maybe thought that. There's also an argument to be made that this is the wrong choice, that ultimately Jon and others must give up their past and their family to help humanity survive. And I wouldn't be surprised if the ending includes all of them having to make some decision to that effect. But I say they will still come back together first, will still come back via home, and that the reunification of House Stark in one form or another is critical to the ultimate victory and to our narrative. But these are all things that we know and Jon doesn't, especially about quote-unquote Arya's true identity. That might be the biggest ever instance of the reader, no more than the character. So a new plan is made, and blow me down if it's not the one we are most hungry for ever. The sheer excitement for what this could possibly mean for the plot. We thought we had the Winds line set with Hardhome, but does this mean that Jon is finally turning south? That he'll finally enter the Northern War and save Stannis and save Winterfell and win the day as the ultimate hero? Will he defeat the evil that invests the lands and light the beacon that tells his family it's time to come home? There's 1,000 questions we can ask here. Eventually it's time to leave, and we all pay a lot of attention when Ghost tries to follow and Jon tells him no. Alas alarms, that's what you can hear. The loudest we've ever heard, probably. How different things might have been if Jon had coinciding letting the direwolves back into his heart with his physical direwolf staying beside him. Now we travel to what I think is a new part of Castle Black. I'm pretty sure we've never been in here, and that's something we don't get to say very often, as we go to the Shield Hall, a place that just so happens to be decorated in the theme of leaving behind one's family to become one of the Watch and never going back. Yeah, it's timely that, isn't it? We get a little bit of the sense of history and prestige once enjoyed by the Night's Watch with all these noble families that have served Joe in the past. So that includes more than a few of the truly noteworthy like Starks, Baratheons, Greyjoys, Lannisters and more. There's a real representation of the world that's been left behind, as well as a commentary on what the Night's Watch has become over the years. Lower in number, first off, but also lower in connection to the people in charge, to the upper nobility. They've been forgotten or they're disliked just when the Watch needs the support of the world the most. So that's timely again, when your Lord Commander is also thinking of abandoning it, at least in a sense. But Jon is not using the Shield Hall for its theme. Instead, this is about practical use. This place can fit over 200, and when Jon enters, it's filled to the brim with both wildlings and crows, although there are way more of one side than the other. Jon takes the sagging platform, with Tormund standing right beside him, looking like his right-hand man. Jon, and the reader probably, are both caught up in the possibility of what's about to happen. George has us all caught in the swirling river, but we need to pause here and just consider the optics for a moment. It looks like Jon has brought his old friend Tormund through the wall and has now put him in a position of power above anyone in the Night's Watch. It looks like he's heavily influenced, it looks like he's playing favourites, and that he leans towards the wildlings more than the Night's Watch. Now, we know how unfair that is, how it's completely untrue. For instance, he tried his hardest to get his two main officers involved, and they threw it back in his face. But it's the look of the thing that people will take advantage of and talk about, and you absolutely know that's just going to happen. And that feeling continues when Jon pauses after announcing that he's here to talk about Hardhome and looks through the crowd to tot up what he can see. Awful Yarwick with his builders. Okay, there's not too much to note there, but then he spies Bowen Marsh, Wick Whittlestick, Left Hand Lou, and Alf of Runnymud, the four of them, when there are 4 knives about to take his life. Jon doesn't know the significance of that, but we rereaders do. Aside from them though, it's all wildlings, all of these different names, some that are well known, some that aren't, so the tone and the majority are set. Although as he continues, 2 of Selyse's knights enter, Narba and Benethon, but that's it. Jon is wise enough to wonder about the rest. Are they already moving? Is everything happening all at once throughout Castle Black, as it once did in the Red Keep when Ned Stark fell? We can't be sure, but it definitely seems likely that all factions are going to burst into life and scramble for their corner and enter the fight, if not already, then certainly in a moment. We've been referring to the chaos following Jon's death all the way through this book, with all these different factions, many of whom have either hidden agendas or aims that have maybe been skewed by both the Pink Letter and Jon's death, or both, so we've got no idea what they're going to do now and what's going to happen, and with that comes the absolute loss of structure and the view of death and betrayal that's going to happen in a second. And that means we're going to get what is clearly our biggest pot of questions ever, our biggest single cliffhanger, and you can see that forming already at this bit. And you can see that forming already at this point. We'll come back to it a bit later, for this is actually just the beginning. Then Melisandre is entering as well, which I certainly forgot about. So we have this real sense of the pressure cooker. Everyone, nearly, has come to watch. Everything is coming to a point. And that'll actually be increased in a moment outside the Shield Hall, but it stands to point now too. After detailing why they must go to Hardhome and what the general plan is, Jon announces that he will not be joining them as originally planned. And first time readers have their heart rates soar. Say it, Jon, say what you're going to do. Before that, we get the challenge from Borrock. Is this an act of cowardice? Sending men out to die for you while you stay here nice and warm? The wildlings obviously would despise such leadership, but instead we get this, and those heart rates, oh, they're off the scale now. No, I ride south. Then Jon read them the letter that Ramsay Snow had written. The Shield Hall went mad. So we've got chaos already before we even get to the main event. So much so that Tormund requires 2 blasts of the horn to get them to listen, because Jon has something very, very important to say. He must make this very clear, explicitly clear. He is not involving the Night's Watch in this. The rules say they cannot take part, however much they might have been linked to Stannis. They have his wife and daughter for crying out loud, which adds in a whole other level of chaos and danger to talk about in a moment. They are not allowed to go, so Jon will not order them to. So what he's doing is really tiptoeing the legal line. Technically, he's not ordering anyone to, so that should all be fine, right? Well, it's actually murky waters, isn't it? Some people will accept that he's playing loose but allow it, others will pounce on it as absolutely breaking the rules and tantamount to breaking his oaths. The word treason will come yet again, because Jon is not making anyone break their oaths. Okay, that's true. But what about him? They will say he is the Night's Watch. He's their ultimate representative. What he does reflects on all of them. If he can break the rules, why can't everyone else? In a moment, Jon will confidently say he never made anyone break their vows, so they can't complain. That's true and well and good, but oath-breakers and deserters don't get punished for influencing others. They get punished for oath-breaking and deserting. It was the very first scene of the books, let's remember. And Jon was there. Ned dealt justice, didn't he? Circumstances weren't discussed, it was the law. Which begs the amazing question of how Ned would deal with a Lord Commander doing what Jon is doing. Or how will Stannis, for that matter. Jon is obviously of the opinion that he's in charge, so he can do what he wants as long as he doesn't bring anyone else down with him. We know there are going to be others who argue the opposite. How far does the Lord Commander's authority extend? How much freedom is he actually allowed? It's all very, very murky and complicated, and we just don't know. And the truth of the matter is that readers, or me anyway, we don't care. We don't care about what's legal and what's not. We don't even care about what's right or wrong in this context because we're too emotionally wrapped up in what we want and Jon doing what he wants for once, and the chance for him to go into Stark mode. That's not smart, it might not even be on the level, but that is what George has coerced from us. That's the river that we're all caught up in, and if we're feeling like that now, then the next paragraph hits us right in the heart, even harder. The Night's Watch will make for Hardhome. I ride to Winterfell alone, unless... Jon paused. Is there any man here who will come stand with me? The roar was all he could have hoped for, the tumult so loud that the two old shields tumbled from the walls. Soren Shieldbreaker was on his feet, the Wanderer as well, Torrog the Tall, Brog, Har the Huntsman, and Har the Handsome both, Aegon Oldfather, Blind Doss, and even the Great Walrus. I have my swords, thought Jon Snow, and we are coming for you, bastard. Oh my, it gets you bloody teary, so it does. It's one of the great emotional moments of the book, standing right up there beside the King of the North or the shouts of Misa. Jon has his army, he has his people, he is loved and supported, he has what he needs, and he's coming to deal with bloody Ramsay. So how can we not adore this passage? Jon's been through such hardships, he's been underappreciated at every turn, constantly questioned, accused of this and that and the other. All since he very first arrived at Castle Black, hated from both sides for trying to help everyone, and unrecognised as the hero he is. But now he has that support, he has what he deserves, and he's going to use it. The wildlings follow strength, we know, and this is the greatest demonstration of such. Many of them will already feel indebted to Jon Snow for saving them and trying to save Hardhome, but many more will join him because they are buying into the narrative that the Pink Letter provides, not letting a man get away with threatening you, going to save a stolen family member, going to fight evil. Jon was prepared to go alone and fight, and the wildlings love a fighter, so they'll go with him too. Really, we can see that this is what the whole book has been about, and before it as well really. Jon having this huge moment of gaining the wildlings' loyalty, right from keeping them from Stannis, to what he did at Molestown, to the Weirwood Grove, to promoting Levers, to getting Tormund through, to Hardhome, all of it is built to this moment. This, perhaps most strongly out of all other things, is what Dance Jon has all been about. Him becoming a leader in a brand new sense, and finally gaining a people of his own as he reaches a huge decision. One, you might notice, that goes in the opposite direction of what he chose at the end of the Storm of Swords, so you might want to keep that in mind for Dany's final chapter next week as well. It's a well-worn trope for the big hero to win a civilization or a race of people, isn't it? Dany has done it twice or even 3 times, which gets you thinking about how our Triforce is going to end this book in total. All of them are arming up, but aren't quite there yet. Jon wins the wildlings, but then obviously goes down. Daenerys winds up with the Dothraki, that many believe she'll win to her side. Tyrion believes he can take the Second Sons, which, okay, isn't exactly on the same scale, but you get what I mean. They're all gaining their swords, they're all moving up a level, and who knows what they're going to do with them. Now, we still have to ask, did Jon read out the Mance part? Did he say that out loud? It doesn't say that he left it out, so we've got to assume that it was included. And how the hell does that work out in the mind of these wildlings without any explanation? Apparently, it hasn't bothered them in the first instance. We could even wonder if it plays into their motivation in some strange way, but you'd have to think it's going to become an issue at some point. And maybe some of the wildlings have already started thinking on it, and Jon is just too caught up to notice. And while we're talking of things unnoticed, let's just mention that 2 of the shields on the wall fell during the commotion. So does that equal 2 knights dying? Well, we are about to have 2 deaths in a second, but only one of them is a knight. Besides, you would guess that there's about to be a whole lot more deaths afterwards, so maybe it's the fellas who are knights with proper surnames that need to be watching their backs. This whole thing is just generally exciting as well. Ramsay is one of the greatest evils we've ever met, even before we met Jane. Now we're going to send our best hero down to deal with him, so that fits very well into our sense of story, just basic story, and we'd love to see it. Sure, it would be great if Stannis liberated Winterfell. We just wanted it free, to be honest, but it's so much better if a Stark does it. If a Stark returns to Winterfell and acts upon their great duties of protection and justice, if Jon goes back to the place he was offered anyway, then it all just fits perfectly. It all kicks off that final act, it's all superb. Jon, understandably, is caught up in the general vibe. When he sees Bowen and Offal slip out of their men, he no longer cares, which we're all for because we hate them and they suck. But rereaders know at least where Bowen is going, and we've got to think Offal is up to something as well. Is he going to secure the food? Is he making sure the ghost is locked up? Is he making an escape route, a bunker? It could be any of them. But meanwhile, Tormund is slapping Jon's back, and we're all caught up in the moment as well. But Jon still notes that Melisandre is gone. So is she going to make her own prep? Does she know she needs to save herself as well? Or is she just rushing to search the fires for some sign of Stannis? Because, like we mentioned before, if this letter is true, then that entire belief system is gone. So if she does believe him dead, then what's the move now? Does she immediately figure that Jon is the one, because there has to be a one somewhere? Does she move to secure Selyse and more importantly Shireen as a source of King's blood? And let us not forget Gilly's son, whom she still believes to be Mance's, I think. Does she quickly take custody of them and get to the burning very, very quickly? Because she thinks she can out Stannis, or maybe that'll be delayed slightly to help bring Jon back in a moment, throw it on the pile, that ever-growing pile. Even if she suspects or knows the letter is false, she could still be moving to the Queen and the Princess, even if just to protect them. She might know of the abandonment of some of the Queen's men with this news, and again we can ask if Jon was super smart in reading all of this out for everyone at once, instead of being selective with the text or speaking to certain people first, and we have to say, no, he was not. He was acting on the wave of emotion about Arya, that torrent of having to actually make a decision and then acting upon it. He did not stop to think about the consequences, and we can really lay that at his feet as a big mistake. He's at least aware enough to be thinking that he probably should have told Selyse first, but only so far as it being life-changing news for her and Shireen emotionally. He's still understanding the importance of the moment and the sudden danger they are in. He's really not thought it through. And yes, the events coming in a moment are what really frame it as an eruptive situation. We are looking with hindsight, but even here he should have considered such things, such angles, before he went public, for safety's sake if nothing else. So again, that's a mistake from Jon, a mark in his bad column. The problem is that it's very easy to get swept up in the now thrashing river that George has thrown us in. How many first-time readers are honestly stopping and thinking of what Jon should have done, how Selyse will react, etc.? None of them. We're streaming forward, all confidence and excitement about this new storyline. He's calling for ale, we've got the partying atmosphere going, and you can't blame him because we're doing the exact same thing. This is the ending of the book that we all wanted. This is what we've all been waiting for. And one of the most amazing things about this part is that both first-timers and rereaders probably read what's coming with such speed. We're so caught in this current, and while we're all grinning from ear to ear like Tormund, George is actually going to come along, speed up this river, and then throw us off a damn waterfall as he delivers an event that is more surprising than what we dealt with in Ned or Catelyn, probably more surprising than anything else in the series, as all our hopes and dreams and certainties fall into deep, thrashing, emotional waters. Jon originally regains enough of himself to decide no, he really does need to go and talk to Selyse. He intends to finish the chapter as he started it. It won't be a nice conversation, it'll probably even be harder than the one he had earlier, but he can talk to Melisandre as well. His faith in the Flames has been ever so slightly restored because he thinks she did know about the letter. And that could be true, she could be waiting for him to come to her right now. He's thinking he can make use of her to find Ramsay Snow. I just like the note that he refuses to think of him as a Bolton. But then again, why does he need to find him? The idea is that he's at Winterfell, no? Unless Jon thinks he's pursuing quote-unquote Arya. But we've really not got time for such questions now, as Jon heads off to find Selyse. He takes Horse and Rory with him, so it turns out we did actually have a tale with him, just not one that's good enough. He needed the white and fluffy kind, if we're being honest. But either way, we now begin. Then he heard the shouting, and a roar so loud it seemed to shake the wall. "That come from Harden's tower, my lord," Horse reported. He might have said more, but the scream cut him off. Now as readers, we know the signal. This is it, the turn, the end. We know we're not getting another Jon chapter, it's extremely unlikely anyway. We know this one has been running long. So this is surely going to be the dramatic moment to end both chapter and arc. And what is it? Is there fighting? Has the snow sky finally given way to the coming of the others? There really couldn't be a more major event to close out with, we think. Even before we get our answer, our hearts are racing, we're feeling that everything's coming together at once, and our hearts begin to thunder. Thanks to the location of the scream, Jon's first thought is that it's Val, and it's just nice to see that his first thought is to protect her, but he also knows that Selyse was going to send for her or hand her over to her knights, and based on what we'll see when we get round the corner, that very well could be true. We know that 1-1 was placed at the bottom of Harden's tower and could have been seen as her protector. Sir Patrick, on top of being a Jebel knob, may have been coming for Val with ill intent, hence how this argument got started. Or maybe it's an incredibly quick reaction to the shield hall, could be either one, we don't know. But we aren't there yet. Rory is asking if it's the Whites, and even Jon has to wonder. So of course, first-timers do as well, because it fits into the idea of the others finally coming here at the end. It ties the bow back to Game of Thrones again, where Jon had to kill one White, maybe we'll end this book by killing another. So he's running, our hearts are thundering, and as they turn the corner, we enter our final scene. George threw us a head fake with the Whites, it seems. They've not risen, not yet anyway. Instead, we find something that is in some ways much, much worse. Because if there was ever an instance of everything happening all at once in these books, this is it. And truly, George may well be playing with the idea of unreliable narrator, as Jon tries to make sense of a world that seems to break in an instant. First, the scene. 1-1, up and roaring with a bloody body in hand. He has killed someone, that's the first thing we know. And yes, it is so very fitting and timely that Jon thinks of Arya swinging her doll. Her fingerprints are still all over his mind at the moment. Jon's first move is to shout at 1-1 to stop. He wants to stop the danger. This man might be dead, but 1-1 is in a rage. He could hurt further people yet, or provoke them into hurting him. In fact, Jon notices that 1-1 has already been cut. This was a straight out fight, not just 1-1 raging, as I'm sure someone will try to paint it as in the future. As we said earlier in the book, our biggest hope has to be that 1-1 doesn't die from these injuries, or more to the point, doesn't die in the chaos after, because it definitely seems like he might. Now, we've seen giants fight before, back in the battles against Mance, we've never seen them so up close as this. And while it's not quite on the same level as Quentyn and the dragons, we're still seeing the awesome power of the otherworldly or unnatural, whatever you want to call it. And Jon is trying to stop it because he knows how quickly this could all go wrong. The atmosphere in the chapter has completely switched from a moment ago. That was all joy and celebration. Now we're uber tense because we're super aware of the powder keg that is Castle Black. Especially when we get this. Men poured from the surrounding keeps and towers. Northmen, freefolk, queensmen. So now we're getting that sense of the moment. Everyone coming at once, all the arc coming together, just like in Daznak's pit. Even here, even now, in what was supposed to be his now ruined moment of glory, Jon's main thought is keeping everyone safe. He goes into leadership mode because that's just how he works. He firstly recognises the dead man is Sir Patrick of King's Mountain. So, okay, no great loss for us there. We hate the guy and Jon's not too fond either. We actually kind of secretly quite like the fact that 1-1 gets to kill him, especially if it was 1-1 who was attacked first, or if he was protecting Val. Patrick was arrogant, and we can easily see how this might have started. But Jon is much more dedicated to duty than we selfish readers are. He's not focusing on his personal feelings towards the man, he's thinking of his role of Lord Commander, of keeping everyone safe. He knows that other knights of Queen Cities can take this as a signal for revenge or to start further fighting. In fact, it's now he might begin to start realising the pile of gunpowder he's essentially standing on. So Jon, obviously 100% of his attention being on the raging giant, orders his men to keep everyone back, to form a line to avoid danger. He sees levers and tells him to calm 1-1 down. He notices more of his men advancing, and this is where George really starts playing. Because again, 1,000% of Jon's mind is on protecting everyone, on stopping 1-1. So when he sees black cloaks, he thinks nothing of it. He tells them to get back, they won't help the situation. He sees steel and thinks it's for 1-1, because you would, wouldn't you? Jon had to put an end to this or more men would die. This thought is his entire world right now, and to his very end, his main goal is to save lives, as ever. Jon thinks of 1-1's strength. He thinks he needs a horn, and maybe that's George subtly hinting at us about Dragonbinder, or maybe even the Horn of Joramun. But to be honest, we can hardly think of that now. The moment is here, everyone. My fellow greenfolk, take a deep breath. He saw the glint of steel, turned towards it. No blades, he screamed. Wick, put that knife away, he meant to say. When Wick Whittlestick slashed at his throat, the word turned into a grunt. Jon twisted from the knife, just enough so it barely grazed his neck. He cut me, he thought. When he put his hand to the side of his neck, blood welled between his fingers. Why, he asked. For the watch. Yeah, there's something quite sweet in a way of it never even entering Jon's mind that that blade could have been meant for him. Because these are supposed to be his men, and they're supposed to be ruled by loyalty, and Jon genuinely can't think of a reason they'd want to hurt him. He's being good, he's trying to protect people. Why would they be against him? Why have they always been against him? And for the first time reader, obviously, we fall off our chairs. We thought a great many things about what could happen at the end of this chapter, of course, but we never thought this. Even with the daggers in the dark and the frustrations of the other brothers and all the difficulty this book has entailed, we never thought it could end with an attack on Jon's life. He's too important to die, clearly. It almost wouldn't make sense, and it genuinely hurts us to see Jon so confused and wounded by the very idea that it could happen. It's mutiny. Again, how can the world be so unfair? We thought the huge ending was the promise of Hero Jon and his army. Then we thought it was a raging giant. Now we find it's actually Jon nearly getting killed. Because yes, most of us think the ending is Jon simply having to defend himself and some favourites maybe getting killed and a small coup attempt. But Jon would surely survive, we tell ourselves, in the first instance. Because, well, how can we not think that? It's Jon. But all those ideas are mere blips right now. As is whatever's happening in the background with 1-1 and the Queen's Men and the beginnings of chaos. Instead, we're more focused on the fact that, look, Jon didn't die. In fact, he's disarming Wick. He's starting to fight. And we're reading almost too quick for words, just like we have in the rain outside an inn, or inside the twins, or at Daznak's pit. Perhaps we're reading quicker than we ever have before, because chaos is truly the word. Men are screaming, things are happening outside of Jon's awareness, and then a slow, bitter beat drops when Jon reaches for Longclaw, but his fingers are stiff and clumsy. He can't get Longclaw free, and we're thinking, we're demanding. Why? Why? So George decides to tell us. Then Bowen Marsh stood there before him, tears running down his cheeks. For the watch. He punched Jon in the belly. When he pulled his hand away, the dagger stayed where he had buried it. Books are now flying across rooms all across the world, I'm sure. Sentences are being reread perhaps 10 times before moving on. This can't be true, can it? Jon can't die. He's the hero. No, George, we refuse to learn the lesson you taught us a mere chapter ago in Marine. There is no way this is happening. Jon will live. Someone will save him, we tell ourselves, even though we are perfectly aware that there is just a single, lone paragraph left, one we can delay no longer. Jon fell to his knees. He found the dagger's hilt and wrenched it free. In the cold night air, the wound was smoking. "Ghost," he whispered. Pain washed over him. Stick them with the pointy end, he thought. When the third dagger took him between the shoulder blades, he gave a grunt and fell face first into the snow. He never felt the fourth knife, only the cold. Silence. How can we answer that with anything but icy silence? The raging fire will probably come too, along with all of the questions, for if you thought that the pink letter was a large conversation, then it really has nothing on this. Jon Snow, our perhaps main character, our more than arguably most important character, has just been killed. Let's get that through our skulls. He's dead, or maybe dying if we're truly being generous, and we're all just lost for words, me included, despite how many times I've read this. George wouldn't, would he? We know about Quentyn and Robb and Catelyn and Ned, but this is different, isn't it? He wouldn't put us in the mind of this young man for 4 books worth of content, for a journey from bastard afterthought to Lord Commander, from boy getting drunk at a feast to man who is on his way to saving the world, a man who has already done more than anyone in known history in terms of uniting 2 worlds and protecting lives and preparing to fight. He can't be dead after everything we've been through and everything surely still to come. Not like this, especially. And perhaps that is the worst part of it all. Not the great and powerful Jon that killed a dead man and jewelled Corin Halfhand and went above the wall and led men into battle. How can he be killed by this snivelling pile of rubbishness that is Bowen Marsh? How can they truly be so moronic and cowardly and cold-hearted as to kill a man for trying to save lives? So now we're angry, we're throwing our books again, because it seems that despite all of those certainties that we know to be true, Jon Snow is still dead. For most of us, I think it's the word ghost that sounds the death knell, the one that surely resonates as we reread that last paragraph for the 100th time. Not only because our heart breaks at the thought of poor Ghosty slamming into the door of the armoury again and again, knowing his human is in pain but unable to do anything about it, that image just tears at you, doesn't it? But mainly it's because of the sheer similarity to Robb, and his final moments when he called out for Grey Wind. Robb was heartbreaking, it was mind-shattering enough, and he wasn't even a POV, and was only around for half as long as Jon has been. We didn't believe that in the first instance either. So it really has happened to Jon, hasn't it? In fact, when I read that, I get this horrible image that perhaps we're going to see this from every Stark child. Will we see all of them go down over the course of the series, and will each last word be of the part of their souls that walks alongside them? No, of course we're not actually going to see that, but we're emotional enough for such ideas to suddenly grip us. So was Jon calling out for ghosts for help? Maybe he wanted to protect his little buddy? Or was it simply him calling out to what he loves most for his final breath? All of them tear little direwolf-shaped strips from our heart. The emotion is just that high. And yes, don't worry, I listen back to these, I know how monotone I sound, I know I don't get my emotion across, but believe me, again, even after reading this so many times, I feel the same as you. Of course, there is one other distinctly important possibility of why Jon is saying ghost, but we'll return to that one in a minute. As for the paragraph itself, there's that one final ironic thought of Arya, and the beginning of his tale with the advice he gave her at their parting. It's cruelly ironic in a way, and yet it's the ultimate callback. His ever greatest love, aside from ghosts, is always on his mind still. And then after that comes another knife, a literal stabbing in the back, just so we can hit on some historical themes, and we can get all wound up again. At least Bowen Bloody Marsh did it to his face, but Jon was killed by a group of them, cowards one and all, before he could even draw Longclaw. Yes, how we burn at that realisation. But the final line gets us too. Only the cold. The icy side of the song has come home to roost. The winds of winter truly are here, aren't they? Yes, it would not have been surprising at all if George had made these the final lines of the book. In fact, it's more surprising that he didn't. There's no possible bigger cliffhanger. There's no stronger thematic link into that next book. The one that's supposed to be the darkest yet. This would surely be the strongest bridge. But it seems George wanted to play on the name and theme of this book before its true ending, which is what his final 3 chapters do focus on. It certainly has worked out well for us though. I don't know about you, but I would have found it very difficult to go from this chapter to talking about Barristan Selmy. And I love Barristan Selmy, but there's nothing as important as this moment, so we're really lucky that we get to finish this episode with it. And with that in mind, I must drop my disclaimer. This chapter and episode are already impossibly long, and there is hordes that we could talk about from here on out about how we feel on Jon's death, what we think happens to him specifically, the chaos of Castle Black, the great big pile of plot threads at the wall, the future of the war against the others, or the North in general, the 100 theories that go along with each of those, and of course Jon's placement in this book and series. We'll never get to it all. I'll never be able to cover everything to the depth I'd like, and again, if you want to talk more on something, then you let me know and we'll sort it for another time. For now, we just have to give our best shot. But it's not like you're going to be short on content for this matter, are you? I think the fandom has covered it pretty well. So where in the world do we start? We could almost spin a wheel, couldn't we? Well, let's keep it on Jon at the start. For everything else that's going on, he remains the centre, the most important part. Now, I spoke about the significance of his death in terms of him being a major character and us never having anything similar back in the chapter intro. I know that's hours ago now, but we don't need to repeat that too much. What we can do is add the emotional weight onto that importance because we've just read through it. We know it's huge because he's such a central character, a member of the Triforce and part of the Starks, a combination that no one else can come close to matching. We know how important his plot was and how this massively skews expectations for that. But most important after actually finishing the chapter is how much it bloody hurts. This is Jon. Jon we're talking about. Jon Snow, a character we love almost as much as any other. Certainly I do, and even for those who aren't great fans of his chapters, although I have to imagine those numbers went down dramatically after Clash, you have to admire him and what he's done or tried to do, and at the end of the day, he's one of our Stark kids, our original investment, our emotional core, so it hurts us deeply. And to be honest, that will remain. Before we even get to the possibilities of the future and whatever comes after, there will always be the fact that Jon was murdered. Not even in battle, not even in a straight fight, not even by an enemy. He was betrayed by his own brothers, mutinied against, murdered. I can feel my blood boiling already just talking about it. And it hits on several key themes. Jon's original mentor died in the same way. His father did too, in another version of a mutiny. And for all of his life, Jon has been told he's the sneaky, underhanded one, not to be trusted because of his status as a bastard. It turns out he was killed by those same characteristics that he never actually held himself. And for what? On the face of it, it's because of a disagreement. They didn't like what Jon was doing, and they threw their toys out of the pram. The real reasons are much deeper than that, but we're too angry to talk about them right now. We'll come back to it in a minute. First, let's address the big direwolf in the room, Jon's future. I don't think I'll be saying anything new to anyone by discussing the idea that Jon will rise again. He will be reborn, live once more, and rejoin the plot. That is a well-established theory, lots of people even take it as fact, which I warn against as a general rule, but if we were ever going to bet on something, this would be it. Now again, I want to make clear that even if that does turn out to be true, I don't think it robs anything of the weight of this moment narratively, emotionally, or as an original reading experience. An experience that really can't be explained in terms of, again, pure emotion. But anyway, the general idea is that Jon will walk into Ghost as he dies. That might be why he said the word, which would incidentally breathe new life into the idea that Robb was doing the same with Grey Wind, and might have even succeeded. There's plenty of evidence from the text in various places to support the idea, which I won't list for you now because chances are you've already seen it, and we've covered it at some point as we've gone through anyway. The most important link I can provide is one that goes all the way back to the prologue, to Varamir, a dying man walking into another body to keep his mind or spirit or whatever alive. It's an oh moment, it's a mental click as you see how amazingly clever George is at linking all this stuff together. That's why he covered all that. For this moment, some 70 odd chapters later. It's brilliant stuff. The difference being that we figured Jon's body will be left around for use, unlike Robb's or maybe Varamir's was. He'll be put on ice or ignored or thrown in the ice cells or whatever it might be. And then at some point the idea goes that his mind/spirit will be restored to his body by some means, most likely by Melisandre, and we shall have Jon back. He'll basically take a time out, sit in Ghost for a while and then return. Now this is something we've obviously spoken about a lot as we've gone through the product, so I won't linger on it too much here, but we've wondered about how that could be possible. We know it's possible because we've seen something similar happen to Beric Dondarrion and Catelyn Stark in terms of just coming back to life, and maybe you can add Gregor Clegane in there as well. We'll talk about that next week. The first two were achieved by a Red Priest, directly or indirectly, in Forest of Myr. He didn't know how or the details behind it, but it did happen. And Melisandre is of the same religion, so will she be able to do the same for Jon? But then again, neither Beric or Catelyn had a direwolf, so where lies the difference? Why is Ghost important if we know it's possible without one? And the honest answer is, we don't know. We don't know Ghost is important, it's just the prevailing theory because of how it's been set up, Jon's final word, plus the prologue. Like with Feast, the beginning connects to the end. So does the difference lie in the result maybe? Catelyn and Beric came back, but they didn't come back whole. They weren't truly alive, they don't eat or sleep, and their memory abandons them as they go, or at least it does in the case of Beric. We're still kind of unsure about Lady Stoneheart. They became obsessive over their task and seemed to turn away from life entirely. We often term them as fire whites for that exact reason. So will we see the same from Jon? Will Mel give him the kiss of life, so to speak? Or perhaps will Catelyn? That's another theory that's been heard, that she'll make her way north and give Jon his life back, either as a way to make up for events between them in the past, or maybe even as one final curse if we really want to go dark with it. Now the timing doesn't really seem to match up with that idea. It's probably an idea more in keeping with the original outline of George's, so we assume not, but you never know, maybe. So perhaps this is all why Ghost is important then. Perhaps his little save state will allow Jon to come back but be more alive and not suffer those same drawbacks, and be more of who he is as a person. Or maybe Jon is out for the count way longer than either Beric or Catelyn, and this wouldn't have been possible without Ghost. Maybe Melisandre just doesn't have that power, the kiss of life, or even know of it, so instead of a kiss, she opts for a burning, a life for a life, king's blood for king's blood. That's definitely more in her style of things. And I know this has been brought up before here on the Isle, but it's worth bringing up again. We're pretty sure Stannis will be the one to burn Shireen, which would indicate they won't be to bring back Jon, as we figure that's far in the future, but we don't know. And what about Gilly's son? What if Mel burns him, still thinking he's Mance's son? We don't know if that'd even work, if any of Mel's burnings truly work, but let's say that that's the explanation given to Jon upon his waking, and he believes that a child's life was used to pay for his. Can we have any idea what they would actually do to the guy? And the unimaginable guilt and shame, on top of, the fact that you died and came back to life, that's enough to get over with. And then you've got to learn that a child died, a child you swore to protect, died to bring you back. That destroys him. That will absolutely destroy him. Way worse than just being murdered would. But in any case, we are expecting, or we should be expecting, Jon will change regardless. Maybe being with Ghost saves him from some of the problems of a firewhite, but he can still be plenty bitter about the fact he died, whatever he saw on the other side as well, or more to the point, the fact that he was murdered by his brothers. And of course, like I say, the largest thing of all, that he came back. That has to have an intense effect on a person's psychology and morals. This unimaginable thing that you would I've always thought to be impossible. I don't like to moan about the show too much, but one of my problems with it was that kind of storyline, that idea was abandoned, that Jon just kind of got over the fact he came back to life. I don't think we're going to have the same issue here in the books. When we learned of Catelyn coming back, we discussed how that very idea can warp your view on humanity and morals and what you can and can't do. Now, I won't go back into that again now. You can always go back and listen to it if you like. But the point stands. Jon will be different. And it might be there will be Ghost that changes him. We've discussed previously, right, back in Storm of Swords, the theory that came from Joe Magician and Bookshelf Stud and Sam Rixian, and probably others as well, about Jon taking on too much of the wolf persona during his stay, just as Jojen always warned us about, and Jon therefore coming back more animalistic, more instinctual, perhaps more violent, more willing to give into emotion, more dangerous you could say. He could easily become some version of Dark Jon. At the very least, you would think he's going to be a lot less willing to put up with bullshit or be patient, so that's another intriguing possibility. I'm always going on about the Stark kids having to get a bit darker as the series progresses. Maybe this is how it happens to Jon. That's just one group of theories, of course. There's hundreds more, but this is the one that most accept. And there's always room for details and nitpicking, and who really knows, it's all guesswork. But I think most of us would agree Jon's going to return. Which is great, that's what we want. We've just explained how much we love him, how important he is as a character, how there's still plenty he needs to do, and how we absolutely don't want this to be his ending. So that's exciting, it's relieving, and we can't wait to see it. It could be very early on in Winds, it could be right at the end. We're obviously hoping for it to be earlier rather than later. And if/when it does happen, then it obviously plays into key themes, either from our own world's religious stories of resurrected figures coming back to save the world or what have you, but it also matches, yet again, with Daenerys. She had her own rebirth amongst the fires on the edge of the Red Waste, and for all we know, she literally died and came back. We couldn't really say, could we? That changed her life and direction, the entire direction of the world, really. Jon didn't die via ice, unless one of these 4 murderers made a handy shiv out of the wall very quickly. That'd be pretty cool. But he did die among it, so we have yet more symmetry. Jon might not have so big a change as 3 dragons coming his way, but you would think that his walking powers would at least be vastly improved, that he and Ghost would be truly kindred spirits even more than before, especially if Jon is a bit more wolfy in general, so that's pretty exciting to think about as well. And really there's just more endless comparisons we can make between Jon and Daenerys with this extra plot point for Jon. So that's a bit quick and we could go into much further detail, but in general, we expect Jon to come back, that's the baseline. We all expect him to continue with the War for Humanity and for his expected arc at the end to still come. Not without substantial difficulty, of course. There's going to be a lot of soul searching and getting his mind around what's happened. George is really going to put some welly into giving us this new, unique POV. Unless, of course, it follows the line of Lady Stoneheart and we don't actually get another Jon POV, but that idea is just too horrible to contemplate. Perhaps Jon will even turn away from his purpose for a while. Plenty also expect him to turn away from the Night's Watch. A, because they fucking stabbed him, so screw them, or B, because he already gave his life and now figures that he's free from his oaths. And you can't blame him, can you? I can't even say I wouldn't want to see it myself. So does that mean he abandons the war as well, or just that he does it his own way? At first, at least. Does he take the Stannis approach of looking south instead? Does he and his new, more upfront nature say, no, I'm doing what I want first, and he goes south to save Winterfell or get his siblings or whatever else? Each possibility is laced with excitement. Or either option could have him despairing that so much of what he built was destroyed while he's been away. We simply don't know enough to do anything other than guess. Anything could happen, though we all expect him to realign with one of our key hopes eventually, whether that be Stark-based or the War for Humanity-based. Some of that plays into the message of why George decided to kill Jon in the first place. It could be that something has to be unlocked via his death, whether that be the warging or his new nature or just getting free of the oaths. In some part it was at least just to get across a huge, breathtaking moment for us, but some of it was also to show how broken the Night's Watch is after years and decades of mismanagement. Some of Jon's own mistakes contributed to that, of course, but we know from the beginning it's been rotten. Some of it is everyone considering themselves a hero. Bowen Marsh and Quentyn Martell might have more in common than you'd first think. But overall, I think it's a message from George that we've got to keep fighting even when everything is at its hardest. Think of what Jon has accomplished in this book. In some ways, if you want to take a particular angle, it was all going so well. Massive problems and roadblocks, yes. Issues that he clearly let spill over and more horror waiting at Hardhome. But we also can't forget that Jon defended the wall. Jon helped keep the original group of wildlings together at Castle Black. He saved the people from the Weirwood Grove. He was integrating two societies via both work and marriage. He did get Tormund's group through. He even had a plan for buying food and sending Stannis help. He was headed in the right direction. He was fighting the war. And now those efforts have been knocked down again. Who knows how much can be recovered, but we're going to enter the next book with winter and famine heading straight our way, with likely chaos and death everywhere at Castle Black, at all Jon built being torn down, at least temporarily. The Winds of Winter is told to be the harshest book, and we've already seen such hardship, so we can only imagine what's to come. And yet, people will fight on. We don't know who specifically will stand by Jon's mission, will help him come back. We don't know how long it will take the man himself to return to that mission, but we are sure he will. So we follow the gets worse before it gets better idea. That's what the next book will be. Everything being at its very worst for everybody, probably. Jon's death is just the opening signal. Dream of Spring won't be a picnic either, but there will be at least some form of bittersweet upswing, you'd think. And to get to that point and beyond, we must dig our heels in and fight. I believe Jon will be the ultimate representation of that this is a huge part of what George is trying to get across in his books in general, especially in our current times, but it's a lesson for all of us always. So lots and lots to think about Jon personally, because of course, the grand majority of that is complete guesswork. So in some ways it can actually be better to talk about everything else going on at Castle Black. The stuff will definitely have some kind of action because it's happening right now, and because what's happening right now will have to be reacted to. Still, this is one huge convoluted mess with yet 1,000 possibilities, and we're running amazingly long here, but I can't resist, let's at least touch on some subjects. First, most unavoidably, the sheer chaos that happens in the seconds after Jon hits the floor. It is unimaginable. It will be honestly unlike anything we've ever seen, and I'm very interested to see whether George will show it to us live via Mel's POV, or whether we'll have to wait until later and hear about what happened via memory. I certainly hope it's the first option. And actually, let's get this out of the way, until a certain resurrection happens, Melisandre is our lone POV now, so she has a huge weight on her shoulders in terms of the amount to show us, and all through her very particular lens as well. So who knows how that's going to affect things. Yes, there is an outside chance we get some Jon POVs in Ghost where we can see certain things. That's definitely cool to imagine, but maybe not. I don't know how likely that is. But anyway, let's just imagine the scene for a second. Nearly everyone, or at least a lot of people in Castle Black, have gathered already. There is a raging giant in the yard, swinging around one corpse, there could easily be more already, and that's a big deal on its own, as Jon knew. And then, completely out of nowhere, the Lord Commander, the man holding it all together, is stabbed and killed right in front of you, in broad daylight, so to speak, in front of everybody. Can we actually imagine the pandemonium? And this is where it gets complicated, because there's just so many different factions. But what you have to assume is that right from there, just on that point alone, there's a whole lot of bloodshed immediately. We might already have Queen's men trying to kill 1-1 and 1-1 retaliating, but then we also have to have immediate response by Jon loyalists against Bowen Marsh and the other Turncloaks. Now the first thing we have to admit is that we've really got no idea of numbers when it comes to this part. We've got guesses, but nothing even approaching concrete in terms of how many crows are loyal to Jon and how many side with Bowen Marsh. And it's not even that straightforward, it's not so black and white. Marsh obviously has his little mini crew here that have done the deed, but the general anti-wilding vibe might run much deeper than just those actually willing to step up. So do they now join in? Or do they think it's a step too far? You will also have a group of traditionalists that maybe, like I say, agree with Bowen's sentiment, but absolutely against mutiny and believe this to be a crime and so turn on Marsh. The reverse, of course, is that you'll have pro-Jon guys who think that Jon did break his oaths and this had to be done. And of course, you definitely do have a bunch of brothers absolutely loyal to Jon who will now seek revenge. So even if we forget everything else, we've already got what amounts to a national travesty. A civil war within the Night's Watch as the crows all begin fighting each other. It's almost unimaginable in the kind of effect it will have both long and short term. Does this now spread out to Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower? Do we get a period of isolationism with central leadership being completely destabilised? Which kicks off another question of what all the wildling castles will do with this news. We'll come back to that later. How does the realm in general see it? It looks as if the Night's Watch has just completely collapsed in on itself and is no longer viable, no longer something to think of. So that again plays into this point that we bring up all the time of these long-held institutions of these certainties breaking, with it being a signal of the end of days. We've said that plenty of times. And this is surely going to lead to a high amount of casualties. So as what we spoke about a minute ago, in the destruction of what Jon built. They cannot spare a single body for this war, yet now they're going to kill each other instead? They're going to do the other's job for them? What will the crows look like after this? Is there going to be any left at all? And that reputation going out to the wider world is important. You look like a joke. No one's going to be sending men to you now, at the moment you need most support. It is a travesty, and it's absolutely terrible for the Watch, for what so many have given, and for the war. And that's long term. In this moment of chaos, it's going to be incredibly confusing. There'll be men arriving at the scene, not knowing what's going on. There'll be the picking of sides very, very quickly without thinking, and some people will probably changing their minds after. No one will know what side anyone else is on. These mini factions will merge and disband, and that is all just looking at this in a vacuum without the other parties to consider. We know the general numbers of the Night's Watch are low. We know the establishment that was in control of the wildlings, not to mention the man that they are sworn to. Remember, the new bunch of wildlings swore to Jon specifically, not the Night's Watch, have both collapsed. So a huge number of wildlings will go, well, wild. We'll come back to them in a moment, but the point is that the Night's Watch could lose control of Castle Black here, for the first time in history. Now that's a hell of a ripple. That's a hell of a big deal, and unfortunately it's not going to help Jon's reputation much, is it? Everyone will go, see, told you so, shouldn't have let the wildlings through, absolutely ignoring the context obviously. Let's keep with the Night's Watch for now, specifically Bowen Marsh and his mutineers. Now we could talk a lot about Bowen Marsh and his own personal arc within Dance and how he arrived at this moment. We could try and look at things from his view, or give him credit where it's due, as we have before, but we're not going to today, because he just killed our favourite. He just betrayed his Lord Commander and we owe him nothing, a scumbag. But we bring him up because we have to seriously question the motives or the logic behind this move. The confusion behind it just adds to the chaos. Maybe there are a few more than we know. Maybe it is just, and then we assume whatever tight-knit group Offal has. I will assume they do have a very small group who knew about this plan, because any larger numbers might lead to others finding out, but they could still have further sympathisers throughout the Night's Watch. But even so, why did they choose to do this now, in front of everyone, when Jon has just had 200 wildlings get behind him? They must know that at least some of their brothers would either try to arrest them, or even kill them. That may well be why Bowen is crying as he does this, because he knows the end result, and that his life is forfeit, but he feels that he has to do it anyway. He feels that it's his actual duty. It might be because he generally doesn't want to break his oaths, but can't accept this anymore. The timing is important. Had they simply been waiting for an opportunity, and Bowen figured if Jon leaves to the south that they won't get one again, even though they could have actually probably organised an easier coup in his absence? Did they hear Jon's plan and figure this was the mark that Jon was finally crossing? That would make their murder of him legal, even though, again, Bowen already thought that oaths were broken back when Jon let Tormund's group through? Did they always have this in mind and just didn't readjust even with new circumstances? We have to assume it was sheer coincidence that Jon was distracted by a massive giant fight at the time that allowed them to get near. What was their plan without that? Or did they nudge Sir Patrick and say, one said this about you, blah blah blah, you should take it out with him? No, you'll be fine, go and talk to him about it. I think not somehow. Clearly, subtlety wasn't high on their agenda, so what was the actual plan? Do they now throw down their knives and accept the punishment? It's unlikely Bowen persuaded that many others to risk that ending, and if that is the plan, it's a really bad one now the wildlings are all riled up. And we have to ask, did they kill Rory and Horse? Or were they part of it? Seems hard to imagine, but we just don't know. There's so many questions. Do they have a backup plan? I've mentioned several times throughout the book that I could foresee Castle Black becoming a collection of mini sieges throughout the castle, of various factions locking down various parts of the castle, after an intense period of wild fighting in the first few minutes, and then having this tense atmosphere of who can last the longest or who can attack the other strongholds or whatever it might be. You could have Melisandre and Jon's body locked up somewhere, different bands of wildlings in different buildings, maybe Cersei stays in the King's Tower, whatever. We first brought this idea up when we visited the stores, which would be the most valuable place in the castle, bar none. Bowen has the keys, he knows exactly what's in there. Offal is the first builder, he knows the castle, which bits you can defend and hide in and whatever else. So like we wondered earlier, was it Bowen's job to go and kill Jon, while Offal secures them a lockdown room, maybe in the stores themselves, or in a better spot that they're slowly been filling with food while Jon's been distracted? Because if we do see this mini-siege setting, a weird kind of inverse when Egret's band came roaming, it'll be a waiting game for either the food or the cold, so this would be hugely important. Of course, everyone could have the same idea all at once, and we wind up with a slaughter at the stores. We could have something similar to Craster's, where all the food gets eaten at once, which would be another destruction of what Jon's built, and another massive injury to their chances in the war. It's that get worse before it gets better idea again. The other intriguing possibility that we spoke about a long time ago is that Bowen and his accomplices might be trying to make a run for it, perhaps specifically to the Night Fort. Yes, we did talk about this a long time ago when Bran was actually there, but remember that Offal Yarrick has been at the Night Fort. He's been trying to build it up for Selyse, so perhaps he's also been making sure it is defensible. Maybe he's been taking food along with him out of the stores that Bowen controls. Maybe this is a much longer plan than we've given them credit for, where they've actually been preparing for it for a long time, now it's finally ready, hence why Bowen has actually done the deed now. We're sure that the Night Fort will return to the plot at some point. It's been the site of turncloaks and betrayers and crimes before, so that fits. Maybe we're going to see a standoff where Bowen and his accomplices are going to hold up there, but either the Night's Watch reforms and comes for them, or the wildlings come after them. Selyse might come for them. Stannis himself might come back to the Night Fort. In fact, in terms of Selyse, I think we said at the time, she could come looking for protection and a new home or whatever, and might find herself shut out, not allowed in the Night Fort, and have to deal with the weather or whatever else it might be. It's a creepy place, it's an eerie place that we really loved when we were there, so we're sure it's going to have some importance later on, and maybe it is either where they go and hide, or it might be where they meet their fate, where they finally pay for this huge crime they've done to Jon. Hey, maybe Jon comes to get them after he's reanimated. Maybe he comes back. We have discussed the possibility before of Jon taking that as his seat. And in fact, while we were talking about it, we've had a similar thought, like I say, about Selyse. Maybe it's already her plan to get there, regardless of what Bowen's doing. Because the Queen's men, they only number about 50, I believe. And though they are well armed and are fighting men, the numbers are simply against them. We've already spoken about whether that faction will break apart, but a common enemy might actually keep them together for a little while, as they likely see the numbers of the wildlings and don't want any part of that fight. And they might have even lost a few guys already after the initial chaos and the inevitable, stupid attempt to avenge Sir Patrick. And again, for all we know, that plan was already in the works after the letter reading. Maybe that's why Patrick was trying to get to Val, to take her so that they could leave for the Night Fort. That is that everything happening at once idea again. We've thought about Jon ruling there, but we've thought the same about Stannis. He might come back there after either his defeat from Winterfell or being shunned by the Lords of the North or whatever it might be. We could very easily have the crime against Shireen there. That definitely fits with the castle's theme and all these really basic horrible crimes that happen there. That's a discussion we could really dive into if we had more time. And actually the question, if we're going back to Selyse, is, would Melisandre go with them? If she does, then we lose our POV for Castle Black. That's not out of the realm of possibility, but then what about Jon? How does he get reanimated? Now it could be she takes his body with them and that he's brought back there. Again, that would be fitting. And then he has the power there, takes it for his seat right away. He doesn't even have to go back to Castle Black. There's all many possibilities. But for Selyse, we don't know. For Bowen, we don't know. They both might have plans. They both might be running on pure instinct. And yes, we've spoken about the wildlings a whole bunch, but they are just as unknowable. All we have for certain is that they have the best numbers by far. But that doesn't tell us anything about their intentions. We've clearly just seen some sign up for Team Jon, and some were there already. So maybe they'll fight against the mutineers. You'd definitely think so. And it's possible that they aren't going to bother too much discerning which crow they're fighting. One has just been attacked, so they'll fight the Queen's men as well. And either at the beginning or when the other opponents are gone, they could fight amongst themselves. So do they split into bands? Do they follow Tormund or Val? Does Melisandre have some gigantic trick up her vast sleeves to get them on her side? And as we hinted at earlier, what do the castles already filled with wildlings do? Do they flock to Castle Black as a central hub and then either move south or do something else on the wall? Or do they individualise themselves? Do they spread out into the north with no more barriers, which would again be annoying for Jon's reputation? We figure that eventually they will remain Jon's to mirror Dany's gain of the Dothraki, but we've probably got a long way to go until then. And what about Hardhome? We've not mentioned that at all. That still needs to be done, still needs to be tackled. Or Winterfell, that's just the same for that matter. Once the chaos finishes, are there still going to be factions trying to complete either or both of those missions? We just can't say, and to be honest, there's so many other things that we could get into here. Time is running long, of course, so I'm not going to really go into these, but let's just consider, and this is by no means an exclusive list, but let's just consider some of the other things that need to be thought about at Castle Black, other characters that are there that are going to have some importance or some other plot points. For instance, Satin. I brought up Satin a while ago because if this fight does go down at Castle Black and the wrong people win, Satin is just one of their highlights for who shouldn't be at Castle Black and who shouldn't be a member. So is he killed, or even worse, is there more despicable crimes done against him? That's definitely not something we want to see, but I'm worried about it. I want to know. What about Melisandre's guards? Did they turn on Melisandre now in the same way that the Queen's men might break apart? What happens with Val? We've barely talked about her, really. She's weirdly connected to Ghost, so does that have something to do with it? We can't forget the Shireen thing, of course. Is she in danger of being burned herself? Because no, she technically doesn't have any king's blood. She's not blood related to Mance. But there's really no rules about the burning, is there? Melisandre seems to make it up as she goes along. So maybe her just being royal by the sense of being royal is enough for her to be burned for Jon's coming back. And again, that would mess with his mind. It would be horrible for him to wake back up and be told that Val was burned for him. Maybe there's someone else. Maybe it's Cregan Karstark could be burnt for Jon. We don't know, do we? Patchface is another possibility because we know Melisandre does not like Patchface, and we figure he is going to be important to the plot at some point. And of course there is Shireen as well. What happens with Baroque, another skin changer? He seems important. Maybe he's going to be the one that tells that Jon is in Ghost and he lets Melisandre know. What happens when she actually does the deed? This necromancy, does it raise up the whites that are in the ice cells? How much of a radius does this thing have? Even if we extend it out past Castle Black, what happens to the Rangers that are still out there somewhere? With Sir Alistair Thorne, does he come back at some point? We've guessed about that. There's so much stuff to think about. And actually something that we probably don't talk about enough is what happens with the news of this? Because it will get out. Things like this always get out and they won't have the full story and it will be confused reports just like we always see with everything basically. But someone somewhere is going to hear that Jon Snow has died or he's been killed. So what happens if that gets down to Bravos and Arya hears that? How does she react? What if it makes its way all the way to Old Town and Sam hears that? What does he do? The effects, the ripples are just unimaginable. We really can't do it justice. We really cannot. And really, I should probably stop talking about factors and extra storylines because we could just go round and round and round of our guesses. And, well, this thing is running long. My tick at the moment says over 6 hours, so I can't imagine how long this episode is going to be. And I suppose we should probably start to wrap it up, even though it's been one hell of an episode, one hell of a chapter. Do I need to say goodbye to Jon, in a way? Do I really need to wrap up his arc for you? I think I wouldn't be telling you anything you don't already know. Jon he's the man. He's the central guy. He is an unexplainable piece of this story, of this series. He might be the piece. It is a Song of Ice and Fire. As far as we know so far, no one represents that better than Jon. As for what he's had in this book, well, we've already discussed it. I won't repeat too much for you. But we've had this long, very tough journey into bringing the wildlings together, into trying to save everybody. We've had the arguments of duty versus what he likes. We had all the kill the boy stuff, don't forget. We've had his mistakes as well. I think we've done a fairly decent job of recognising when those come up, even if we might not want to. And we've had, like Daenerys, the fallout of that decision that came at the end of Storm of Swords. I think what it's really been is about showing Jon becoming the ultimate leader. I still call him that. Putting everyone else in front of him, whatever he wants. And again, just saving lives. Both saving them in the interim and getting the wildlings back, but saving the world. That's what he's trying to do. He's the one aware of this war. He's the one thinking from big stuff to little stuff, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to accomplish that. There's no one more important. He is one of our most beloved. He is one of our favourites, and well, I've got to say thank you again, George, for giving us Jon, for giving us this arc, and for this incredible reading experience that we've been talking about for who knows how long now, a long time. So no, I'm probably not going to give Jon his due here, but I think we've probably covered it over the last few hours of this chapter alone, so I'm hoping you'll forgive me there. What a moment, what a chapter, what a character. Superbly brilliant. I'm going to leave you there. I think I've subjected you to enough talking. If you're still with us by this point in the podcast, then well done you. You deserve a badge. This is obviously turning out to be a very, very special episode of the Isle of Faces, and I thank you genuinely if you have stuck around and listened to all this and everything else, because, well, yeah, a lot of work's going to go into this one, isn't it? So there you have it. That is part 18. I'm going to say the word again. Special. Very, very special part of the books in the series, all the way from Tyrion, which seems ages ago already, that seems like a week ago we were talking about that, to Barristan taking down his star, to Quentyn and the dragons, and now Jon and his ultimate moment, this ultimate moment of the series. See, I want to keep talking about it, I honestly do. I want to keep talking about Jon and just how big he is in the series and how important, how much we should love him, but no, I will be kind and I'll let you go. Again, I'll remind you, if there is something in this Jon chapter, any of the chapters, that you think hasn't been covered enough, you want to take a bit more of a deep dive into, just message me, email me, whatever it is, and I can either message you back, or if there's enough of them, we'll do another little addendum podcast at some point, okay? For now, you need to go, you need to rest up, because next time, it's the actual ending of A Dance with Dragons and A Song of Ice and Fire so far. So I think I don't need to tell you probably, but I'll remind you of what's going to be coming up in part 19, the final episode of Scraps and Scrolls for A Dance with Dragons. And we'll have Barristan IV to start with. We're going to have the fallout of the dragons. We're going to prepare for battle. Very, very exciting. Then, as our final proper chapter, it will be Daenerys 10. Yes, we're going to return to Daenerys finally after so long away, 20 odd chapters away. We'll find out what she's been up to. We'll see the redirection of her own life. In some ways, very, very similar to this Jon chapter. and we'll talk lots about dragons, hence the name of the book. Then, to finish, finally, we have the epilogue, this time in the view of Quentyn Lannister. So we've got a lot to say about him, personally, but that's also a chapter that covers, 50 different plots. So will that episode be longer than this one? Well, it's possible, because I'm sure I'll have something to say at the end as well. Yet more thanks to give you, because you're all wonderful. And that'll be true then, it's just as true now. Again, thank you for sticking so much. It has been a very, very special episode. You are also very much appreciated. What a time we've had on the Isle today. I think it was worth me getting up at 10 to 5. Yeah, I'm going to say it was. You guys make it worth it. So that's next week. That is the final episode of Scraps and Scrolls coming up. I look forward to seeing you then. Bring your party poppers, bring your party hat, bring a cushion perhaps, because it's going to be a long one. And I thank you again for sticking with us today. This is Sir Berkeley, this is The Other Faces. We will see you again next week. Take your deep breaths, get ready. We're entering the big time. Thank you everybody. See you then.